we got Vince on that track. Ho! And because none of these bots work, I gotta do everything manually.
Yeah.
Emily loves to post after I've already done it. Like, oh, yeah, I forgot. Like, fuck you. I'm late. Big Chief.
I know.
A little building. Get out my face. How am I doing? I cannot complain. I ain't do shit at work while I play Mega Man. I was kicked up. Workout was good. Had a good sleep. It's not too hot, not too cold. It's not Watchtower. Did I put Watchtower? Am I stupid?
Let me see. Maybe you forgot to hit update. Yeah, it still says that.
Oh shit.
Yay! お兄ちゃん、ピースピ
I'm
ース。
doing just okay, by the way. Chief, a perfectly fine day for me is dating. So, you know how that goes.
I think I fixed it, but let me make sure it's run the same episode number though.
イエーイ
That's my bad,
お
yo.
兄ちゃん、ピースピース。
Thank you for the subscription, Gojo. How did I check this last time? Pew pew A A A. Pew pew A. You know what's killing me? I'm looking at some of these videos. When I used to just literally just put a picture and jump JPEG and just talk. I am a funny lad.
Easy money. Don't need nothing else.
Yeah. Chained Echoes was robbed. Oh, that's the last one we did. Okay. All right. Title updated. Should say Frame 1 Broadcast Episode 15 Death to AAA Games. Which is not me literally calling for their death. Well, first of all, I can get off that screen. I'm not calling for their death. It's just they're dying. They are suffering, and I don't feel bad about it. What did J. Cole say? If a lame when he's talking about his dad, if a plane crashed and they only killed his lame ass, I wouldn't be mad as that nigga. You're not wishing for it, but if you heard it, he wouldn't be like, oh God. He's like, shit. It's an evil world we live in. Okay, there you go. Got the chat up. Hope everyone is well. How you doing, brother Simi?
I am perfectly fine. Thank you for asking, Yeti. Yes, it is I, the Emperor, the one and only host, the unholy ruler himself of the Empire. And I'm here on diplomatic relations as I have once again returned to Ape Nation. Boy, howdy, brother. Let me tell you, I fucking hate your fan base. I hate them little niggas. Ooh, boy. I hate them with a passion. But we're not talking about them. We're here to talk about video
Games. And We got a few things to talk about, but let me just go in the chat real quick. So yeah, I'm doing well. Chief Ice, how you feeling? Send me. You
Yes, I'm
relaxing,
doing just fine. Just fine.
relaxing my AAA games. They're goaded. They are not. What's up, Archer? What's up, Malik? So I've been playing. I haven't played Stellar Blade. I don't have a PS5. I feel like I told you guys that I sold it. I got one and sold
You absolutely did.
it. I did not keep it. I didn't want it. I'll wait until it drops on PC and stuff. What's up, Naya? I missed the last two Kubera streams. Saw the death of AAA and had to click. Well, welcome. Low. I do have some Kubera videos dropping this week, so you'll get some content. How do I feel about my girl Cassie in MK11? She's raw. I like her. That's my favorite character. I probably liked her level of starkiness a bit more, but it looks like she grew up a little bit in 11. But I like the design. I don't know if I like the voice actor the same, but I could talk about that in a second. Naya gave Simi my spot. It's over. No, my bad. It was a mistake. I didn't realize I did that. I didn't realize what's happening with AAA industry. We gonna get to it. Not blaming for selling a PS5. I've been disappointed in myself. Sony did my liking extremely this generation. What's with the Kubera comment shit? TLDR. My understanding is because I won't lie to you. I skimmed because it was just there was a lot of reading, and then we're gonna hop into the video games. That's what we're here for today. They got mad at Taksaka or something because there was a line in one of the web novels from a line from called the Finite where they said he could destroy the universe, which wasn't a literal statement. So people are like, well, if he's struggling against Ravana, then how could he destroy the universe? You're a scammer and you're an unprofessional artist. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And then she took a blog post to completely over explain herself. And she originally wanted to do like a Tales user story, MCU, DCEU type universe thing, but she realized that wasn't realistic and she adjusted as a result of that. So some ideas she had are not the same, and basically Korea was bitching at her for no good reason. When they need to be doing that to Slave and Utero because you stink. Anyway, enough of that. That all being said, you guys do know it's been Summer Games Fest. It's around the time where we get a lot of new video game announcements, trailers, updates, DLCs, expansions, and a proper showcase for some things that may have only had a teaser trailer and things of that nature from before. So we're gonna hop into all those things. But as per usual, like I always like to start is what are we playing currently or what have we beaten recently? And Simi, we gonna start with you. No one else in here but me and you. So I don't know
As
why I did all that.
always. I mean, it's good to have professionalism, regardless if it is just by yourself, right? I mean, it is hard, but
Mm.
yeah. So unfortunately for me, since I'm still in the whole hyperbolic time study chamber, if you know what that is, great. If you don't know what that is, mind your business. So I have not been able to play any video outside of the actual content, quote unquote, that I create, quote unquote. But I've been doing a replay of the Mafia series for my wonderful citizens in the Empire, playing the entire trilogy from beginning to end. We're currently on two. We
It's,
beat one,
it's been fun
and
to watch.
yeah, they're a fantastic trilogy of crime sandbox games. Like I really love what 2K Check and thus Hangar 13 did with this series and how much they tried to differentiate from GTA. But no, fantastic stuff. So I'm replaying that for my wonderful citizens. I'm also playing El Paso Elsewhere, which was an indie game that is heavily inspired by Max Payne that was announced like about 2.5, 3 years ago that I was really looking forward to and finally came out this year. Playing that as well. And then another game that I played quite a bit of but never beat, playing Tales of Grace's F, a series within the Tales of JRPG series, saying series two times. Look at me, my terrible vocabulary by Bandai Namco. I am a huge Tales fan. It's one of my favorite JRPG series. Probably is my favorite JRPG series now that fucking Persona and Kiseki have failed me. And outside of that, I have been playing a unhealthy amount of boxing games. Woo! Boy, ever since playing Victorious Boxers during the Golden Weeb Week Marathon, I have refound or re unlocked my love for combat sports video games. And it's like I locked it away unintentionally, and Victorious Boxers 1 just revigorated it. I've been playing this game called Tactics Boxing on my Vita, and then I've been playing Undisputed on my desktop while I wait for version 1.0 to drop in October. And man, I love this shit, dog. I just love punching. I love fighting. I love fighting. Do you understand me? None of that fucking input in commands. No. I want to use the sweet science. I want to counter you. I want to wait till you fucking gas yourself out. I want to fight in the ring. Boy, it's crazy, man. It's crazy because I was in the middle of playing Slave Zero X. I'm actually close to beating it.
Mhm.
And then when I finally bought Tactic Boxing, I'm sorry, man. I have not played it since. Woo, boy. But yes, that's what I've been playing as of late.
As for me, I randomly, as you can see, Cassie Cage here. I randomly played the campaign in a few matches with one of my homeboys for Mortal Kombat 11 and Mortal Kombat 1. I had not played any of those. I had stopped at 10, or otherwise known as X. And I've out of all the fighting game series that I play, Skullgirls being kind of my personal favorite. I actually do like Injustice, which is, we like to joke it's just Mortal Kombat with capes, with cape skins. I'm a fan of Injustice too, but I've gotten big into Mortal Kombat. I actually wasn't an early enjoyer to that degree, but that wasn't my fault. My mom's like, "Oh, it's too bloody. Oh no, oh, my son will be a violent serial killer." So I couldn't really play them when I was younger like that. I would say around Armageddon, or what's the one before Armageddon? Deadly Alliance,
No deception.
Deception, maybe. Okay, so maybe I'm all right. One of those. I think it's Deadly Alliance or Deception. That kind of when I started getting into them, and I've always liked the story, even though it's like insane. And at this point, I make the joke that I don't know if I'm too far from my mic. I make the joke that Mortal Kombat at this point has just become like the big two comic books. That's DC and Marvel from the standpoint of this used to be about the realms fighting one another, and like the Mortal Kombat tournament the Elder Gods made, you got to beat them 10 times in a row, whoop de whoop. And now it's just become a multiverse timeline. I got this Titan of the timeline of the Hourglass, and it's just become like a comic book. We got reboots and then soft reboots and then universal rewriting. So I'm like, okay, so this is just like DC and Marvel now at this point, which is kind of funny to me. But all things considered, I enjoyed Mortal Kombat 11 a lot from top to bottom. I like it more than Mortal Kombat 1. I don't really like I think the only exception I would say maybe is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure All Star Battle R. But I don't really like support, like call in characters to do things and block combos and stuff like that. I'd rather just make a tag team game where you can just switch characters. I don't mind if there's a button that lets you call them in to do something, but if they get hit, they should lose actual HP. I don't really like 3-on-3. That's too much. It's too chaotic for me. I kind of stop at tag team. So if you're going to have two people on screen, I'd rather be able to switch in between both. Whether that means you got to kill one completely and you lose a round, or you lose both to lose a round, whatever, that's fine for me. But that's just my personal opinion. I'm not saying that they're bad because of that. I forget all the time. I don't know why too. I forget to me when I play. Just like, oh, press L1 and they come and shake their ass on you, and it's like, oh yeah, I forgot. I just like play solo more often than not. Like I forget. But 11 has my favorite Mortal Kombat character, Cassandra Cage. Mortal Kombat 1 does not, and that's why it's lesser. So if you want me to be involved and be engaged, you got to give me my characters. Aside from that, Pizza Tower, that was awesome. That was dope. I still kind of I think I want to beat it again at a faster pace on my own. But I didn't play. I actually bought the game. I didn't play it on my own file yet, which was funny enough. And then I've been replaying the Battle Network games. I'm currently on Mega Man Battle Network 3. And I gotta be very honest, Pizza Tower is cool. Yeah, Pizza Tower is dope. You said you got the Game Pass also to Gears. How far you got locked into sports games, similar to LSD Dream Emulator. I actually don't know what that is. So far, I
PS1.
feel
That's a cult classic PS1 game that was NTSCJ exclusive, but it's a very surrealism game. But once he said that he was playing Yumi Nikki, I knew that he was on his psychological pack. Which reminds me. just to cut you off for 1 second, Yeti, I'm sorry.
I won't forget it's Bell
Milk
Network.
outside of a bag and milk inside of a
Oh
bag
yes.
is two of the greatest visual novels ever created. Shout out Russia. Oh my god, I am heavily obsessed. Shout out Milk Chan. She's absolutely fucking insane, but we love her. That being said, yeah, he's on his psychological pack for sure. Just
Mhm.
to give you context of what he's playing.
Okay, that's what's up. You said I was kind of over Mortal Kombat after X. I think 11 stinks and I'm indifferent on one. I like 11. I'm indifferent on one though. That I feel. I don't. Again, I usually judge games harder if I had to pay my own hard-earned money to get it. I didn't, so I'm fine. I just played it at my friend's house. Like it wasn't a big deal to me. Like I wasn't like, oh, I spent so much time and money. Like I played the campaign and I moved on with my life. So I'm not really judging it that harshly. I need to beat my backlog on PS5, Arkham Knight, Bloodborne, Nier, The Witcher 3, and Armored Core 6. Yeah, my backlog is way bigger than that, but I feel it. I gotta get to Xenoblade 3. But anyways, Battle Network, I still like the series. And obviously, I know I'm gonna have a hard time. I might not get through 4. I know I didn't like 4 back in the day. 4 was the one I don't think I beat as a child. I'm like, this is stupid. What the fuck are we doing? I know I like 5 with the liberation missions, and 6 is my second favorite up after 3. My backlog is over 50 games. I'd probably argue mine's around that number. Anywhere from, I'd say, like, low balling it 36, high balling it 50. I'm probably in that range. I don't even know at this point. um, yeah. Battle Network 1, it very much suffers from first attempt syndrome. Like, we're trying. There's a lot of good ideas. I don't have the problem with the battle. I actually do like that you heal after battle. That's like the one thing I miss from 1. Like, I would just like get hit and just fucking mega bust you and then just heal. You can't do that in the regular ones, which is smart. Sub chips, whatever. But yeah, it has a lot of really bad game design, like the level where you have to fight a Lek man and there's an invisible pass and the batteries. Oh my god, that was fucking horrendous and awful. And then this game has this obsession to me. This obsession to just send you aimlessly on the internet to find random thing. Oh no, Mega Man, I can't get through this firewall. Okay, what should we do? Let's ask our dad. Oh, Lan and Hikari. Lan and Hikari is crazy. Lan, you need cause they call him Doctor Hikari. My bad. Lan, Hub, you guys need to go find the 5 MacGuffins across the net. Oh, any clues? No. Scour every area you've ever gone to. I don't want to do this. What the fuck is wrong with Capcom? Oh my god. How the fuck did I do this shit as a child? This shit is trash. And it's in every single. Yo, 2 has like the worst. 2 has an even more egregious version of this. I kid you not. I just pulled up the walkthrough. I'm like, I'm not doing this. I just pulled up the walkthrough.
Yeah, I have no idea how you did that as a kid because I absolutely did not do it as a kid, and that's why you hear me not hyping that series up.
I think this is why I said as a kid I desired more. I had more desire and willpower. More hockey was stronger, bro. Now, like even with this game, because like there's random battles, right? So when you're stuck on a puzzle or you don't know where you're going because everything looks a goddamn same or like invisible pass, you're getting into a random virus battle within every 30 steps. If the Legacy Collection didn't have the Max Buster option, where literally I can pretty much one shot everything because your Mega Buster is like 100 times damage, and when you upgrade it, it does it multiplies. I wouldn't have beaten these games. I wouldn't have replayed these. I promise you, I would have stopped. I'd have been like, wow, wasting my money and stopped. The fact that I have this, where I could literally, when I'm struggling or like I'm figuring shit out, I just turn it on because I'm not wasting time battling these viruses. And if I want to farm a good chip, you always have to get like level 8, 9, or S rank to get them. So you one shot them like one turn, boom, get the chip you want. So I swear to God, if that wasn't on, I wouldn't have beaten it. It's the same way I wouldn't have beaten like the first 2 Fire Emblems or Final Fantasy 1 without save states. I wouldn't have beaten those without that. It just wasn't possible or feasible for me at this point in time. 3 so far is exactly like I remember. I'm having a great time with 3, but I haven't beaten it. And I think with that, I've completed talking about all the games I've been playing recently or I've beaten recently. I feel like I forgot one, but yeah, that's about it. Griever said I have a backlog too. My greatest defeat in gaming is whenever I need to search up on YouTube and how to get through a segment. Real quick, how do you feel about that at this point, Simi? I used to feel very strongly about that. I think the older I get and the less time I have, the less that I effing care. Oh shit, what's up, Glam?
I've come to shit on AAA and maybe fight with Simi about the things that he liked, but we'll see.
Why? Who the hell let this guy in here? Who the fuck let this guy in here?
He
man?
went.
Like,
He scoured the net and found the 5 codes. To me, he broke in the firewall.
wow, what? This is the shittiest firewall ever. Just close port G
Let me-
for
Just
glam,
make it only.
and you
Just
can't
make
get
it.
in.
Let me tell you
Just make it
something.
only for black people.
The cybersecurity in Mega Man Battle Network is as safe as a Smallville hospital. You gonna die. Okay? Yo, and the funny thing about Smallville Hospital is you never die for the reason you went in. Like, oh, I got shot and I came in. It's while the doctors were distracted, I went and smothered them with a pillow. You never die from the actual thing. It's the worst hospital of all time. But yeah, man, yeah. So that being
you
said,
both doing good.
yeah,
By the way,
can't complain.
I bet.
I had
Simi.
a solid day.
I'm hype.
No,
But anyways,
okay.
Yeah,
let
but
me answer the question. I don't give a fuck no more.
Yeah.
Back then,
yeah,
oh man, I used to try my hardest. I need to beat this with my own power. Second, I spend like fucking 10 minutes on something. I'm like, bro, this shit sucks. How to get past this? I'm in a different world, Kolyoko. How the hell do I get out this
Oh,
shit?
I'm the same.
So I don't care about that at all no more. Especially since as I'm older, I have learned that there's a lot of games that just have bad level design. Period. Bad level design doesn't mean that I suck. No, I will tell you when I suck. But sometimes they will
Facts.
have you do something that you never did throughout the entire game, and it's the one time you ever doing it, period. And the game never ever condition you to think this certain way. So no, we're not doing that. Fuck y'all.
And my time is valuable. When I was a kid, I had a lot of time, so I have a lot of things to get through, and sometimes I might be doing it for a video or something, right? So, yeah, when I was younger, I took a lot of pride in finding every secret and cheat or secret ending, whatever the case may be, on my lonesome, and I always felt like I lost to the game or was defeated when I looked something up. I would say that changed around 20. Like, I'm like, bro, like Simi, I will tell you when I'm like, oh, I'm dumb. That was obvious. I'll just be honest, like, oh, I'm stupid. That was my fault. Or, okay, I wasn't paying attention. That's on me. Then I'll be like, that's terrible game design, or nothing that I've seen throughout the course of this game has conditioned me to believe this is possible. I'm actually going to give you one that I think I remember from 4. And I don't know what it was, but I just didn't trust the game. It was like, oh, you have to find this mask in Netfrica to win. Oh my god.
Wow.
What?
Yeah. It's to the point that when the game re-released, they have a disclaimer like, hey, we're inclusive. We don't hate anybody. But, you know, some things might be... They're talking about shit like Netfrica and like the totem pole man guy. I forgot his name. Anyways, because you know how it was back in the day. But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, it's definitely not in this region because last year that's where it was. And I'm like, I'm going there first. And it was exactly where it was. Like, I didn't believe your fuck ass, because some people really believe like the narrator in the game when they say stuff where I'm like, no, I'm pressing X to doubt, bro. This is a David Cage game. X to doubt. But yeah, I don't feel that strongly anymore though. High and low, I don't really care. I said high and low. I mean low. So what about you, Glam? I don't know how you feel about that at this point.
I think it depends on what type of. I think I'm largely on with Simi. If the game has taught me the way to do it and I'm just being stupid, then I'm gonna try and power through. But if I just can't wrap my head around it after a certain point, I will look it out. Unless I'm motivated to not do so.
Yeah. Because sometimes, again, it's just like I got things to do and things to get through, so you just gotta power through. That being said,
to get through the backlog.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And sometimes it's like that too. It's like I just need to get the end, okay? So I can move on to the next game. So obviously, it's Summerfest time and everything. I don't know if it's done, but you know we've been seeing a lot of.
I like Simis, not E3. There we go.
Yeah.
Yes. What games have you guys? What trailers and games have you guys seen? You know, gameplay floor and things of that nature that you know are on your radar, are at the top of your list. You can just go through them all if you want, or just randomly.
I think Simi and I are going to have
but-
pretty extensive ones because he and I watched most, if not all, of the showcases. from what I remember.
I just went to
No,
game trailers after, and I pretty much clicked on anything that looked remotely interesting or not interesting.
Huh.
So
Yeah, the only ones that I didn't watch was the was Day of the Devs and the what the fuck was the name of
I
that
didn't
shit?
watch Day of the Devs or the PC FPS one. I can't remember.
it was
There were
about
other
the
ones after
future.
that.
There was future show
No,
Latin
no,
games
no,
for.
no.
Oh,
Oh, the
No,
Ubisoft one. I didn't watch that one either.
no, the what's it? The cozy games. What the fuck? The shit
the
that
cozy
Tumblr
game
ass shit.
show.
No,
Yeah,
I don't. Yeah, there you go. I didn't look at that, but yeah, I looked at I looked at the Gorilla Collective. I looked at some of Game Fest. I looked at the Indie FPS Showcase. I looked at Devolver. I looked at I looked at Xbox. Looked at PC Gaming
The game
Show.
show.
And am I missing one?
I guess State of Play earlier in the month
Oh no,
counts.
no, ooh, Sony.
State
I'm
of
just saying.
May. Me and Simi learned our lesson.
I mean, listen, man. I agree. I'm just saying. I guess it counts.
Not state of
Yeah,
mid.
nah, yeah, no, sir, no, thank you. And yeah, I didn't look at Ubisoft either, but anything that
Nintendo
Ubisoft
Direct.
showed, hell nah, hell nah, get them out here, ban them. But anything that Ubisoft would have showed, they would have just showed extended gameplay because all their games was shown throughout the course of the weekend. But yeah, I saw some stuff. I'm just gonna keep it to new stuff because quite a bit of games that I've been looking forward to that I've been had on my
Finally
wish
got
list.
like trailers and stuff.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
so yeah, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 got a new trailer. Got its first trailer, official trailer, and it revealed that it's picking up right where the first game left off. If y'all remember, Kingdom Come Deliverance is a game that the PC Gaming Show actually showed me, helped me discover, and it wound up being my game of the year of that year. I believe it's 2018 or 2019. And yeah, I'm super excited for that. It looks phenomenal. I can't wait to play as my boy Henry again. Fantastic. It did get officially revealed by Warhorse Studios before, but we got the official trailer, like actual with gameplay trailer during not E3. So that was cool. Unbeatable looks nice. You know me, I like my
I
rhythm
agree.
games with my stories. Um, if
Jimmy, have
y'all
you played
remember,
Hi-Fi?
no,
Okay, because
I
I
don't.
think you would. I think you would like my tweet I put out. I'm gonna play Unbeatable. I feel like if I like Unbeatable, I'm kind of obligated to give Hi-Fi a try after that because they're both kind of like rhythm beat 'em uppy from what I
But
can tell.
no, they're not. I'm gonna tell you the difference.
Okay.
Games that have rhythm combat, I have not seen a single game that has rhythm combat that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Freaking beats per minute, all them other ones, the other fucking heavy metal one, all of those games not good. That's why Disco Samurai don't look bad, but I have not seen a single game that actually has combat into the rhythm be good. Unbeatable is more like the rhythm game just looks like combat. It's not like
Yeah,
you're actually fighting. It's like a normal rhythm game, but
it looked
instead
like
of
Guitar
looking at
Hero when I first saw the trailer.
yeah, essentially that which
Yeah.
is essentially what it is, right? So it's like that. It's just that the rhythm gameplay just looks like she's fighting. You're not actually like playing like a DMC type of game,
What's up,
but
Bao?
you have to punch and kick to the beat, right? So that's why I'm not really interested in Hi-Fi Rush like at all. Plus, fucking MC like a fucking burger, silly ass little white man. I don't
I
play
mean,
as
that
him.
is 100% facts. That is 100%
But
facts.
Unbeatable looks great, and it'll nicely accompany Urbano for me, which I am an official Kickstarter backer of. I can't wait for that game. And other new stuff. There's some other new stuff like Kook looks cool. Digital Exorcist Defrag looks phenomenal. We got a new trailer for Parcel Corpse, which was shown, I believe, for the first time 2 years ago. But kind of like
We biking.
this fucking yeah, there's fucking like Uber Eats delivery shit. So it's kind of like Jet Set Radio and like Crazy Taxi mixed in one. It looks fantastic. It has a demo during Next Fest, which I'm gonna play. So that got a new trailer that which looks nice. Clockwork Ambrosia looks nice. Wolfhound looks great. Possesses. Oh
Oh
Jesus
yes.
Christ,
Oh
brother
yes.
man, we have
Yes,
been
sir.
desperately waiting for what the fuck are the name of these guys
Heart
again?
Machine.
Heart Machine Studios.
Yes, Heart Machine to finally make another 2D game. Because boy howdy, me and you was in hell the Sixth Circle of Hell specifically playing Solar Ash, and they finally decided to throw us a bone and make another 2D game.
Solar
Possessor looks
Ash,
phenomenal.
that is not a game. The combat, that shit is too mundane. No, that was, and
um,
I don't care about Hyper Light Breaker, the 3D roguelike, whatever the one they're making. I don't care about
yeah,
it. I just don't.
yeah. I mean, I think the combat in Breaker looks great, but again, the fact that it's not only 4-player co-op but roguelike, like, come on, dog. You gotta stop this. You got please something. Possessors look like it's gonna be that. Damn, guys, shut the fuck up. Possessors look like it's gonna be something.
What's
And
up, East?
just to cut it off. Let me see what I could fucking end off with. Perfect. The first gameplay trailer of Perfect Dark, I'm actually excited for it. At first, I had a visceral reaction because it was different from the original N64 game. But then when I took the time to think about it, and I was like, well, how would you logically try to recreate or continue Perfect Dark in a modern era? And essentially turning it into Deus Ex is the way to go. So I think good old Phil and the gang did a good job or the right decision with the direction they're going for. So I'm actually excited for it. If it properly is as immersive simi as they made it seem, I'm probably excited for it.
Okay. Glam?
Yeah, I had a lot of things. I got my strategy game Mickey off Civ 7 and Age of Mythology getting a remake, so that was good for me. Neva for sure has my attention from the Summer Games
Prayers
Fest
of Glee.
of Gris. Yep.
Why did you say it
I
like
know
that?
both Grease, whatever you want to call it. I don't know
I
what
think
it
it's
is.
Gris. I believe it's Gris. I
I think
believe
it
it's
is Gris as well.
I actually, I
I know.
actually, I don't know. I just assumed it was gray in French. I never actually looked it up. Go ahead though.
I'm
yeah,
screaming.
you know, you're probably right. You're probably right. You know, you're like the fancy ass and shit. So
Allez les bleus, allez les gars.
I know me and Sammy are both hyped for that Mighty Morphin Power Rangers beat 'em up.
oh
Yes, sir.
boy, howdy.
Yes,
Oh my
sir.
bro. Son, they had first person mech boxing. I said, stop playing with me. Stop
The
playing with
the
me.
bike levels. Fuck the
Oh, bro,
Megazord.
we have Road Rash, we have Star Fox, we got first person
Mm-hmm.
boxing. I said, stop playing with me. Plus
Yes,
actual
sir.
beat 'em. I said, stop, just stop it. Stop it.
I know Naya and I are excited for Last Moon. I'm looking forward to Last Moon. And you played the demo too, right, Sammy?
Yes.
Because I think, yeah,
Yes.
because we had talked about it on
That's
Twitter.
my plan after
So I think,
today. Just go demo crazy.
yeah,
Right
Last
after
Moon is
this
going to be
goes live.
fun. Sammy, I don't know if you Fallen Aces from the PC gaming show. I'm interested in that for
Well,
sure.
that's why I said I'm not bringing up anything new. I've had Fallen Aces on
Oh,
my wish list for years. As a matter of fact, I actually streamed when I played the original demo from Next Fest like last year.
yeah.
Yeti was there when he was watching me play. I was in the fucking pub missing
I'm
my
Your
spots.
Beast
I'm
in
like,
that is in that same group as well. I assume.
yeah.
Okay. Death Sprint 66. I was also like that one looks interesting to me, even though it's like a multiplayer racing game. I'm kind of here for the concept. Phantom Line. I also think if I get a couple of people to get on like a PvE shooter like that, I think I'll have a good time. I liked Tenjutsu from Devolver's show, even though it is roguelike ish. I think it actually just is roguelike, but I like the aesthetic and the combat looks fun to me. Um, big shit. I mean, Doom: The Dark Ages has to be the number one like AAA thing that I saw that I was here for.
I don't know if there's
It
a
was one of the
AAA
few
thing
things.
that moved me. I don't know if I looked enough though. I really didn't.
Um, there's that one Souls-like game, Wuchang Fallen Feathers. I need to see what the UI and like the controls look like before I come to a decision on it, but I might give it a try. Lorne Vale looked good, although I think that's been in early access for a hot minute. What was the other one? Oh, I will say this: the Perfect Dark. I have the exact opposite reaction as Simi for Perfect Dark. Perfect Dark. I looked at it and I'm like, I don't like Deus Ex. So as soon as I saw the Perfect Dark was looking like Deus Ex, I was like, ugh, I don't know about this. And I also just didn't like the graphical style at all. So because of how much I disliked it and how much I know Perfect Dark is revered, it made me go out of my way to download a ROM for the N64 version of Perfect Dark to actually play, as
Well,
opposed to it.
if
That's
that's
so
your
funny. I do that shit all the
time,
time.
if that's your first time playing a N64 era FPS, you're gonna have extreme whiplash because there's no other FPS games like it. So you're gonna that is gonna need a gigantic learning curve. But for me, it's just like um I think if you was to remake, so without just being completely purist and
Mm-hmm.
expand the game into a modern audience, right? If you was to remake what happened in the vanilla game or how the vanilla game played out, it should essentially be Deus Ex, because what the
Mm-hmm.
fuck is Perfect Dark? You're playing as a highly trained secret soldier in a cyberpunk world, which has a combination of stealth and action. And that's what I saw from the trailer. I should be able to use my gadgets. I should have gadgets that are not only just for offense, so I should have utility gadgets, gadgets that show me fucking like electricity wires, be able to hack into computers and mainframes and security cameras. I should have non-lethal weapons and I should have lethal weapons, right? And that's what the trailer
Yeah.
showed me, all of that, without being the traditional here's 6 objectives that you need to do on one life with no checkpoints, and if you fail one or die once, you gotta start over from the beginning, right? So first I had a visceral
I'm
reaction. I said,
screaming
you know
because
what?
the second one you described sounds infinitely more raw to me than the other one.
I mean, well, you're gonna have to see. You're
Yeah.
gonna have to fuck. I like immersive sims, so let's get that out the way right now. I thoroughly enjoy immersive sims. I've actually played them, and I know what the genre fucking is.
Why did I think
So
you're gonna say I'm
it,
actually am an immersive sim? I don't know why. I just thought you were gonna say that. Sorry, keep going.
I would be
You
wrong,
know.
I literally finished the sentence in my head that way. I don't know why I did that.
but so yeah, well, again, I have to fuck. We have to see. We need to see if there's actual freedom in the gameplay. If the gameplay actually has a non-linear approach to how you can approach. I use an approach twice. I mean, my terrible vocabulary. How you can tackle your tasks and complete them. But so far, from what I saw, yeah. Now, graphic style, of course, that's whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought.
Oh, also, I'm gonna be playing the fuck out of Mecha Break. I know that's good. That's a total me game, but I'm gonna be playing the absolute living hell out of that fucking mech
You're not a
multiplayer
real
game.
mecha, bro. You're not real mech, dog. You're
Yeah,
not really
I
metal.
am Gundam. All right.
As for me, we talked about Possessors because Hyper Light Drifter is one of my favorite video games. Can't say that Solar Ash is. I'm not doing what Simi is doing. I'm just gonna name everything that I care about that's coming out, or that maybe just came out or was out and I didn't know. So, Anton Blast, hell yeah, been excited about that for quite some time. There's this game called Beloved Rapture that I forgot about. I don't even know if it's out or not, but I just remember seeing it and be like, oh, I was intrigued. I forgot to do more research about it. Aster Blade of the Monolith doesn't look bad. I think it came out like on May 30th around then. I'm interested in it. I'm gonna keep my eye on it. I might mess around with that. There is a platform fighter called Combat Devils. I'm gonna keep my eye on it. Looks good. If you guys don't know, I think I literally just said this to Glenn not too long ago. I think at this point
Yeah,
because I find
we're
platform
down bad
fighters
right now.
platform fighters are they're struggling a bit. So I'm really hoping that one or two of them could really pop out and show niggas. And not just kind of copy the Smash formula. But these days, for whatever reason, I don't get into much traditional fighters to the same degree that I used to. Part of that, there's so many. A lot of people don't play them. A lot of people are like Simi. I don't want to do commands, so it's hard to get some people into fighting games if they're not already into them to that degree. A lot of my friends like Tekken. I actually don't like Tekken like that. I don't really care for the like 2.5D, shifting into planes. I'm just not good at them. Soul Calibur I was never good at. Not good at Tekken like that. DOA I was decent I would say. But that game got killed because they wanted to be I'm gonna be progressive and no, like that titty shake. Fuck around with y'all. That's why we're here, stupid. So suffer.
Oh me.
Yeah, so Combo Devil looks cool. So we'll see if that's a good platform fighter. I'm intrigued by that. I'm literally scrolling through my Twitter, so we gotta see. That's more Possessor. So there's one called Smack Studio where it's like a platform fighter, but you like make the game. I'm like the world's worst game designer, so like while I think the concept is interesting and intriguing because I definitely really like the Mario Maker games and stuff, and I've always said I'd do a Mega Man or Sonic Maker if they did one, or even like a dungeon for Legend of Zelda. That'd be cool. But I can't do this. The game will not work. It will be broken. I will cheat and make a character and tell you he sucks, and I know all the things he can do, so I can't trust me with that kind of game. So big boy boxing, something I've been looking for a long time. That's gonna be cool. So Rah Rah Boom, I don't know if it's out yet. It's a beat 'em up that looks pretty interesting, but something about it is throwing me off. I don't know if it's like the frame, it's missing frame. Something about it is throwing me off ever so slightly. So I'm not fully there yet, but I'll do my research in a bit. I have all this stuff written down. Akitori, been looking forward for that for a long time. Elsie's looks really fun. I don't know if it's a beat 'em up or like a Metroidvania.
Elsie.
Game. Oh shit! I accidentally clicked it and I was
Metroidvania
playing in
game.
my ear. Huh?
Yeah, it's more like a Metroidvania game.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Kinda beat 'em up.
I wasn't sure. It was only like a 50-second thing, but it looks fun.
This wasn't at the game show, but Nine Souls recently just released, and I need to fucking get on that.
Sammy told me that already. I knew about
Yeah.
that. Double Shake. It looks like a fun platformer. Gonna keep my eyes on that one. What game is this? Oh, that's Double Shake. Oh, finally, Constance. We playing as a purple jizz woman, bro. It's
Yeah,
Hollow
this one.
Knight, but we purple jizz. It's fire. You a slime girl. I'm involved. It just looks good. It looks aesthetically pleasing. Combat looks good. I like the movement. You plays a pink slime girl. Looks raw. Renee looks super dope. That one I'm mad excited for. I love the aesthetic. It's kind of old school. I guess I can put this on the screen a little bit while I'm talking about it. Probably could have done this a while ago. I apologize. I'm not gonna play it right now. Do your own research. Go through my It's mostly because I don't know why I'll be retweeting. I'll be retweeting BS. So yeah, this game looks so fun. So I can't wait for that. Scrolling up. Under the Island, I just thought looked kind of cool. Like an exploration game, kind of Zelda-like. You some girl with a hockey stick. You hit shit. You look at stuff. You got hearts. Zelda. Is this Neva? Yeah, you spoke with Neva already.
Yeah.
From the creators of Glee. I've been excited about what's it called? Dungeons of Hinterberg for a while. This is not a new game that's been announced though, but I actually do want to play this. I don't know what it is about it that moves me, and the aesthetic or the art style, but I think it looks fun. The Amazing Crackpots looks pretty cool. This was like a game where like you like hit something like back and forth, kind of like a not dodgeball, but like basically you have to hit like this star across into like the vial there. And I feel like, it could be fun with some friends and stuff like that. I do have friends I can game with, especially locally, and co-op, couch co-op, so I do have that option. So I'm not like other people who have to be a lonely gamer all the time, even though I am a lonely gamer. I thought Gure looked interesting, just like how fighting something. I don't know, she fighting bosses. We'll see. I haven't looked at too much of it. It looked interesting though. This is Diesel Legacy, the Brazen Age. This is like I think this is the game Mike Z is on. It's a fighting game with like 3 planes, Simi, like where you can like fight like in the forefront, in the middle, or in the background. I thought if it looked interesting for a while. It had a little bit more stuff to show, and I'm gonna like speed this up because I'm tired. Yeah. So, anyways, we can just get to the Escape from the Ever After. I got more Paper Mario greatness, bro. We are in here. This looks like so much fun. I wish it was the moon dude. This not the moon dude? Yes. Simi was fighting this guy, bro. Beefing with this moon dude. Yeah, it's another like Paper Mario like that I'm just thinking looks incredible. I do think the main character looks like a burger, but you could dress him up in different like styles, so he looks like less lame depending on the costume. It's very Mickey there. But yeah. That's my only complaint. He looks but then again, Mario doesn't look cool either, so it's not like Mario looks fucking cool, so and this is Loaf cool? I don't know if Loaf looks cool. He's a bread golem. The concept's cool, but yeah. So I'm excited for all that. And plus more. There'll always be more. There'll always be more. There'll always be more. There'll always be more. So yeah, big boy boxing. I'm very excited for though. So I think that about covers it. I would say the ones that I'm looking for the most is Purple Slime, Constance, Renee, and probably Possessors. And then we talked about Last Moon. Last Moon looks good too, so we in there.
Yeah.
Actually, I just lied.
I
just lied. It's Escape from Ever After. That's the one I'm most excited for. That's number 1.
Out of all the indie games I saw, I'm probably most excited for Possessors. Out of all of them, and then probably Unbeatable second.
Yeah. So now with that, we can kind of. There's more topics after this, but we can get into the meat and potatoes of what the point of this stream is. Kind of, I wrote AAA versus indie, but it's more about how the AAA industry has been struggling, deservedly. They deserve it. They stink and they suck. and how indies have been kind of doing their thing, taking over. Can I please show Killer Bean? I don't care about that game at all. That's the game. That's with the meme bean looking guy, right? Like the meme.
It's the
Eminem,
the Max Payne one.
the Eminem
Yeah.
looking ass dude with like the beanie on. I don't.
Mhm.
I won't lie to you. I've
The-
seen it. It looks funny, but I don't care. But
the
hey,
Max Payne clone. was
if
the
y'all excited for that, more
The
power
gameplay
to
is
you.
nothing like Max Payne, but nice try.
No, I'm just saying. As soon as I saw Bullet Time, I was like, "It's Max Payne." I don't even care to be nuanced with my comparison.
Yeah, so shout out to Killer Bean though. Shout out to that game. But yeah, so this I forgot what I said last. What was the last thing I said?
We were talking about AAA versus fucking.
Yeah, but what did
or say the
I had
death
like
of
I
AAA.
had a flow, like I had like a whole speech.
You
and I
were
forgot it.
shit talking that they deserve all their struggles.
Yes, I think you literally said was that they deserve freaking the death that is befalling them.
Yes. And you have a little bit extra information on that. We'll get to you in a second, but Gojo Dad said it's crazy how different taste people have in gaming. Everyone's something to play, and this is part of the reason why I want to talk about also like the concept that video games are dying. They're not. We'll touch on that a bit more, which is it's the stupidest thing that I've seen. I get going through phases where you don't really feel like playing nothing. That just happens. I don't know. At least for me. I mean, it happens with reading, happens with watching stuff, happens with playing stuff. I just go through the motion sometimes. It is what it is. I think that's very human. But video games have never been dying because if you take the time to look for something you want to play, you'll find it. If you're only a person who's like, I only play what's literally beamed into my retina and marketed towards me via Twitter or game shows or whatever, then you probably play Call of Duty every year and shit like Fortnite and every 2K that comes out, and you're bored because they're the same fucking game every year. The hell's wrong with you guys? Oh my god,
Yeah,
Battlefield 6. Oh, I don't care. It's shame.
I literally had because this has been a topic that I know Simi's gonna cook on this too, but you made that first tweet where you talked about like imagine it being dead, and then I responded to you, Naya, about like it's literally just AAA that's like this.
Mhm.
I've been on this kick for like the last 2 months of like looking through how the industry's kind of just been folding it for the most part, and there's a lot of doom and gloom within it and without it from game devs, but it's particularly really only AAA game devs.
Yeah.
That's due to a couple things. Mainly it's because games are getting way too fucking expensive to make in the AAA space. And I think Sibi could probably speak on that.
Unnecessarily expensive.
Unnecessarily is expensive as well. To the point where they have bigger budgets than major motion pictures.
Yes,
now.
I've seen that recently.
And I made a tweet about this. Like, this happens every year, and it's cyclical. And I think it's really happened since like 2016, 2017 with AAA game fans. And I literally listed, it's like this: new derivative game gets announced, it gets glazed.
Mhm.
Game gets released and isn't very good. Fans get upset and say gaming as a whole is dead. Fans complain to devs and the world that they want what they used to have in gaming. Rinse and repeat, because what they used to have is still derivative. It's the same thing over and over and over and over again, and it's been this way since like the late 2010s. 2023 fooled a lot of people into thinking it was going to right the ship. It was a calm in the storm moment for AAA in that year. It is going to keep going this way if they keep restricting themselves to the patterns that they've been used to when it comes to game development and money and trying to basically monetize the shit out of everything.
Spider-Man 2 was $300 million? Jesus Christ.
$300 million budget. I believe Red Dead Redemption 2 had an egregious budget. Starfield had an egregious budget. Both Gods of Wars.
I want to add this too. I don't want to be disrespectful, but I also do want to be disrespectful. A lot of you guys who are coming up in these spaces now, whether that's like TV scripts, game design, whoop-de-whoop, blah, 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 you're very talented in terms of a technical skill to some degree, and more power to you. But I noticed two things. One, a lot of people, I really don't think you can totally create something inspired if you're like, I'm a great artist. I have read 500 manga and I like all these ones, and now I'm going to make manga. If you don't draw inspiration from your own, like, you know, your own life and things of that nature, you'll always create something super derivative and unoriginal. Now, I know a lot of things under the sun have been done, but it's really that personal flair and your personal outlook on stuff that I think adds that level of originality and, you know, its own flavor to certain things that you do. Secondly, whether you are a fan of games or a gamer or you're in the game industry, there's too much culture war bullshit going on, and it's very annoying. Cause I seen it pretty recently with the Paper Mario remake. I'll touch on it in a second, where a lot of culture war people on the right specifically were like, "Oh, it's woke, trans Vivian," and I'm like, actually, in the original Japanese version of Paper Mario from 2004, Vivian was always a crossdresser. That's actually the original version. What we did was restore it back to what it was supposed to be. And instead of the Shadow Sirens calling Vivian plug ugly or ugly, whatever it was the fact that she was trying to pretend to be one of the sisters or whatever the case was. I don't play it in Japanese, so I obviously don't speak Japanese. So it's like, but there's people who are in the gaming industry who also have these types of opinions, whatever political side of the fence they're on, and they tend to ruin a lot of games with this stuff. I truly believe it's. I'm just gonna use Killer Justice League as the example. I truly believe that when it comes to comic books, you're allowed to take your creative liberties with certain characters. I'm never angry at that. I am not a Zachary Snyder hater. I'm not here to praise him or denigrate him, but there's certain things he does that doesn't bother me. Certain things he does that bothers me. I hate Lois. I don't like Lois. I hate how Clark Kent dad dies. It's terrible. But conversely, I love the suits. I like how it's filmed. I like the combat. I'm allowed to do that. I don't care how people feel about it. I really don't give a damn. That all being said, a lot of these people, like sort of Killer Justice League, you can tell. What do they call Sweet Baby Inc? Those guys are soy boy, mega progressive leftists. Oh my god, I can't offend anybody. Type beat, blah blah blah. And you created bullshit because instead of trying to create an authentic, good video game with maybe your political views in it, because that'll bleed to some point. You are focused on, how can I make the gays look good and the women look good and the blacks and the minorities? Just make a good fucking video game and shut the hell up. What the hell is wrong with you guys? Why are y'all so weird? That's the problem. I seen a video where it's like we let the people that we bullied in high school get all the high positions, and now they're doing all this stuff, which I made me laugh a little bit. But I'm always gonna be a proponent of just make something good from the heart, and people will come along to it, even if they have slight disagreements with this and that. Oh my God, Miles, who lives in the Democratic New York, has a BLM pin on his bag. Why would you not expect that? Why did this ruin the game for you? Why are you a loser? Like, it's just stuff like that. So, I think that has been I think this affects all industries, but I think it's also been a big reason why a lot of these games don't even sell well. Like people, I've heard that Arkham Knight games have gone up in like sales or like player base since Kill the Justice League came up. Like, people went back. It's like, stop standing on the shoulders of giants, of IPs that already exist, and then ruin it because you're like toxic masculinity. Stop that shit. And now, attack Simi. Come in the ring, brother.
I'll also say, just before you go, the culture war invasion is the other thing. I actually think another problem is big tech invading the industry to a certain extent, where a lot of people that want to make the game successful are more focused on the technical achievement and the business aspect of it, instead of realizing that games are a creative outlet at the end of the day, where to a certain extent, and there are fans of this too, they care more about the programming side of the game rather than gameplay feel, story, graphical like style, or like substantive graphics to it. It's all about, does the cutscene seamlessly transfer into the gameplay? Does the fast travel system work without a
We did this
loading
entire
screen?
game with one shot, no
One
cuts. I don't care. I don't give a fuck.
Exactly.
At all.
That's
That's supposed to impress
done.
me?
I don't even know what that means. The entire game is in one cut. I still don't even know what that means.
One camera
Anyway.
shot cut is what they're trying to say. Like with God of
Oh.
War, where there's no like load screens or cuts to black. It just is the same quote unquote shot
Over the shoulder.
time.
Over the shoulder.
Brother. Like, you see, like, it's I'm not even gonna talk into that. But yeah, but I would just dabble this a little bit because that's a bit of a tangent to what we're actually talking about. But no, all of that shit, all of it is cancer. Like, I made a tweet earlier, and by early I mean like 2 months ago, maybe 3, where I said that I noticed that gamers, they seem to wanna like be on a type of crusade where they're always trying to fight some type of war or some type of plight and stick to that. And of course, that's not me saying that this is only exclusive to video games. So annoying that I even have to say this. But I noticed it a lot. Oh, well, Epic Games, they got that Chinese money. They got that 10 cent money. And 10 cent, oh no. I can't support nothing that got 10 cent ties to it. I will never ever buy anything off of the Epic Game Store. Ever. They got that Chinese 10 cent money. Yo, that Sweet Baby Inc. Oh my gosh, they are ruining games. Yo, oh my God, they including black people. Nah, I will never in my life, I will create a bot that specifically identifies every single video game that has Sweet Baby Inc. in it. And I will not buy it. All of that, this is weird, guys. This is highly weird. This is fucking ridiculous. We're seeing fucking outrage, quote unquote, because there is a single black character in Aiden Chronicles 100 Heroes. This shit is fucking weird. They're freaking targeting man them who made Tales of Zao because they talking about it got that DEI, it got that Sweet Baby Ink, it incorporated in that shit. When he made that game specifically in remembrance of his father. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? All of this fucking more political shit is fucking weird. Y'all need to play games to play video games. We're not playing video games to make a statement. We're playing video games to have fun. All of this extra shit, yo, saw that yeah, that Sweet Baby Ink, or fucking on the weep side of things. Oh, well, the Japanese language is boring, so I gotta add some flair to it. All of this weird shit. What the fuck, guys? What is going on? What the fuck is going on? This is very strange. It's cultish and it's fucking strange. Now, of course, it's heavily amplified in on the internet. When you go outside in real life, you will not see people. Yo, son, Ubisoft. Oh my gosh, all Ubisoft know how to do is add ugly women to their game, and they make bland, soulless open world game. When you go outside, you know what you're gonna see? Yo, that Assassin's Creed Shadows. Yo, that shit look fire. I'm finna pre-order that. So,
yep,
it is highly heightened on the internet, and it may not be as bad, but it's still thing. You still have a lot of ops in the industry itself. If I don't care if you're playing Eastern games or Western games, there's a lot of ops everywhere, and it's just highly strange and weird. Play video games because you want to be here for this fucking hobby, not to make a statement, not to fight some good fight, not to wage war or whatever fucking weird shit. It's weird. It's fucking disgusting. It makes me sick to my stomach. But anyways, AAA gaming is dying, and we're not saying that to be funny. No, it legitimately is dying. I
They're actually
believe it.
losing money in a lot of
Yes,
cases.
yes.
I believe it started with Embracer Group. I think that was the catalyst.
We spoke about
But
that
if
an
not,
episode before. I remember that.
yeah. So if not them, I apologize, but I would just use them at the start of the timeline. So Embracer Group was a brand new super mega corporation that was putting a lot of money into video games. They were talking about how they was gonna make a freaking museum to that specifically specified on game preservation, and they was buying up all of these old freaking groups and devs to revive them, and they was actually keeping true to that promise. They was single-handedly reviving the Nicktoon games. We got 2 new fucking SpongeBob games and shit. Like, they was buying a bunch of old devs and devs that have not been able to do anything and allowing them to come out with new games. We got freaking 2 Destroy All Human remakes. So they was originally keeping track with their promises to the point where I have been on record actually hyping them up. But then disaster struck. So apparently everything that they was planning was hindering all on one um blood money sorty deal. And guess what fucking happened? it fell through. So now they closing for all the studios that they just bought. They closing them down left and right, left and right. If y'all know Free Radical Design, if any of y'all in here actually have a fucking brain and look at video game history, y'all know they made one of the most critically acclaimed FPSs of all time in the Time Splitters series. I'm about to say Splinters. Look at me. And they have been on and off being promised on making a Time Splitters 4 since they was owned by fucking Square Enix, got out of them, got bought by fucking Embracer, about to get worked on again, and now they're closed. They're finished. Kaput. It's done. It's officially fucking dead. So they've been closing all of their studios, a lot of projects that was supposed to think fucking Volition out of all people. This is one of the biggest tragedies of my life. Volition is officially dead. They're closed. That's it. They're kaput. Just like their old publisher THQ, they're now dead and buried. It's insane. And ever since then, every other place has been following suit with layoff after layoff. I'm talking about hundreds. I'm talking about thousands of layoffs. Entire studios laid off. Xbox, yo, we gonna buy a bunch of smaller companies to help fill out, our AA and our indie catalog. Da 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 ba 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 ba. Yo, what just happened? Tango Gameworks came out with the most Tumblr ass, timeline ass video game of all time in Hi-Fi Rush, and they got closed down. They're done. They're finished. Kaput. Xbox closing down a lot of the studios that they just bought. Ubisoft had a lot of fucking layoffs. I believe EA had a lot of layoffs. A lot of studios just across the entire planet, not just America, both Japan and Europe, closing down studios or just laying off hundreds of employees left and right. Art what's it? It's Arcane Houston, one of those cities in Texas. But yes, the one of the Arcane studios got closed down in that big Xbox layoff, and we saw it coming from a mile away. We saw it coming from a mile away, just as both Yeti and Glam said. Video games have become way too expensive to make, and for no reason at that, because it's not like the actual development of the game is making this cost this much. No, 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 no. Because if it was, these games wouldn't be coming out broken beyond repair. No. What's happening is they spending too much money on fucking on getting real Hollywood actors on board. They spending too much money getting fucking movie and critically acclaimed composers on board. They spending too much money, big tech, and all that other stupid shit. And this was fucking happening. This is what's fucking happening. They crunching, crunching, crunching. They killing people, literally killing people working on this shit. They abusing the Wii means, and they dropping broken shit. They spending, and then the cost of the game is greater than or equal to the entire net worth of the fucking company. And when the game come out and they don't make bank, they closing this fucking studio down. And we're gonna continue seeing this. This is not gonna stop. This is not gonna fucking stop. And I hope it doesn't. I really fucking hope it doesn't. Because y'all fucking deserve it. Y'all think that the evolution of video games is this whole fucking Neil Druckmannism. Video games isn't art. You know, we gotta try and appeal video games to a larger audience. What's the larger audience? Some fucking dweebs, some fat dweebs with fucking gray beards who just look at movies. We don't give a fuck about none of that. That is not the evolution of video games.
I don't think that sometimes they understand that it's actually better to target towards a niche than try to get. Because sometimes when you try to get everybody, you get nobody. For people this stuff doesn't appeal to, just because you have Anthony Mackie on stage, oh my god, he played Falcon in the MCU. Niggas don't care, bro. Like, if you're not a gamer, you're not a gamer. Like, stick to just it's like, I think we spoke about this in some degree. I think it was a video that I saw or something that made me think about this, where it's like video games are still trying to like be the medium that's trying to be accepted by like Hollywood and other people. It's like it is a legitimate art form that can tell, art and literature. Like, oh, can you please exit us on table? And they're like, no, it's not a movie by Steven Spielberg. We don't care. And it's just like, bro, who fucking gives a shit? Let's play some games. I don't give a damn. Like, bring the fat, sweaty nerd from Montreal who we don't know. And he's like, I have a new game I want to show you. Like, I want to talk to him. I do not want to see fucking Anthony Mackie. I don't want to see him. I don't. Like, keep these niggas out of here. Give me the Chungus who made the game.
And there it is, So yeah, all the AAA stuff, it's severely dying, and it's not me. This is not me saying that AAA gaming sucks. It does, but this is not me saying that AAA gaming sucks. No, I'm talking about it from a scientific standpoint. Like, I know I'm not trying to sound like your father until you pay attention to the news. But you kinda have to pay attention to the news just a little bit. Not fucking CNN, not real world news, but video game news. And you will see week in, week out, month in, month out, some studio is getting their doors closed down, and dozens and hundreds of developers, artists, designers, all of that are now unemployed because of this machine that is collapsing on itself. And it's going to continue to collapse on itself.
The bubble's collapsing in so many. Yep.
Until either it fully dies or these bigwigs get a clue that their current strategy is not working. But there is light born from the darkness.
Keyboard?
Because AAA gaming is dying. This has allowed indie games to thrive even more than it has already done. With the inception of things like Kickstarter and GoFundMe, devs of smaller sizes have been able to realize their passion, realize their dreams and ambition. But it has become a step further. People have been turning more and more to indie games. That AAA games have taken longer and longer to come out, and continue to come out broken and more broken. Some severe to the point where they're gonna brick your console if you just load it up, type shit. People are turning more towards indie games as counterculture. We see the pendulum swing constantly. And here in today's age, we're seeing a lot of counterculture towards AAA games because Sony has exactly one idea that they want their games to be. Nintendo as well, even if you don't want to fucking admit it, they too have one idea that they want their games to be, on top of nothing coming out. And then Xbox, same thing, right? So you're pretty much only getting 3 different flavors that you can choose from. And nobody likes that. So people are consciously and unconsciously turning to indie games. And boy howdy, it has now become a full-blown revolution. I have noticed it. I first initially noticed it with the immersive sim revolution, with my personal most anticipated game, which is Peripatia. I cannot fucking wait for that game. I'm probably pronouncing that completely wrong, but that game is immersive sim that's coming out. Fortune's Run, another one. Fallen Aces, another one. Core Decay, another one. Deep State, another one. Sonar Shock just came out. Like, the immersive sim genre, the last real immersive sim game that came out in the mainstream market was Prey from Arcane Studios, which the studio that made that is now gone, right? But now look at all of these games in this very specific and niche subgenre, all coming out at the same time. Parkside coming out. There's so many, and these are games made by one person. I'm about to say one people. Look at my English. You have people,
you part of the Mega Man
and women,
localization team, bro.
You have both
legs go, legs go, legs. I said legs go. Sorry, go.
You have both men and women and non-binary literally learning how to develop video games by watching YouTube tutorials and coming out with the greatest shit ever imaginable and making money, making solid money in support as they develop their game. And that's, again, this is not me being facetious. The developer of Peripatia literally learned how to make games by watching YouTube tutorials. And that's for the majority of them. They are going online and watching tutorial videos. And now coming out with shit that we just saw at not E3. And now it has bled even further into other genres. I'm talking about platformers. I'm talking about fighters. I'm talking about both first person and third person shooters. Like, bro, this man damn coming out with a game that looked better than fucking Star Fox 64. Like, bro, any type of game that you used to play back in the day, I promise you there's some dev that's getting 100,000 retweets off of just one GIF of a game that they're working on. I'm talking about games that got freaking 8-bit graphics, 16-bit graphics, low poly graphics, PS2 style graphics. Like, bro, RoboCop just got a game, and that's one of the greatest AA games that came out of last year. This is what I'm talking about. Because the AAA space is dying, this is allowing other people to take the forefront, and those other people being AA and indie developers. And I'm not just talking about indie games that look like fucking 2 pixels. No. I'm talking about the whole shebang. You like fucking Mega Man Legends? Bro, Abyss Zero is coming out. That shit look just like fucking Mega Man Legends. It's crazy.
Mighty
you like fucking
number
Star
9.
Fox?
Stop.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Keiji Inafune, I will beat his ass.
I'll just say Azure, Gunball, Revolt, whatever. Those were pretty cool. I like those. I had fun with those. Sorry, keep going though.
Yeah, I believe he just came out with a new one-ish kind of expansion. I don't fucking know. I got that's Int Creators. What the fuck is his studio is called? I don't remember. But regardless, if you like fucking Star Fox, I just seen like 3 different on-rail shooters coming out that look fucking like it. And I'm not talking about clones. No, I'm talking about shit that got original flair to it.
It's obviously inspired by it, but it's not. We're not saying it's a direct copy. Yeah.
Shit, Yeti is a perfect example. His favorite RPG, Paper Mario. A matter of fact, his favorite video game, Paper Mario. Look at him now. We just saw another paper-like RPG at not E3. This is the exact reason why this is happening. Because what is fucking Nintendo doing? Y'all like to say, oh, well, Nintendo don't crunch. They just stay quiet. And when they finally talk to say that the new game coming out, what games are on fucking Switch, dog? Y'all still making fucking, where's my Metroid Prime 4? Where's my Metroid Prime 4? They showed that, but when the Switch was coming out, I still don't got it. Why do you think? Take the meat out of your ass for 1 second and look at the room. Nintendo don't come out with shit. Nintendo is suffering from the same exact problem that fucking Sony and Xbox is.
Anti-consumer company.
Shit. They take way too fucking long to come out with shit. And that's exactly why Yeti's eating. Yep. Look at Pokemon. Pokemon fucking get the little game freak. Oh, I collect my little amino and I make them fight. I make them do.
I got power. Pew pew. Hey.
Power World first official expansion was shown at not E3. They have a fucking Pokemon Stadium ass type of game where you can do full blown pal versus pal battles. Are you kidding me, dog? Stop playing. Shut the fuck up and pay attention. There's big writing on the wall. That's what's happening. And quite frankly, I want AAA gaming to die. If it needs to die to get better, then die. Die slow.
Tag me in.
Yeah, he'll go a hot tag. Boom.
All right. And just to piggyback after that point, then I'm gonna read the comments. I haven't read the comments in a while. My bad, y'all. And this is the thing that I like the most because, like he said, think of a video game that you love that's discontinued or went a different direction, whatever the case may be. I'll use Paper Mario. There's somebody out there who cared just as much as you, who put the MCU Thanos Infinity Gauntlet on and said, fine, I'll do it myself. My best friend bought me the Paper Mario remake. Shout out to her. I was never gonna play it. I wasn't. I'm gonna play it on stream for you guys. It's gonna be content for y'all. I'm gonna play it on stream because I played. Okay, welcome. I've played that game ad nauseum. I know what I'm doing, but Now that I have stuff like Born of Bread, Escape from the Ever After, there's like the Outbound Ghost or whatever that I slightly enjoyed, and then like Born of Bread and stuff. I just don't care what they're doing. I don't need it. Like they can make whatever they want to make. I'm not interested in it, and I still think it was weird to remake Legend of the Seven Stars, then Thousand Year Door, but skip 64. That was weird to me. I didn't really understand that. Okay, I'm gonna come back to that in a second. Let me just see what you say. I said I'm very new to gaming, unlike y'all, but I've noticed people don't even care about the actual game anymore. These people on the internet complain about how characters don't seem like attractive, look graphically appealing. The new tech is making crispy trailers with no gameplay. Yep, AAA marketing the FPS. This whole new gen console has been a massive disappointment. I think I would agree with that with all of them. I haven't really cared. I mean, I don't even know if I like last gen that much though. I think like the Wii PS3 360 generation.
I'll piggyback off that with something that we talked about. I think the last.
Wait. I just started talking. Just give me a second.
Go ahead. My bad.
This whole new. Oh wait, I read that already. I'm gonna watch YouTube videos and make a Nami hentai. Why doesn't anyone make a second-person shooter? Is that a thing? What does that look like?
No.
What perspective is that?
You'd literally be watching yourself shoot from another character's perspective the whole time.
Second-person shooter mode. Because the what? Okay. And then another thing that I personally appreciate a lot about independent games, and I think most things that go independent, it's more work, it's harder, and you have to do more to be noticed. But I think the payoff is always better because it's something that you created without having to have the influence of other I guess big wigs and things of that nature. But here's like the point I want to make, and then I'll pass it to you. At this point, I do hate AAA gaming, but it's not inherently that a AAA game is bad. It's the entire practice and what it has slowly devolved into, which is why I cannot do it. I work very hard for every dollar that I have, and I'm not giving it to Nintendo. I'm not giving it to Sony. I'm not giving it to Xbox. I'm not giving it to Call of Duty. I'm not giving it to 2K and all these bitch-ass, trash-ass games. I'm not doing that. I work very hard for the money that I have. But a lot of those companies, it's the practices that they do. It's the things where it's like I might buy a game and I have to get a day one patch that's 100 gigabytes. What if I don't have 100 gigabytes of fucking space for this patch? Why didn't this game stay in the oven until it was ready? It came out half-baked, and now there's 100 million things to fix. You should have just pushed back Cyberpunk. I still want to play it at some point, but boy, howdy, I was ready for it when it came out, and when it came out the way that it did, I kind of just was like, oh, I'll wait, and then kind of just forgot, and now I'm like, I'm in absolutely no rush to get to it in any capacity. I seen a joke recently where it's like, when you buy a new AAA game, you have to wait 3 years to know if it's good because it's not done yet. You got to get an expansion, a DLC, patch this, patch that, balance this, do this, add that. Oh, now it actually looks like the game to some degree that was in the trailer because you lied. And then 2 years later, when you drop the Mega Dick Edition, now it's the actual game, and now you can actually properly review it. You don't think that's bad practices? You don't think that's like? And the problem with a lot of people for a long time, I think, is they didn't care or they make excuses. And I see this the worst with Nintendo fans. I know every company or every game has their defenders, but Nintendo fans will shake and clap their ass in a circle for the terrible things Nintendo does. You still shouldn't pirate it because it's doing. Shut the fuck up, you pussy! I hate you. Shut up. Oh well, you can't judge Pokemon right now because it's just a second trailer. Nigga, I know this game's gonna come out at 1 frame per second. Are you kidding me? It's Game Freak. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, well, just because the tree looks like that doesn't mean... All right, man. Like, some of y'all are lost causes. I don't like you. I really, really want something bad to happen to you. I'm not saying death, but, like, lose a leg or something. Like, I want you to suffer. So anyways, go ahead, Glenn.
I was going to say, to piggyback off the point of...
Do it yourself.
What was it again?
Oh, what did I say?
It's about... them doing the same thing over again. We had talked about this, I think, the last time the three of us were in like this little podcast studying together. Mm-hmm. And it was during the Game Awards, right after the Game Awards. All the fucking games look the same. Why is that?
Oh, yes, we were making
money. Because they're not concerned about making a new game. They're concerned about, hey, the masses like this. let's make money off of it.
You're right.
Take a glance at Summer Games Fest, the Xbox Showcase, or even to a certain extent. Actually, no, because all the other indie games were very varied. So just those two in particular. Those were the two most watched ones this year.
Popular Battle Royale? Make 55 Battle Royales.
Yep. Simi can attest to this right now. How many of those games, Simi, were Sony third-person over-the-shoulder, first-person immersive shooter, or Nippon-influenced Souls-like that you probably saw on that?
Yep, but it's to the point where when I was streaming the Summer Game Fest, I had a roguelike counter. I always say, is there are two types of games coming out, right? If it's 2D, it's gonna be roguelike or roguelite. It might be isometric, probably will. It will either be like it kind of look like what the fuck is the name of that game? Hold on, let me look through my library because a lot of indie games look.
I'll also point out all of these shooters will either be looter shooters, and the new hotness of copying things, 5v5, 6v6 hero shooters are the new hotness coming out. Within the span of like the last 2 weeks, I've seen like 4 or 5 new ones announced.
They seem so derivative and uninspired.
It's like how it was like the Marvel game, Concord, Fragpunk.
What the fuck was that DC Metal thing? That did not look
what?
good.
That's one.
I don't want
that. Fucking Star Wars mobile game one. Valorant is basically one already.
Yeah, as I'm saying. So yeah, there's two types of games coming out, right? It's either gonna be 2D or 3D. If it's 2D, it's gonna have a higher chance of being roguelike or roguelite. It'll either have graphics like Anomaly Agent, or it's gonna be isometric with graphics kind of like Tenjutsu, to just give a quick example. And you might have card battling aspects to it, but it's gonna be a roguelike of some nature. Now, if it's 3D, it's gonna have base building, it's gonna have survival, it's gonna have crafting. If it doesn't have that, it's gonna be a hero shooter. And if it's not that, it's gonna be a battle royale. And if it's not that, it's gonna be the new one, the extraction shooter. And that's it. And again, this is coming from someone whose favorite genre is first-person shooters. But I need y'all to understand something.
But is first-person shooter your favorite song?
That's a song?
Yeah. It's Drake and J. Cole. I'm just stupid. Keep going.
Kendrick wasn't in it, so you know what I'm saying? That started the beef now.
I need to stress something. Y'all do not understand what first-person shooters are. First-person shooters is easily one of the most misunderstood genres ever.
The first person you shoot. I'm sorry.
Nope.
I'm sorry.
First of all, it's the single most popular genre, period. So naturally, if you're watching a showcase that has mainstream marketing, 9 times out of 10, the majority of the shit you're going to see there is going to be that. That's number one. Number two, I need y'all to understand this. First person shooter does not mean multiplayer. Okay? The roots of this genre is single player. I need y'all to understand that. First person shooter does not mean multiplayer. Right? It doesn't mean fucking extraction. It doesn't mean hero shooter. I need y'all to understand this. There are countless years history worth of first person shooters that are primarily single player games. Furthermore, just because it's a first person shooter does not mean that it has no depth in it. But we're not going to talk about that. We're not going to talk about that. But the point I'm trying to make is the first person shooter is very rich. You can do a lot with it. You can be very creative. Finger on the trigger like my played from the February Next Fest. It's called Corpus Edax, another one of those immersive sim revolution games, and it's essentially a brawler. It can't be a first person shooter, but it's first person and I'm fighting and it's raw. I could do whatever I want to it. I talked to the biddy and she give me my mission, and the second she was done talking, I drop kicked her out her chair. Like, that's raw. So don't sit here and tell me that FPSs are just fucking Overwatch. You don't know anything. But that being said, it's still the most popular genre, period. So you're going to see the majority of games at mainstream showcases be that. That being said, though, it's just as Glam said, in the mainstream space, you really only have two types of flavors: roguelikes or base building, crafting, and survival bullshit. And people are tired of it. Simple as that.
Yep. I feel like I had one more thing I wanted to say about it, but
New hotness are Japanese Souls-like games and first-person hero shooters. That's the new hotness right now for everything getting copied.
Oh, well,
It used to be the extraction shooter and the battle royale that has now been phased out to these two new things in particular. I would like. So you remember that bullshit ass trailer from games First Descendant? That's 100% going to be the same thing.
Oh my god.
And the other thing that's constantly going to be there now is the Sony cinematic third person over the shoulder action adventure game. Fuck you, Hideo Kojima. This is all your fucking fault.
No, don't talk about my father like that.
All right, fuck you, Hideo Kojima and Neil Druckmann. This is all your fucking fault.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, just to keep it simple, AAA game is it's kind of a classification you use just to show that something was distributed by a really large or major publisher, or developer.
It was taken from the credit industry as well, which shows you that its roots are not what you want in this industry.
And just basically think about like very well-known big companies that put out stuff. And if it's an independent game, an indie game, it would be like if me, Glam, and Simi spent 6 years working on our own video game in our fucking basements on our laptops. That's essentially what it is. You have a lot more resources and things of that. Well, ideally you do, but all you do is crack the whip on you and you don't go home. So apparently, so not that doesn't happen in some indie companies. I'm not gonna say it doesn't happen there, but all I ever heard was crunch, crunch, crunch. So yeah, and then I guess AA would be like the middle ground between those.
In the middle.
Two. Yeah, this is the middle ground between those. So think like your Nintendo's, your Sony's, your Xbox. I mean, if you want to even think about it from a different like industry, I want you to think of something like a Shonen Jump, like how big that is. And if I just decided to make a manga on my own and try to get it out there, I'd be an independent manga creator in that sense. So an indie manga, if you will. Shout out to indies though. I've been on this wave since like 2015. I would say 2015 is really when I knew about them, but like, you know, I'd play like Castle Crashers and stuff like that here and there, but it's really a 2015. Like I would say Undertale is the big reason why I got into them, and I'm like, this shit cost me $5. We played this shit like 3 times, and I had more fun with this than I had with like any other game that I had spent like $60 on too. And that's another thing too. Like those games are pricey, and if I'm gonna pay $79.99 plus tax and a possible expansion and DLC and whoop-de-whoop blah blah blah, it's gotta be good. And because I'm trying to think of the last AAA game that I bought with my own money, I guess it would technically be Wonder. Even though I traded something in for it, but I think it'd be Wonder. Because even with Tears of the Kingdom, that was a gift. I didn't buy that. I didn't buy Rain Detective Archives. I didn't buy Xenoblade Chronicles 3 like that. So I'm so checked out. I'm like, I'm not giving them my money. Suck my dick. I don't care how good it is. So yeah. You know, my first thought when I heard AAA games were batteries. I AAA batteries, AA batteries. I feel it. I was indie games since 2013. That's when Anti-Chamber came out. It's still my favorite game. That's what's up. It's a good game.
Yeah, Pentagana actually asked. They don't even know what a hero shooter is, and essentially, the first hero shooter, well, one of the first, or the one
Fortress?
that popularized the genre.
Yeah, Team Fortress 2.
Is Team Fortress. Team Fortress was originally a mod within Quake. It was a Quake mod, and then it became its own standalone game, and now it's all giant. But yeah, essentially what a hero shooter is. So there are different, as I said, the shooting genre is so rich. It has genre within genre within genre. So, for example, right, back in the day, the peak of humanity, aka the 90s, the popular FPS of the time was the arena shooter. Now, what the fuck is an arena shooter? So, an arena shooter is a type of shooting game where you have a small enclosed area, right? And you have all the players in it, and you do whatever task that you need to do within that small arena with unlimited respawns until the task is completed. Right? That's what an arena shooter is. So things like Quake, things like Unreal Tournament, things like the 007 games multiplayer when those were a thing, right? Now a hero shooter is a type of shooting game where you play as characters. Each character has their own stats and their own special abilities, and you use those characters to do your tactics and complete whatever task that you need. So you might have one character who can heal people, the other character who can do very high damage.
You have
a
mercy.
third
Niggas
character-
never die. Sorry.
Why did that pop me? Oh my god. Oh
Because I'm not a serious man sometimes. It's high noon. Goodbye, coons.
I'm just imagining the little fucking animation when she get to play the game and she come floating down, holding her hand, and she say that niggas never die. But
And she's
anyways,
white as hell.
Oh my god.
He
Ooh,
gets
my
it.
stomach hurt.
He got it now, though. We can keep going.
Yeah. So you play as characters that have their each individual stats and special abilities, and then it's more objective based versus arena shooters that was prime. Well, arena shooters had objectives too,
Push
but
the payload.
in a hero shooter, they're more primarily objective based. Like, you know, take hold of this capture point or fucking capture the flag, to give you very easy and simple examples. But yeah, that's the difference.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all they're making. If whenever you see game 6v6, you playing as characters that have different abilities. And it's so funny too, right? Because they said, yo, Overwatch going kind of crazy.
He said, there it is.
And it was like, yo,
Battleborn.
Valorant, yo, this shit, Riot Games. Wait, hold on, I could do this shit. And here we are, and boy howdy, they cannot do that shit.
Marvel Rivals, Concord, Fragpunk, whatever the fuck that Star Wars, whatever the fuck it's called.
Eat my ass.
Like,
I'm very excited to report that game was the gayest Star Wars we've ever made. It's just such a great accomplishment. We've definitely, like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Anyways, I don't know if you've seen that for whatever new show they're dropping or movie. I don't even know what it is.
Acolyte, yeah,
something like that. That's what they said. I'm like, you just pissed off the entire the right or whatever.
Why do you just like let the show do that? Why are you saying it? That's my thing.
This is like trying to manufacture a star. Like, yes, he's the best player, and it's like, I don't know that for. Let me see him win. So, anyways, what's y'all thoughts on games having too much content or not much? I do like games that have a lot of things in it, but when it's too much, it turns me off. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I enjoyed, but man, I had too many games to the point where I skipped everything and went straight to finish the story. Yeah, that sweet spot middle ground is difficult. Obviously, execution is everything, and it depends on what we want to do. We actually, Sim and I were talking about this not too long ago about a lot of, especially Japanese devs, like to add a lot of stuff in the game, where I'm like, why the fuck do you think I want to do this? I don't want to do this.
Oh my god.
I have so many examples. Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep had like a Mario Party mode. It's like, ooh, you can get...
It's really just JRPGs.
Arc Nova swing attack, and it's like, oh, I can just mash X and win anyways. Like, why do I need this? Like, there's no incentive for me to go do it, because yeah, it might be a good attack or great item or armor, but the game's not challenging enough that I feel the need to go out and to do that kind of stuff. And then I don't like a lot of side quests or pointless side quests or tedious side quests where it's like, I'm gonna just use the example I always use. I'm walking through the woods, I see some girl on the ground. What's wrong? I broke my foot. Can you go get me a potion? Then I walk back to the town and talk to the potion guys. Like, I'll give it to you, but a parrot stole my bananas in the sand region. If you could get my bananas back, I'll give you the potion. Then you go to the sand region, you find the parrot, whatever, for whatever reason, the parrot could talk, squawk, squawk. I'm not gonna give you the bananas unless you can find my kids, because I got the bananas to find my kids, and now I'm in a different area looking for 4 mini all that, and what do I get? Here's 5 coins. I will shoot somebody. So I'm with
Average
you.
World of Warcraft quest.
Yeah, I think a lot of games definitely overdo it. Just like there's so many things to do, and it's overwhelming, and all these systems can overlap, and it's like I will only engage if I feel like I have to. If not, I will just completely ignore it. I just will not engage. I will completely ignore parts of your game. With Xenoblade Chronicles 2, to upgrade Poppy, you had to play some Tora diving game and get the chest and bring it back up. And I'm like, I'll just never pick Poppy. Just never pick the, just never pick the robot. Like, I'm not doing this. I don't like tedium. I don't understand what's wrong with these people. Stop making games tedious. Stop trying to pad out game time. Stop. If the game is 20 hours of quality, I think it's worth whatever price point it is. Instead of a 60-hour game that's watered down by a bunch of nonsense, I'd rather have the 20-hour streamlined experience that's focused, not.
This reminds me
Do
of
you
when
want to
we're
go
talking about tiers.
and just lastly, I just don't make me fish in any game. I don't want to fish. I just don't want to do it. I don't want to fish in any video game I play. I like fishing in real life. It doesn't bother me. But in any video game, if the moment I gotta fish, I will mentally check out.
Me, I have a very simple philosophy, especially as an Ubisoft fan. So I don't mind over content. I'm not saying that it's good. It sucks. And just as Yeti said, we want that sweet point. We want that concise 8 to 25 hours, not 80 hours of the same bullshit. But for me, if I'm playing a game that has a lot of content, I just do it the same exact way I do every single fucking thing else. I play it, I dabble in the extra content until it makes me sick to my stomach, and then I just machine gun the fucking main story, and I never return to it. I need to explain to you something about me. I'm not a completionist. So seeing, or you complete the main story, but your game completion is only 45%, that don't bother me. That shit getting uninstalled, and I'm never looking back. I'm not a completionist. I do not feel compelled to get every single little fucking thing. I do not feel compelled to see 100 across the board. I don't care about any of that. All I care about is getting my fun out of the game and seeing the fucking main story. Once the credits roll, I'm gone. Bye. You're not signing me to another deal. Bye. If you needed something out of me, you should have did it within that time before the credits started rolling, because I'm not coming back.
Well,
Bye.
if we waited 3 years, we were gonna add the Frozen Wilds DLC.
And speaking of DLC, a lot of times I do not like expansions. Those expansions do not be hitting at all.
Unless they fix the game, of course. Tee hee
Yeah.
ha ha.
That part.
And then back to what I said earlier when the joke about you have to wait 3 years to know if a game is good because they gotta fix it, patch it, do this, mix it, that, add this expansion, and that was the game you thought it was always gonna be. I guess No Man's Sky is the biggest example I could think of in some ways, because I heard that game is very good now, but originally when it came out it was bad. So you can't. And then people would say you can't review it yet. You have to wait until the devs. All right, bro.
Or you could be like Bethesda and release new things for your game that still doesn't fix anything.
That's raw. That's raw. That's what we love.
Other than when it's Starfield because the game sucks, and then you're still not fixing it.
That. I bet the game is not that bad. I bet it's like about a fucking 68 out of 100.
Is that the one? Is that the game where the guy was like, "You're boring, you're dull"? That game?
Yeah, it's that guy.
You're boring, you're dull.
It's the we're gonna have 1,700 planets that are all barren wastelands where you have the same 3 mission types on them in every single planet. Game.
Oh, my favorite.
But topics, we're kind of off topic.
Yeah, but I mean, we can. Well, Glam, I want you to get your shit off first, if you care.
No, I was just saying what you were talking about before about the content amount is exactly the thing we bitched about for Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah.
There's too much ancillary shit that doesn't matter in a lot of these games.
Just big and empty and yeah.
Japan loves it. They love tacking things on. This is why I don't play JRPGs. Why I'll never probably touch something like a Final Fantasy or a Persona or like what Atlas is doing right now with Metaphor, there's too much shit. I do not have time to do all of this shit. I don't want to engage in however many Yakuza mini games Sega's put into the next Yakuza.
It's so
I
funny you
don't
brought
care.
Yakuza up because I definitely thought about it, but I didn't want to offend the Yakuza people because I'm like chicken fighting and I go to the pachinko or whatever, and it's like I'm sure that's
And
fun and cool, it's all right, but I don't want like I don't want to do all this shit.
And I understand thing about kind of stuff. If you don't like it, just don't do it. But my point is like, why am I even being introduced into it at all if it's so entirely optional that it literally doesn't affect anything I do to a noticeable degree?
And sometimes I just think to myself, make us a cheap, not a cheap game, but like make a like break it off and make it like a spin off or something, or I don't know.
Yeah.
So
I
yeah.
mean,
I
that's
don't
why,
wanna
like, I just
entice
started. I just started Hades yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I feel incentivized to do all the side shit because it's still tied into the core gameplay loop. Do I have to run through the underworld a million fucking times to get all the items I need to do this?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay, then I'll do it.
That's kind of why I like Bug Fables a lot too. I felt Bug Fables did a good job of streamlining the side stuff into the main stuff that really had a major payoff for the main story and things of that nature. And it was and like I always felt like I never had to go out my way to do a side quest. They'd give it to you when you're going to certain areas where you'd have to somewhat do it, and I think they did a good job with that. I think a lot of game devs think open world games means having 1 billion different contents in the game. Most important thing is if the world is engaging for you personally. Just wait for Elden Ring DLC. It's gonna change the world. I actually think Elden Ring was too big. That's interesting. That's why I prefer linear games recently. It's easier to finish and way harder to explore the game. I don't think there's anything inherently bad or inherently good about a linear game. You know me, I'm an execution guy. How did you execute? What was the vision? What was the plan? And did you do a good job with it? But that being said, Pantagana, I'm happy you're here because part of the reason I'm doing this topic was because of you. Because it was you. You may have brought this up. You know, you didn't bring it up initially, but you kind of added on to it. I think Breezy Bird brought it up. But it's about self-imposed video game difficulty. But we could talk about video game difficulty in general, even like the legacy, like easy, hard mode, normal mode, yada yada, blah blah blah.
Mm.
All right.
Oh, I have a spicy take on this.
So
if it goes where I think it's going.
Oh, we'll just see where we go with it. So, let me tell you something about me. I don't desire to have the most challenging video game experience when I turn a video game on. I've never in the history of my life been that way where it's like, give me the hardest, most difficult, absolutely, give me the most insurmountable mountain to climb. I like a challenge. Challenge is good. Challenge is great, even. But I don't just necessarily. All right, let me be right back. I don't necessarily just want to play something hard because it's hard. This is why Soulborn games, whatever you want to call them, have never appealed to me. Watching my friend lose to the same boss 30 times then win once, that's not interesting to me. That's not fun to me. I'm not judging anybody else who finds those things to be exciting and engaging. More power to you. You play the games you want to play and have the experience you want to have. One of the best things about video games and different genres and different types of games and different, things is that you gravitate to what you like. Now, when I am very familiar with a franchise or game or gameplay style, yes, I'm much more likely to just start off on the hardest difficulty available because that has become my default normal. I'll give you a few examples. Kingdom Hearts. Yes, I've played every single Kingdom Hearts game. I'm going straight to proud mode or critical mode, and that's not particularly any difficult to me because I know how to play Kingdom Hearts. Fire Emblem is another one. I will go straight to hard mode. I know what I'm doing in Fire Emblem. I've been playing these since 2007 or 8, however long it's been. I completely understand and grasp what I'm doing. Same thing when I kind of turned on Bug Fables. Yes, I'm going to put the hard mode metal badge on because I play a lot of Paper Mario games or games like this with action commands, whoop-de-whoop, blase, blah. Now, I told you guys that I was going to, this is why I brought this topic up. I told you guys I was going to play Paper Mario, The Thousand Year Door on the remake on I keep saying Steam. What? Twitch. Jesus,
Twitch.
Right? I'm going to play it there. And then Beezy was like, oh, you better do a 10 HP challenge. No, the fuck, I better not. I don't want to do that. That has nothing to do with me. I don't care how many times I've beaten this game. I don't care how many times that I know exactly what I'm doing at every given point. That does not, like, Nuzlocke a Pokemon, that doesn't do anything for me. If you wanted to make the game harder, more challenging, do that on your own. I don't care. I'm the guy who will break the game and play it in the easiest way possible. I beat Shantae, I think it's the half hero genie, when I had this shield that literally makes me not take damage, and I trivialized the end game. But I went out my way to find all the bullshit to get the shield. Well, you could just, I'm like, wow, this game was easy. I'm like, cool game, I had fun. Pretty easy at the end though. People like, well, why don't you take the shield off? Why the fuck would I? I worked for the shield. I got the shield. It's my fucking reward. Suck my dick. If you didn't want me to have an invincible shield, don't put it in the game. I am not making the game harder for me. I'm not doing Kingdom Hearts, Kingdom Key only, no magic. I'm not doing that shit. I don't fucking. If you like that and you need that, more power to you. That does not do a single thing for my experience or gameplay. I will play the same game that I love, the same fucking way with the same strategy and the same build 80 times and have a great time. That's just me though. That's my first lap. I'll stop there.
Balance or second? You wanna give them the killing blow, or you wanna give them?
I'll give the killing blow right now. I'll give the killing blow now, and then you can patch him up at the end if you want. But
yeah, because my take is pretty tame, I believe.
Yeah. As somebody who's just started playing FromSoft games, for anybody that thinks that these games are hard, you just fucking suck. I'm just gonna keep it a buck right now. These games are so overhyped in terms of how I've never played a FromSoft game before. Naya. I played Dark Souls. I beat 12 bosses in one 8-hour period.
Mm-hmm.
And some of these bosses are lauded as some of like the most grudging, impossible. Took me 8 hours to fight one guy. Like, what the fuck are y'all talking about, man? You suck. You're not good. What are you doing over here in these games? So that's like, my point is like, when you're talking about the degree of difficulty in FromSoft, well, one dude's getting beaten 30 times by one boss. If you're getting beaten 30 times by one boss, you suck. Or you are not engaging with the game's mechanics properly. And that just me off of playing 2 of them. Like, it's so easy in these types of games to... I have newsflash, people. You can trivialize soul games. There was literally people getting mad at Elden Ring players for using magic, literally one-shotting everything in their path. These games are not hard. They're only hard if you just refuse to engage with the mechanics or have any critical thinking at all. And you're just walking in, let me just fucking brute force, spam dodge roll without any forethought, get my ass beat, or all you've done prior to playing any of these games is play 2K and COD. Like your Kai Cenat on his 196-hour stream, whatever the fuck, where he took like 50,000 deaths upon him playing this game.
Jeez.
So, the ultimate point, other game difficulty in terms of making it hard for yourself, I agree completely with Naya. Like, it's like marginal fun for me at best. I've never played Pokemon with a Nuzlocke. I have no incentive to do so. I'm not here to make Pokemon challenging. Pokemon's not supposed to be challenging. If you're trying to make Pokemon challenging, find a fucking creature collector that's actually challenging.
There it is.
Like, the only reason you're making it for Pokemon is because you want to be part of the popular kids club with Pokemon. And you're not willing to branch out.
Yep. Also, you're a loser because
Yeah,
you
that's
play
my
Pocket Monsters.
and like people that this is the other thing in the opposite end. If you're asking for an easy mode in anything, then you also just suck. Like, to a certain extent, if you think playing games that are not just like the most regurgitated AAA crap is difficult, you suck. Stop playing games. That is the short and long of it. You suck. Do something else.
TLDR, you suck. You fucking suck. You suck. You're not good at what you think you're good at.
This isn't even me being a Souls elitist. All 3 of the FromSoft games I've played, Armored Core 6, Dark Souls 1, and now Dark Souls 3, I have had relatively little difficulty outside of a couple of enemies. Like, I think the only time I struggled in Dark Souls 1 was against the Hydra when I had no way of hitting its furthest head that goes like halfway across the map when you try to hit it. The
That
Black
was fine.
Dragon in the DLC, Calamite, was like a relatively difficult challenge. And Gwyn, because I didn't consider parrying his sword. The minute I parried his sword, I insta fucking murked him. That was it.
Yep.
Armored Core was one boss that made me have a difficult time. The the Ibis series in Chapter 4. Dark Souls 3, I'm 2 bosses in, beat both in 2 tries.
There it is.
Yeah, it's it 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 it's funny, guys. It's funny. So for me, just to give a little bit of semi history. I was born in the year 1997. I guys got the tail end of the arcade era, right? And arcade games were specifically made so you could not beat them. Why? So you could keep pouring
Putting
money
in the
into them,
coins.
yeah, to play the game. That
Mm-hmm.
meaning I grew up in an era where games were purposely hard so you could not beat them. Furthermore, I grew up in an era where difficulty did not exist. That shit said game start
Mm-hmm.
and you was playing.
If anything, there's
Period.
options or 1 player, 2 player.
And that's it. Options is just freaking stereo or mono. Music volume. That's it. All right? So, that being said, um when it comes to difficulty,
Pew pew A.
I hate to give such the nuanced answer, but it, as always, is just relative on what type of game you're trying to make, right? If you want to make a cozy ass game where it's not supposed to stress you, that's cool. If you want to make a ass clenching fucking every fight is stressful game, cool. But generally speaking, I think my personal favorite difficulty is what they did with Max Payne. It is the relative difficulty where the game will get harder the better you do and then ease up the worse
Okay,
you do.
yes.
I think that
There's a
is
term for
actually
that. I
really
forgot what it's
cool.
called. There's actually a video game term for that. Cause doesn't Resident Evil 4 do that too?
Does it? No, it has a difficulty mode. It has a difficulty mode.
I was pretty sure there's a Resident Evil. I'm pretty sure that someone says like if you're getting fucked up, like they'll send less zombies, but if you're doing better, they might send more, or and give you less
Oh,
ammo or
so-
There might be, but for
Maybe it's not
both
4 though.
vanilla,
Okay.
yeah, they
Dynamic
have
difficulty adjustment. There you go.
I'll also piggyback off what Simi's saying here, just for a quick tangent. Game difficulty. Oh, now I just lost the thought. Fuck me. Keep going, Simi. I'll remember it eventually.
if you remember it. So
Yeah.
I personally I like the dynamic difficulty adjustment. But like having an easy, normal, and hard, that's perfectly fine with me. Having no difficulty at all
Oh, I remembered.
is there you go. Continue.
Okay. Difficulty in games, if you're trying to make something, if you want me to engage with hard difficulty, I don't want to just see damage and health numbers go up.
Oh,
That's
facts.
lazy as fuck. I'm so tired of doing that where like especially in strategy games, it's just like we're going to give the AI more money to start with. What? What? Like what are we talking about? If I want to enhance difficulty in a game, I want straight up mechanical differences for the enemies that I'm engaging with. And not a lot of studios are willing to put in that type of time to make the difficulty different. Which is why whenever I see a game with difficulty, I'm just going to pick normal every time. I don't
Facts.
care about trying to
Facts.
challenge myself with math, making the enemies harder. Anyway, go ahead.
But yeah, so having an actual difficulty select I'm perfectly fine with. Having no difficulty and the game just scaling to how your skill level should be by the time of or what point of the game you're in, I'm also cool with. And I'm in the full notion of every single game is not for everyone. Everything is not for everyone. And that's just life. So if some games require you to have skill, don't just shoehorn in a fucking easy mode. Now, I'm not actually no fuck them. Like if you want to play games, cool, but sometimes you're gonna have to fucking develop a skill, and that's simple as that. That being said, just as Glam said, generally speaking, just as both of Glam and Yeti said, generally speaking, I'm going to pick normal. The only time I'm going to pick hard if I'm playing a game that's in a genre that I have a lot of experience in. Because as I said earlier, FPSs and by proxy, third person shooters are my favorite genre. So generally speaking, if I'm playing a first person or third person shooter, I'm going to put it on hard because I know what I'm doing. I'm at least semi competent with aiming, and my reflexes are fine. But if the first time I play Dawn of War Warhammer, I'm not putting that on hard if it has a difficulty mode. Why the fuck would I do that? Just as Yeti said, I do not play video games to be more challenged. I don't care about that. I play video games to have fun, and each game will give me fun in a different way. My definition of fun is not one solid I must be challenged. Otherwise, I'm not having fun. I don't care about
Dante
that.
must cry mode. If you don't play Dante, I
That,
don't
that,
make cry.
I'm gonna bring it up. I'm gonna
Yeah,
bring it up. I'm
okay.
gonna bring it up. So yeah, so generally speaking, if I'm playing a genre that I've never played before or I'm just okay at, I'm going to play it at intermediate. And then, just as Glam said, a lot of the times games do not have real difficulty. They're artificial difficulty. They just put the enemy's HP up and lower your damage output. Or they just increase how many enemies are on the screen at one time. That's not forcing you to actually come up with new strategies or anything like that. Now you're just resulted to doing cheap tricks and exploits to get by. It's not real difficulty. You're not really being challenged. It's artificial as all hell, and there's no point in doing that. It's not fun. So just play the game how it's intended to. Obviously with fucking normal. Um, like I saw a clip of Destiny 2 and dude was saying, "Oh, I just completed like the highest level raid on." Oh, I'm hearing an echo. Yeti.
I think he's on his phone or something. Oh,
No, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
what's
What happened?
No, you're good.
I was hearing myself.
Oh,
was fine.
from all the way over there? Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to still listen. My bad.
Yeah, so I saw this dude, a video of this dude, just say who's congratulating himself that he complete like this the highest raid level or something or whatever. I don't know how Destiny works, so excuse my ignorance, right? And I'm looking at the gameplay, and it's literally just him running back and forth with the screen covered in Hawaiian Punch. Like, bro, that don't look fun. You're not doing nothing besides running back and forth and occasionally jumping. Like, that shit don't look fun. That shit don't look raw. And like the second he get hit, his whole screen covered in Hawaiian Punch. No, that's not raw. I seen a tweet that said, "Oh, well, son, well, when y'all play game, y'all just turn it off. Y'all don't ever really try to engage with the mechanics. If you never play DMC and never complete a Dante Must Die mode, you're not really playing the game." Why would I want to do that? I don't care about that. I don't care
Also,
about all
who
those
told you that?
novel difficulties.
You know what real artificial difficulty is? Real artificial difficulty is when that one bitch played Elden Ring with a Dance Dance Revolution pad. That's some shit I can respect. Because that's fucking creative. Not this other nonsense people do.
What? That's not even.
Yeah, bro.
Somebody
yeah,
show me.
that's
Show
a
me.
real
Send me
thing.
that later. Send me that later. That's funny. I want to see that. Send me that later. Yo.
Yeah, she played with a DDR. I remember not.
Yes.
That's kind of.
There was an era where people was playing games with just unconventional stuff. Like people was playing shit with like a trumpet. I think man played shit with a banana, some shit like that. Like it was fucking crazy. But yeah. So those novel
Hey, I played
difficulties.
Donkey Kong Jungle Beat with the drums.
There's this novel difficulties. Oh, will you die in one hit? Or if you look the wrong way, you gonna instantly die. Or permadeath if it's not already built into the game's mechanic. I don't care about none of that.
Once you start the combo, if you drop it, they get all their HP back. Okay, bro.
I checked Twitter. I just sent it to you.
Okay.
I don't care about any of that at all. And when it comes to self-imposed challenges, that's the cool thing about video games. We can all do things for our own enjoyment. We can all play the same game and come out with completely different experiences, and we can all tweak the game and play how we want to get our most or our maximum enjoyment. That being said, don't force your ideology on me, man. I don't care that you beat the game only pressing the square button. Good for you. I'm not doing that. I beat the same game too in less hours. So who's really the winner here? Leave me alone. I don't care about none of that bullshit.
I love how you said it. Don't impose like your philosophy on gaming on me, because I won't do it on you. Except unless you play Pokemon, I don't like you. But other than that, yeah, you know. But yeah.
So, generally speaking, play a game on a difficulty that you're comfortable with, that you getting the most enjoyment out of. If your enjoyment is completely breezing through a game, put that shit on easy. If you want how it was intended, then play the normal difficulty. And if you like your mud challenge, go play your little Dante Must Die mode. I don't give a shit. If you want to say that I'm not a real DMC fan because I never beat a single DMC on Dante Must Die mode, then guess what? I guess I'm not a real DMC fan. I don't give a fuck, man. I'm not playing
What
that
do I
shit.
always say when people say shit like that to me? Do you think that's a title that's important to me? An epithet that I require in my life? Naya Hemmings, the One Piece fan? You're not a real One Piece. I don't give a fuck. That's not important to me. Do I get money for this? Does this help my life and improve? I don't give a fuck what you think. If I'm real or not a real One Piece fan, that's not important. I don't care. I'm not offended by this shit. Like you're not a real gamer because you did this on because you over leveled to fight this boss. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I had fun though.
Just like just as Yeti and Glam said, bro, there's a whole giant discourse because Kai was using a quote unquote overpowered weapon. Weapon in the game. If I find it or I acquire it, I use it. That's my reward. Oh my god, he didn't really beat this game. He started using this weapon. He started one-shotting all the bosses. And all that other bullshit. Why are you so wait, hold on. You telling me that this is the greatest game of all time, that From Software is undefeated, but it is but that, but you're so mad at weapon A, B, C, D, E, and F that they added in the game them damn selves. It's not a modded weapon, it's not a hacked weapon. This is a weapon that's added in the game by the actual devs, and you mad about that. But I thought this was the greatest game of all time. So what are we really doing here? It's so strange to me. Fucking, you're not supposed to use that shield. They trivialize all the enemies. Bro,
what do you mean you're not supposed to? Like, what does that mean? Like, it's in the video game. Like, you're not supposed to. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
There were like 3 things in Elden Ring that did that. Like, one of them was Kai's weapon loadout. Like, it's 2 katanas that everybody. The reason I'll make fun of that is because everybody uses it in its meta. And I'm like, okay, come on, guys, we can do something a little bit more creative here as players for a little bit.
Nigga,
like, it's not like a make
turn
or
the fighting
deal.
game on. If you want to pick the best character, pick the best character. If you want to be a low tier hero, be a low. Who cares? Do what you want and stop letting people shame you. That's my problem with people. What you're really worried about is the impression. I do not care if you think I'm good or bad at this game. There's certain games I might have some pride for because I personally care. But like, oh, you're not really good at God of War because you did this. Okay. Why did you think me being good at God of War was important to me? That's my question to you. Who told you that I cared
getting
about
mad
that?
at people that use magic, for instance, in Elden Ring. It's like, come on, man. Like, I'll have good fun. Like if you're using a mimic tier because it's, a copy of yourself in the game. But like, it's not like if you're legitimately getting mad over how somebody else plays it when they're not cheating. Like,
shit, nigga, even if you're cheating,
please.
I don't care if you're cheating.
Even if you're cheating.
Being honest.
Like, bro.
Yo, I got like e-reader, Game Shark, and now I have a star in Mario for every level. More power to you. Have fun, nigga. I don't care. What did that do with me? I don't give a shit.
Man, so, yo, if you're using wall hacks and COD, we here for it.
Nah, chill. That's multiplayer. That's different. But, like, bro, if the bro got the fucking trainer on for unlimited lives, bro, son, I had a Yu-Gi-Oh game for PS2. Bro. I don't know how to fucking play Yu-Gi-Oh, dog. I don't know why my mother bought me this game. I don't know the rules of Yu-Gi-Oh.
No, because you actually, when you play the card game mode, you actually have to know, like, this phase and that phase. And I'm like, nigga, I just throw cards on the fucking field, nigga.
Because not only do you need to know the rule set, but they add grid-based movement to it. So now it's a tactical RPG on top of that. Bro, I'm like fucking 6. I don't know what's going on. So I said, you know what? Looked up the cheats, hit up IGN, typed in Yu-Gi-Oh! Unga Bunga cheats, had a cheat code where the second the match start, you win the match, and guess what? I put that cheat on, I beat the game. Bitch, what are you gonna do?
This man said, let me start with Exodia every game.
You're not supposed to have Exodia. You're not supposed to. Like, why do I care about his? Why do I care about his experience? Play all you want, nigga. Damn.
The second, it's so funny because the second the match starts, it ends with you winning. So it load in, it pan in on the fucking field, and then it pan out and say you won. I'll put that cheat on, boy. They added that cheat in there. What is you talking about? And even still, if you want to get your little trainer, if you're a PC gamer, you're a console gamer, get your little Game Shark, your fucking action replay, add your unlimited lives, add your unlimited ammo, add your 4 heads. I don't care. Do what you want to do, dog.
Yep.
Damn.
Let me just.
Yo, you're not supposed to use magic. You didn't really play the game. You use magic. So then why the fuck magic in the game?
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
is this magic modded? No, it's an actual fucking mechanic and build that you can use, right? So why would I use it?
Yeah.
Now you're not supposed to use. You're supposed to use the fucking dinky butter knife that you get in the beginning of the game. You're supposed to have no clothes on with your bare feet on the floor. And you're supposed to beat every boss like that.
I beat
No,
Pokemon Emerald with a level 5 Zubat. Okay.
The level
You
5.
wasted your entire fucking time. Good for you, but as long as you had fun, brother, like I don't care. Like I'm not even, like I also just want to say this for me personally. Then let me just read the comments real quick. You telling me you played this game on the hardest difficulty and never got touched or whatever the case may be, I don't think you're cooler. You're not cool to me because you did this. I'm like, oh my god, with a level 5 Zubat, you're a fucking legend. Like, what the fuck? I don't care. Good for you. Like, you're not any lamer or cooler to me because you play that game a certain way, bro. I have one exception I'm gonna get to, but so From Software games are the only games, only ones. The difficulty because they don't let you choose is default too. The difficulty is actually fun. It can be annoying and frustrating, but the reward is worth the feeling of overcoming something hits different. See, I do that in real life. I don't do that in video games. But the games like God of War, Ghost of Tsushima are the hardest difficulty. Getting one shot by fighters, you can keep up. Finish it off. Glad is it wrong? From Software ain't that hard. I will be honest. Some bosses took me 100. Some took me 2. I always say Dark Souls isn't difficult as people on the internet say. It's just more difficult than the average modern game, but there are old games that are way harder. Elden Ring is easy From Software game. I explored the world and got good weapons. Twitter will bully you for using the River of Blood, but I don't care. I'm going to use it and have fun. That shitty clip was forever hilarious. Glam 100%. You're 1% of good gamer. 99% gamer
Hey,
of
man.
ass. I'm not even that good.
Hey,
I,
man.
It just depends on I mean, I think I'm just good at platformer. I think that's my thing. if I'm
just
jumping
think,
up
like,
and down to left or right, it's nice. Nice.
It's like a weird disconnect for me because like I'm not a guy that like tries to know life playing video games. But if
Mhm.
you're trying to tell me that like fucking I don't know, like Cuphead is the hardest shit in the world you've ever played, like you just suck.
Nah,
There's no other way around
that robot boss beat my ass. I'm gonna lie to you.
Oh, listen, that motherfucker is a bastard. But
That was the one that gave me the most trouble. I breezed to the rest of the game after that. I think the dragon one took me a couple times because the little fire niggas at the bottom would pop up like, damn,
King
it got
Dice
me.
takes a couple times.
King Dice I got
But
through in one go, but I got like the greatest RNG a video game has ever given to me in the history of ever. I just got it landed on all the best spaces. Glam is Gojo having the 6 eyes. Dynamic. Story mode needs to go. That's baby mode. Give me God of War. Give me God of War is just enemies one-shotting you with just scaling enemies attack damage higher. I've seen someone beat Mario Odyssey blindfolded. Send me that too. Most important thing about gaming is having fun. Why do we need to prove being good at everything? See, it's different if I'm playing against you. That's when you prove you're better. If I'm playing a single player game and you're playing a single player game, but you did it this way, I did it this way, I don't care. Shut up talking to me. If it's a fighting game, it's a different story. The weapon is called River of Blood. It's a go-to weapon. People hate me for using it. They use the Shield Weaver armor. So isn't Shield Weaver from Horizon Zero Dawn? I love that armor. That shit, you don't take no damage. I had that shit on all the time. I went out my way to get that shit. That shit was fire. The developers put that weapon in the game just to tempt you. Back in the day, I was terrible at MK4 and discovered that Raiden's flying attack was a cheese move. I spammed that shit for all the towers that beat the game. As you should. Because what I always tell people, oh, Naya, you're not playing fair. You're spamming. So you can't get past this one move and you want me to play differently? Nigga, overcome the obstacle. Oh, I will not change tactics. What the fuck are we talking about? If heat vision is beating your ass, I will use heat vision until it
Stop running
stops
the
beating
pick
your
and
ass.
roll, bro. You're killing us. Like,
Stop the pick and roll then. Like, what are we talking about? You want me to show you my whole bag for no reason? I'm not finna do that. Okay, the only game that I feel this about is Fire Emblem. If you play Fire Emblem with like reviving and stuff, I think you completely remove the whole point of what Fire Emblem was kind of about, where you have to actually watch your units a certain way because when they die permanently. I think that's just built into the Fire Emblem experience. And if you do anything else, I don't think you're playing Fire Emblem. But again, I can't tell you how to play it. And just to, I'll end off my video game difficulty section with this, because this is the funniest thing. I am very, very tapped into Paper Mario. I know exactly what I'm doing. I've been playing this game how many times since like 2004. So you tell me to play with lower HP actually makes the game easier. You think I don't know about the power rush and close call stuff? Where when you're at 5, you basically do stupid big dig damage, and with power bounce or multi bounce, I'm going to do like 19, 17, 16, 15 until I fuck up the action command. The game is actually more difficult if I don't play it that way, because I can't just kill every boss in one goddamn turn or enemies in one goddamn turn. So I'm going to play Paper Mario the way that Naya wants to play it. Eat my ass.
Good at anything. I just want you to know that. I'm not good at anything. Not only am I not good at anything, I was really ass. I really had to get it out the mud when I first started playing video games. Yeti will tell you, Super Mario 64, bro, we was not collecting stars. Fuck all of that. We wasn't even going inside the castle, bro.
The
There's
story
one
of
outside.
I climbed on the tree, went in the water, turned the game off. This is the greatest game of all
That's the
time.
greatest game of all
Do a
time, boy.
handstand, mind blown.
Bro,
Climb the tree.
bro, the man damn come on the cloud. I don't even know his name. I have never to this day read what he said to me. I have played the N64 version, I played the DS version, and I have still never read a single word of what he said. Hey, he gone, he fly away. Leave me alone to my own devices. What's my device? The tree, dog. Bro, I run to that tree. Bro, I'm not even trying to be funny. This is real life. Bro, I'm sitting on my foot so hard that my foot fall asleep. I run to the tree. That boy Mario say, he jump on that shit. I see the leaves falling down. I'm like, bro, this shit immersive. He climbed the tree. That shit say, I'm like, yo, this shit crazy. You get all the way to the top of the tree, and you keep pressing up. What happened? He do a handstand. I'm like, oh my god. Oh my god. We can't get no better than this. We peak. Then you can flip off that shit. I said, this is the greatest Italian of all time.
He said,
This
mind blown.
Then I run down the hill. I'm like, yo, this shit gas. You got the water? I'm like, yo, we can go in the water. Go in the water. Then I drown him. I kill the greatest Italian of all time. I take the game off.
This is my favorite part. Yeah, I turned the game off.
Like that's the gameplay loop. Climb the tree, do the handstand, flip off the tree, go off the and die, and then you've completed the game.
That was 10 out of 10 greatest game of all time.
Like, bro, family, that is not a made-up story, son. The TV was on top of a dresser that at the time felt like it was on the ceiling. I'm breaking my neck to look at this shit. I'm sitting cross-legged on the floor so hard that my foot fall asleep, and I'm doing handstand on tree. Bro, when I tell you I was bad at video games, this is not a joke. I was really bad at this shit. I was not a natural genius. All right, I had to get this shit up out the mud. And I'll be the first one to tell you, I'm not good at this shit. I'm not MLG. I'm not like the guy you see on the fucking timeline coming out with combo vids for a fucking mobile game. Like, I don't fully understand frame data and all that other bullshit. But I have experience. I've been playing this shit all my fucking life. I might not be the best. I'm not no MLG shit, but I could beat a game. Shit. It might take me some time. I might need to come to grips with the mechanics, and that's really where the difficulty comes from in games like fucking Dark Souls and even Shin Megami Tensei, or excuse me, Shin Megami Tensei. They just have different mechanics.
Why'd you say it like that?
Because it's such a meme where every single white dude just cannot pronounce Shin Megami Tensei. Like it's like it really
That's like when that nigga
just
said
watch
Luffy.
anybody. Yeah.
Monkey D. Luffy.
You just watch anybody
Good
talk
God.
about an SMT game, and then they somehow pronounce an SMT completely different.
You know what was my favorite back in the days? This is a quick tangent. Naturo. That's you actually just can't read because you just flip the T and the R. Like I don't know why you did that. Naturo. Naturo.
I've heard people say Naruto.
I've heard Naruto. Naruto. I've heard Naruto. Oh, you watch Naruto? Like I've heard that, but Naturo was something that like people on like TV would say like, and then the new anime Naturo, and I'm like, what the fuck? The fuck is Naturo?
But back on topic. I'm not good at video games, guys. I'm really not. And I mean, shit. Anybody who has watched me play anything will tell you that. I'm dumb as fuck. But I got experience. I understand at least somewhat. And I have fucking fun. That's not saying I'm playing on easy. Most of the games I play on stream, I'm putting on the hardest difficulty, but even still, like, I'm having fun. Right? And that's the fucking point. This whole difficulty shit from software games, they just have a very specific mechanic. And I think that's the thing that gets a lot of people. When a game forces you to learn its mechanics, that's when people say it's fucking hard. Same thing with SMT. SMT games are not hard. You just can't play it like a fucking ape. All the meta of SMT games is buffs. If you ignore buffs, you're gonna have a very bad time. You need to buff and debuff your enemies if you're not playing fucking Persona, because those enemies will wax you. They will 9 times out of 10 be able to resist or flat out reverse your magic capabilities, or your elementals, I should say, and you're gonna have a bad time. But if you take the time to use your buffs, you can beat it like any other fucking game. Those games are not hard. Same thing with From Software. Use the fucking learn the mechanics, and that's all it fucking is.
And there you go. And there you have it. I'll just say this, and then I'm gonna move on to I want to talk about Actually, I think we should. You want to do the remakes part next, or the
Oh my god.
What the fuck is wrong with me? Where's my list? Why am I drawing a blank? Oh, comfort zone. The comfort zone thing. We think it's a better segue.
Which is the better? Oh, comfort zone. Because I just talked about mechanics.
Okay, we'll do that. So just the last thing I just want to say is, I'm convinced that as a younger kid, I was much better at Battle Network. So the Max Buster that you have in the Legacy Collection lets you basically do 100 times more damage with the regular Pee-wee shooter that is 1 damage initially. I'm not replaying these without that. I feel no ways that I turned it on, and I've kind of trivialized certain parts of the game because I'm like, see, I'm stuck here. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying to figure out where I'm going, and I get into a virus battle every 2 steps. I'm turning this shit on. I don't feel like I'll feel a type of way about it. Anyways, go ahead.
Yes. So speaking of games forcing you to learn mechanics, thinking about as a kid being more open. So I recently saw a tweet that was like, kids, or when you was a child, you was more open to doing things, and as an adult you need to feed that inner child. And that really made me like my third eye, my Jugan eye, shout out to Gashi, right? My Jugan eye opened up in my fucking forehead. I said,
Dragon! Oh, the darkness reign!
Fuck the Gashi,
so
though.
I was like, he's kind of spitting, cause he's right. As a kid, if you're into video games and you came up as a kid into your adulthood playing video games, you really did not shy away from anything, right? If it was a video game, or if you like video games enough, Cause I can for a fact say if it was a video game, I don't care what the fuck it was. I was playing that bitch. I don't care if I was bad at it or what, but I was playing it. And the reason why I bring this up is because a lot of the times when there's a showcase going on, right? That so it's not specifically Sony or it's not specifically Xbox or Nintendo. And I see a lot of comments, yo, son, they not showing no games. Why they only showing strategy games? Why they only showing this? Why they only showing that? Ba, 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 ba. The reason why I'm bringing this up is I fully believe that as adults, y'all need to get out of your comfort zone. Get back to how you was as a child and be willing to play other genres.
But Simi, I can't play as the Kansas City Chiefs if I don't play the new Madden this year too. But Simi,
Like, now don't get me wrong. If you know there's a genre that you played before, you're giving it a try and you know you dislike it, that's
You
different.
did your due diligence.
But as adults, we really need to learn to get out of our comfort zone and play different stuff. How can you know you don't like this if you never played that genre? All the time I see
My favorite YouTuber said it was bad, and I don't think for
bro,
myself.
turn-based combat looks slow and stupid for real. Where's my fucking action movie?
my quad movie, my
Where's my
movie.
Michael Bay action effects in my video game?
Where my real time cop? Oh my gosh, oh this shit isometric. Y'all hyping
I
up
need
this
my omnidirectional movement, my slide cancel, and my fucking laser dot sight tac nuke sucker
Oh,
dick
shit.
fuck
I'm gonna
Yo,
give
kill streak.
I'm gonna give Simi a cozy artsy fartsy game. I got you, bro. We're gonna open his. I want to open his mind. Now keep going. Go ahead.
Make Simi replay Haven again. I'm
Jesus
just
Christ,
floating
no.
around.
I fuck my biddy and I float around
fakest-
some more.
The fakest combat ever. I go outside.
Bro, it's about the relationship and the sex talk and the fucking floating, you know what I'm
Bro, I will go play an arrow game. Stop playing with me. I got a bunch of games where I'm actually fucking. Stop playing with me. But anyways, yo, son, y'all hyping up this ball, this gate, and I bought it, and this shit isometric. What the fuck
This
is
don't
this?
got cutscenes like Spider-Man.
Why, dumbass? But all right. Let's stop trolling for 1 second. The point I'm trying to make is, as adults, we should learn to get back to that inner child and be willing to experience other genres. Not genres that you know you don't like. Not genres that you've played before and you're like, bro, this shit not fun. Genres that you never played before. Don't turn up your nose. If you turn on a showcase and they show 4 RTSs back to back, how can you know if they good or not if you've never played a real-time strategy game before? How could you say that this showcase is good or not if you've never played a real-time strategy game before? You don't know if you like the genre or not. That's the whole point of this segment. I want to highlight, as an adult, getting out of your comfort zone and really trying to explore different genres. And don't get me wrong, it's hard and it's not easy. But I need to say something. I'm gonna use myself as an example. Almost everything that I like as my top ones, I initially did not like them.
Yeah.
When fucking Kanikuman Nisei came out over here as Ultimate Muscle, I did not like that shit. I originally did not like first-person shooters. I only watched my sister play Perfect Dark. I was not touching that genre. And I did not touch it until the PS3 came out with fucking Modern Warfare 2. What else? Fucking Choco Kirigiri. I did not originally like her. So almost everything that I like as my tops, I initially did not like. But came back to it. I tried again. I gave it its due diligence. I actually tried. Not, oh, play this for 2 seconds, oh, I'm dead, oh, this shit suck. I actually tried, and now, look at me now. A lot of shit that I like, I initially did not like. And I really think that we need to fucking grow up, because a lot of the times when a showcase comes on, and they showing strategy games, I'm seeing out the, oh my god, this is all PC gamers play. That's why nobody wanna be a PC gamer. This shit look whack. Blah, 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 blah. How
PC
would you
gamers
know?
spend $5,000 to play indie games. Where your fucking graphics at?
You know, if you never played a strategy game before, what strategy game have you played? Like, I'm using myself as an example. Growing up, Advance Wars was one of my favorite Game Boy Advance games ever. I was not good at it, but that was a strategy game. You had units, you had to buy units, you had the tactics and everything. Furthermore, you had to move those units to fucking enemy units and to enemy base on top of that, on top of being turn based, right? So I just want to say we gotta try to play other genres, man. Like there's a whole slew of genres. There's so many cool things that we can combine, mix and match. And again, this is not saying oh, try everything, cause you know me. I just got done giving a rant saying that fucking survival and crafting suck dick because it fucking does. The shit is fucking ass. Well, more specifically, the way that it's implemented in a multiplayer space is ass. But crafting and survival itself is not necessarily a bad thing. It's a single player game that has a looting system. You best believe I'm robbing every single living thing.
Rouge like. Ragu like.
If I can rob people, or if I can take shit, you best believe I'm trying to rob every single human being imaginable. That shit is raw. But
dog. I won't lie. Imagine I don't like the game. What's it called again? Octopath. I tried to rob everybody.
Your Excellency.
10%
Your
chance. I'm
Excellency.
going for it. What you doing? Fuck. He's right. I'm stealing. He's stealing. Ooh.
That's why Simi plays GTA. He's like, well, I could just walk up to this bitch, punch her, and take her money? What?
Bro, listen to me.
That Maserati,
Again,
vroom,
Corpus
vroom.
Son, Corpus Edax. I mean, like, I know what the game is about, but this shit is so cool to me. You're talking about, they got this weird, apocalyptic setting. We living on colony. We being built and bred in spaceships, and then we being branded to live in a certain place for the rest of our life. I create my character, and I'm like, bro, this is why I like immersive sims so much. Just I'm like, bro, what the fuck going on? They tell me to go to the lady so you can get your ID card. So I'm like, all right. I find her office, and she tell me, okay, here's your ID card. You're gonna be living on block, blah, all that other shit, right? The second she was done talking, I'm not playing with you. I backed up. I started running. I jumped over her desk and hit her in her face with a drop kick. And that shit was the greatest thing of all time. The game allowed me to do that. It did not cut off. It didn't say game over. It didn't say you can't do this. And then I went on my merry way. And that shit was raw. And I would have never played that if I didn't give it the fucking chance. That's cool shit. I'm just doing whatever the fuck. I'm going inside a gang hideout. I don't even know what they about. And I'm just boxing. Then they beat my ass. I run away. Bro, this shit is raw. We gotta play other genres, man. I'm trying to get into the strategy genre myself. I've only really played Advance Wars, and I haven't played it since it originally came out, but Advance Wars is really cool. I'm trying to play that fucking Dawn of War, try to play that Warcraft 1 and 2 type shit, right? But we really gotta stop turning up our noses.
Get in Sparks of Hope.
Who was that?
That's Mario Rabbids. The XCOM game. I've heard of good things, but I don't like Rabbids. I'm not playing that. I'm sorry.
That's like you trying to show me, like, man, you trying to play, Last of Us. I'm gonna like turn that shit the fuck off. Just get it away from me. If I have to do more walking and sitting than playing, I will want to kill myself every time I'm doing something. That's my number one thing.
But before I hand it off to y'all, all I'm trying to say is like, not only play different genres, but give games due diligence. Just as Glam said, if you don't like that fucking walking, talking bullshit, you tried Last of Us 1, you didn't like it. 9 times out of 10, you're probably not gonna like 2. That's not what I'm talking about here. But I'm talking about play games that look interesting to you, but it might not be something you did before. Just try it out and actually like try to sit and learn the mechanics. Not the second I put on this shit and I try to do something, I immediately die. So this shit suck. I'm never coming to. Nah, try to learn that shit, man. What y'all think about that? Like, actually, trust me, it's really hard being forced to do a learning curve, being forced to realize that damn, I'm kind of a baby in this bitch. I don't know nothing. It's very hard, but sometimes it could be very rewarding. Sometimes you could find a new favorite. What y'all feel about that?
Well, I'll start off by saying that you and I definitely have the the same, like, a lot of things that I didn't like initially became one of my favorites. Some of the examples I'm going to use are not are either I don't know how I feel about them or not that before. But I remember the first time I see my cousin playing Kingdom Hearts. What the fuck is Goofy doing there? The fuck are you playing? This shit is stupid. Then and someone was throwing like beach balls at him. Like, this is dumb. Then one time I see him, he was swinging a key, going crazy on some black shit. And I'm like, hold on. and I
black
and I tried and my stupid ass was playing it and seeking out playing the secrets. Like, I see the other fucking save file. I know you've been playing. Like, so I think that's how I got caught. And I'm like, yeah, it's cool. Another one would be One Piece. 4 Kids. I take that shit seriously. Then I ended up liking One Piece for as long as I did, or whatever. I don't know how I feel about it right now, but let's not get into that. So I definitely get that. But personally, I don't have like the strongest take here because I'm already in that phase of my life. Yes, I hate on some shit. Yes, sometimes I look at something like, this is stupid, I don't want it, and I'll use the dumbest qualifier. But half the time I'm playing up something, or I'm just trying to be funny, or doing it for comedic purposes, or I never had interest in the first place, so it was never gonna get me. But I'm already a person that's learned to open his mind to different genres and stuff like that. And it started with like manga. I always use Death Note. Death Note was the first thing not the first thing, but I'm like, hold on. Yes, I started with my Rumiko Takahashi's, but a lot of those things still had combat with the romance and the things of that nature, your Ranmas and Inuyashas, whatever the case. But I became a battle shonen merchant. Hit him through 45 mountains or it stinks. And then it got the Death Note, and I'm like, I enjoyed this intellectual cerebral battle between light and hell. So like then that opened me up to sports, then other type of genres, slice of life, and then eventually I came full circle and gave Mecha the fair chance it deserves. Do I seek out Mecha? No. Is Mecha my favorite? No. But oddly enough, if I'm playing in the machine in a video game, my opinion is night and day flipped. I'm here for it. Put me in the robot, I'll go crazy, shoot some niggas up, give me the beam saber, right? So like I have a great time. So personally, with me at this point, I'm willing to give anything a fair chance, a fair shake. If I don't like it, I don't like it. And honestly, just because I didn't like one game in a genre doesn't mean that genre is completely dead to me. There could be one outlier or a few gems in there that I do like, because as much as I don't really care for roguelikes, Hades is cool. No problem with Hades. Like, I know that it has a more built-in system around it that makes more sense and ties it narratively, but it's just like, again, at the end of the day, it's execution. Simi had recently texted me like, I didn't even know I should have sent you this game. I think it was for Renee, because I'm like, does he like Metroidvanias? Does he not? And it's like, with me, it's hard. It's always hard to tell because I simply resonate to what I resonate to. There's never really a great rhyme or reason. I could tell you certain things, like if it's cyberpunk, you have my attention immediately. Doesn't mean I want to like it, but I'll always give it a fair chance because I just love cyberpunk aesthetic and blah 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 whoop de whoop. But I just like what I like. I could play 4 shooting games that I think is bad and love the 5th one, and then hate and then love the next 4 and hate the next 5. Like, you never know with me. That's why I do my due diligence. I research. I look at gameplay. I try demos, X, Y, and Z. I get opinions from people that I respect to kind of make a concrete opinion. Because there was a point in time in my life where I didn't even like fighting games like that. Because I'm like, what do you mean I gotta press down, right, and square mad fast or throw this fireball? Why can't I just press square? When I play Dragon Ball, Kamehameha's down circle. What the fuck are we doing? Like, I don't want to play this. But I pushed through that initial wall, and now I'm a combo maniac. My favorite thing about fighting game is fucking combos. And the harder it is, I guess this is one of those things where I like the challenge. The harder it is, I'm like, oh, okay, hold on. I dropped it here. Let me work on that. I like to go. I'm a lab nigga. I go in the lab and lab combos for hours. Like, you never know how it's going to affect you in the long run, so give it a fair shake. But I'm already there in that point in my life, so I don't have to. I'll pass the puck to you. Hockey assist.
I'll say two things to the guard. I can co-sign 100% what Naya and Simi are saying, because I have an example as recent as last year. We did our top 30 favorite games stream. when I started talking about Ace Combat 7, the two of them were like, "Then this is just some flight sim shit." And then I explained it, and both of them had visceral reactions like, "What the fuck? What is Glam talking about?" When I started talking about that. And
I wasn't familiar with your game.
Yeah, exactly. So for the second thing is like this is weird for me because it's old news for me, and it's not even me playing games that makes me have this more eclectic palette that I do. I actually have to thank watching YouTube videos and like YouTubers play games for a long period of time. Like if I had never watched Markiplier when I was like 12 or 13, I don't think I would have the appreciation for horror games, especially in the indie space that I do now. Even to a certain extent, like other guys, like the indie space was really introduced to me through YouTube. It wasn't necessarily playing games. So I already got this influx of shit as a teenager, and now as like a mid 20-year-old, it's very different. It's like now I'm just in it. I'm in everything. The only thing that I'm not really into, for the most part, is like racing games because they're not raw anymore. They're just fucking hyper realism.
But that's
really
not
it.
you even saying you don't like them. You're saying they're not making ones that you think are of quality. So that's
No.
not even you saying
No,
you don't
exactly.
like the genre. Because nigga, I played Diddy Kong Racing the other day with my friend. You know how much fun we had on fucking the weekend playing that shit? Like they just don't make them like this no more.
Yes, sir. And then the other thing is just like the wholesale genre that I don't usually engage with is just fighting games. But that's because I suck at them. I'm willing to just admit that.
That's how I feel
Unlike other
about
people.
shooting games. Where I'll just tell you like, I'll come and play with you, but don't yell at me. The moment you yell at me, I don't want to play anymore. Naya, please play. Fuck. What the fuck? What's the game with Tiny Tina? What's wrong with me? Borderlands. He yelling at me because I can't. I'm like, see, I want to play because you're gonna get mad at me. I'm not good. You know this. Don't yell at me. I can't aim. I'm Canadian. We don't got guns here. Trudeau said no.
Yeah. But yeah, like
I'm largely the same opinion as y'all, but just to me, it's a conversation that I never really have to consider because I've always been engaged with multiple different things, even to the point where a lot of my friends now.
I'm there now, so I'm cool with it. Especially with my nerd shit, especially. I mean, I
also
started to branch out
that
with sports. I've been watching more tennis and hockey, like so.
It also helps that even as a kid, I would play Kingdom Hearts 2 one day, Lego Star Wars the next, and then fucking Super Smash Bros. Brawl the day after that. And then I'd go on my computer and play Zoo Tycoon 2 after that. So, like, it was automatically, like, I was getting a varied level of stuff.
Yo,
even
I used
from
to let
a
the
younger
lions
age.
eat niggas, yo. I used to let the lions out. They screaming.
Bro, people don't even like those games on like just regular Windows, like just with the Windows programs you'd put on. Like Zoo Tycoon 2 was an experience with like Roller Coaster Tycoon.
Yep.
Y'all weren't there for that, man. Y'all know nothing about that.
I didn't get to PC game like that until like I got in middle school. Man, that was just MMOs, but now I had that Thrillville on PS.
Oh, Simi, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Man,
Pop Tropica on the browser. Yes, sir.
I had that Thrillville on PSP, and I was doing the same exact shit. I built the roller coaster, and I build that shit fucking in the water. I build that shit where it's not even complete. The track just goes straight into the fucking concrete, and we killing folk.
Yep.
You not supposed to be doing that.
And the number one DLC you would always get for all those games was where that dinosaur pack at, because I need to make Jurassic Park. I need to make Jurassic Park.
But like to end off, I'm gonna use two examples for myself. My favorite Western RPG, which is Gothic, and then another RPG that I really like, which people herald as the worst in the trilogy, Witcher 1. Now, with Gothic, this was a real learning curve. And again, this is a game where I played it initially, and I'm like, bro, this shit suck. This shit unresponsive. I'm pressing left click, and this fucking bitch ass, blocky ass, no name white dude just looking at me like I'm stupid. Do what I tell you. Took it away. But then it's like, yo, you supposed to play the entire game with just a keyboard, no mouse. I said, what? this controls. I said, all right, let me try again. This controls. I'm learning how to play the game, and I'm like, bro, this game is amazing. This shit is crazy. It's hard as fuck. But man, when I fully understood how to play that game, Piranha Bytes became one of my favorite developers of all time, and Gothic 1 solidified itself as my favorite Western RPG. The story's already cool enough, but the gameplay and the ability to allow me to do whatever I want is so cool. Like, I was really role playing. So, I'm in this place called the Old Camp, and they got this fucking, like, this fight club ass fucking fighting ring that they got going on where you could win money and shit. So I get to the old camp and I don't got no house. Everybody trying to freaking hustle me out of like 50 to 100 gold. 50 to 100 ore. Cause that's the money system, the currency within the penal colony. And I'm like, I don't have no ore to begin with. First of all, I can't fight, right? I don't got no equipment. I can't fight. I have a 2x4 in my hand. And everybody talking about, oh, you want to learn how to fight? 50 fucking ore. From. So I'm like, all right, let me try this fucking fight in a ring. So I beat the first dude, right? I beat the first dude. I get a little bit of ore in my pocket. I'm like, yeah, this shit gas. Then I try to fight next dude. What happened? Son, he beat my ass, right? But then I didn't automatically die. I never played a game like this before where your health is depleted to 0, but you don't just die. So I'm on the floor knocked out. I can't move. I said, damn, that's crazy. Then what I see him do? He walked over to my body and he fucking robbed me. He run my pockets. I get back up, all my ore gone. I said, there's no way that this just happened to me. I said, bet. I watch this. I'm fucking getting it out the mud, doing all type of shit. I'm them talking about, yo, I'm trying to make some meat bug ragu. You could get me like 4 meat bug. I'll pay you some money. I'm over here essentially killing roaches to give to this fucking chef and shit. I'm doing all type of shit. I find an abandoned hut. I'm like, bro, nobody's sleeping in here? Because if you go in somebody's house, they're gonna come beat your ass immediately. If you go in anybody's house, they come in looking at you. So I'm like, yo, this is an abandoned hut. All right, bet. I put all my ore in the chest, bro. I'm living this shit like real life. Every time I'm about to fight somebody, I put all my money away in my chest, just in case I lose. So when he run my pockets, he ain't getting nothing. Bro, I fought him again, got my money back, put that shit right in the chest. I'm like, bro, this game is fire. I would have never experienced none of this if I gave up initially because the controls were different. Because I had to use the controls all by keyboard. That's raw. And I would have never experienced that game if I never fully gave it a full chance.
And as somebody who never really liked turn-based, look what my favorite fucking game was. Right? Because I gave it a chance.
Paper Mario Man over here talking about turn-based, exactly.
Yeah. I can't say that I care for the genre from top to bottom. So just you just never know. You gotta try. So,
all right. Then Witcher 1. Yeah, just one other example. Witcher 1. You look on the internet, right? Of course, Witcher 1 is still exclusively PC. That's probably gonna change, but Witcher 1 is exclusively PC. You look on the internet. Son, this game sucks. Oh my god, this game got the worst combat of all time. This game is, oh my god, this game is so bad. Yo, just skip it. The combat. So much so, I let these stupid fucking Neanderthals deter me from playing this game. I finally gathered the courage to play Witcher 1, and I'm like, bro, this is the best game in the trilogy. Now having beat the full trilogy, Witcher 1 Vanilla, or I should say Enhanced, because it's not really Vanilla, but Witcher 1 Enhanced Edition is still the best game in the trilogy. Don't sit here and talk to me about no Witcher 3. Witcher 3 don't compare to Witcher 1. And the combat is gas. That isometric with real-time pause is fire. There is nothing more fire than going into a battle, getting your ass beat, doing the real-time pause, thinking about your next move, doing that next move, and then unpausing it and watching your character turn the tides and you fucking win it. That shit is gas. What are you talking about? oh well, it's not real time. It's not over the shoulder. I can't just fucking press the circle button and watch Geralt twirl around the fucking forest like he a ballerina. So that shit not roll. Nah, B. Witcher 1 is the best in the trilogy. That got the best combat, best mechanics, best role playing. That shit is so cool. And I would have never played it if I let them fucking dorks on the Steam reviews tell me that the combat is one of the worst combat in all of RPGs. That's just the ultimate point for this segment, man. Just try to branch out. Try to really force yourself. Now, and by force yourself, I don't mean you dislike this shit, go play it. Nah. If it's something that you haven't done before, or something that, you just didn't really give it a fair shake, give it that fair shake. Try again. You never know. It could be a fucking favorite. And I think that's one of the beauties of this shit, man.
Yeah. I mean, don't bash it against the wall. If you don't like it, you don't like it. But my favorite video game comes from a genre that someone argue I don't really care for. So, yeah. Remakes. Now, we can talk about all manners of, I guess, remakes, reboots, remasters, whatever you want to call it. If you have anything you want to add, but I'm bringing up this is just the thing about it I want to talk about specifically because I've heard this recently with two games that I'm pretty into. One is Mega Man, the Legacy Collection, but specifically Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door remake. And I heard I've also heard this about Legend of the Seven Stars, Mario RPG. Now that this remake has come out, the old version, the vanilla version, the OG version is obsolete. There's no reason for you to go back and play said version. I think with like 99% certainty, I've never agreed with that opinion. No matter what the vanilla game was like or what the vanilla game did do or didn't do, I don't think any remake has been so absolutely good, the great, most definitive version with quality of life, this and that, and the third, that it makes the old version of it obsolete. First of all, Paper Mario remake is in 30 FPS and not 60 FPS. I can tell. I noticed. It does feel different and look different. I can tell. My timing was slightly off for a little second because the frames are not the exact same. Second, the music. It's added music. It's updated the music. But but there is a badge that lets you play the old music. So they're saying since you can play the old music, you don't even need the other one because this and that and the third. And now let's add these extra boss fights. So there's no need to go back. I just don't agree with that. Because sometimes playing a game in its original format to me gives me the authentic experience that you were supposed to have when you originally played it. There's a lot of games where I've played the remake and the OG, and there's times where I've played the remake first and went back to the OG edition and enjoyed it more. I haven't beaten this game personally, but I was enjoying what I was doing with the Final Fantasy VII PS1 game, whatever. I think it's PS1 more than the remake.
Yeah.
The 3D. I don't like the remake. I think the game's ass. I think it's terrible, personally speaking. I think it's just busy running down the hallway nonsense, and now Sephiroth is fucking Wraith. I don't know what the fuck was going on. It was weird. Didn't like it. So I don't know if you guys have ever felt that way about a game or certain games where you think that now that it's come out with an enhanced version, enhanced port, remake, remaster, whatever the case may be, it's completely negated the purpose of the original game as it was made. I've never seen it personally. That's just me though.
I got one.
What?
But mine's kind of cheating. It's the Mass Effect Legendary Edition, I think, is the only way you should be playing Mass Effect at this point in time. But that's not necessarily because of enhancements to the game. It's because it's literally all 3 games plus all the DLC for them in one $60 package.
Oh, that's just bang for your buck. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. That's really it. Like, if you're talking about just from a gameplay mechanical standpoint, then I'd be with you. But like, for instance, Metroid Prime Trilogy on Wii versus buying all 3 games.
I suppose that's fair, but I guess what if you were gonna ROM hack it or something? What if you're not even gonna buy it though? So you don't really care.
I mean, yeah, true.
Yeah.
But like that Mass Effect example is the one I'd give.
Personally speaking, I can't think of any remastered version that I like more than the original of anything, unless I've only played the remaster. Otherwise, then I have no frame of reference. But remakes,
the comparison and nostalgia and different feel Nah, you always need an original copy and emulator on deck. These studios be weird. Oh, we gonna get to why you need an original copy and why that might not even help you. We'll get to that. Keep going. Sorry.
Yeah, remakes and remasters are weird to me because usually in the past I didn't necessarily care if one happened. But once again, I have to bring up something I said earlier, which is fuck a certain individual for causing something to happen with remake spam. You, Neil Druckmann, you will be the first of my victims for this remake spam with the 3 fucking Last of Us remasters and remakes, whatever the fuck that Sony has put out for no
so
reason
unnecessary.
that look the exact same. Why? And now we got people talking about for like this has caused some strange trickle down effect where DLC and remasters are being nominated for like significant awards. Like when I saw fucking Resident Evil 4 remake in the Game Awards last year for Game of the Year, I was like, what are we doing? It's still RE4. This game came out like what's the year 2010, whatever it was for Resident Evil 4.
No, you're way off. That
I
game
like
came
I
out
can't remember.
2005.
Okay, yeah, 5 years earlier. Like, what are we doing?
Why? Is saying that 2005 was a great year because you talk about that.
No, that's not okay. it's like I don't know, man. Like the remaster has now become way of make money off of baiting nostalgia. That's what it's become as of recently. Instead of, hey, this game's old, let's bring it back for people that haven't played it as of 20 years ago, so you can play it now.
Yeah, it's like many things in life where it probably had maybe it didn't, but it probably had like a more pure purpose when it originally existed. Like I always use this example with downloadable content. I originally thought it was more so like I made a great complete game to the best of my ability and put it out there, but after that I thought about something
ideas
to add to it. Let me do that. That's not what it is. This shit's already done, but they're like, we'll keep it in the tuck. The fuck is that? So I can agree with that. That makes sense to me. Another thing that the remakes tend to lose their luster of the original. The Metal Gear Solid remake is a big example of, and I agree with that more often than not. I don't think again, remakes were probably like, this is stuck on something so old, it's hard to get, blah, whoop-de-whoop, blah, blah, blah. Let's put it out so that people can play it and experience it for the first time. I probably agree that maybe it's how it originally started, but that's just not what it turned into. And then, like, I know the Wii U didn't sell like that, but it's like you're just gonna remake every Wii U game and throw it on the Switch. Like, nigga, I've been playing Mario Kart 8 since 2014. I fucking hate Mario Kart 8. I'm so tired of this game. Like, people be like, want to play Mario Kart 8? I'm like, that's the last thing I want to play. I've been playing this shit since the Wii U. I don't care about your purple drift and second items. Okay, make a new Mario Kart. Shut the fuck up and leave me alone, oh my lord. So that's just me. He said there are remasters that are worth it, but both, that Diablo 2, okay, good, and the other old games keep them playable, legal, but too much money making. But money makes the world go around. The Elden Ring DLC is literally what you said. I'm an Elden Ring guy, so I don't even know what's going on with the DLC.
Everything that I can, From Software is usually an example of a company that's like, hey, we completed the game. But we just had further plans we wanted to make afterwards.
Okay.
If it did well. They've done that with every DLC. Like, typically speaking, with FromSoft fans, it's common trend that the DLC is the best part of the game for a lot of people.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I don't know. Like, again, I actually I haven't done much with them, but I still like the feel, look, and aesthetic and sound of the original Thousand Year Door more than the remake. I don't know what it is. I think there's one thing I noticed about the Switch. The Switch has this weird, blurry, fuzzy outline on every like character or major asset, no matter how good the game looks or the art style really is to some degree, if it's like a Nintendo-made game. And I still notice that with Paper Mario. And I do think sometimes the over-emphasis on making everything a paper this, a cardboard that, mache this, fucking Art Attack, detracts from its overall visual thing, because it's supposed to be like a pop-up story that you're telling, not necessarily just like a whole paper world. Like, it's called Mario Story in Japan, not Paper Mario. It's supposed to be more of a storybook Not necessarily everything is paper to that degree. I don't hate it. I don't think it looks ugly. That's not the point I'm trying to make. But I'm saying, to me, there was still value in the original GameCube version. I'm texting me in.
Yes. So first, I'm going to answer by not answering. I'm gonna talk about something that is not exactly what you asked, but still under the ballpark, and that is I fucking forgot. Hold on.
He did all that hoping he'd remember why he was doing. I know.
Yes, I still there. Bro. Yeah.
This is why when
Hold
he
on.
showed me the
Hold
Miles
on.
Edgeworth scene, I'm like, I do it all the time.
Um, it.
I was hoping I'd have an objection.
Therefore, verily,
indeed, and thus.
just bam, objection.
Oh yes, now I remember. Now I remember. Thank you guys. Thank you. The whole argument of what the fuck is that term? Availability is a scam. And here's why it's a scam. Availability is not real. That's it's a fucking illusion. It's genjutsu. If you ever hear anybody talking about availability, stop talking to them. And if you one of the people that's talking about availability, you a bitch. And I'm about to explain why. So the PS5 and the Xbox Series X and S are the are the current systems, right? Okay, cool. What happens 20 years from now? They're not going to be the
Time is
current systems
passing.
anymore, right? Yup. But that time is passing, right? So time passes, and now what has happened? Those consoles are no longer the most recent consoles. So with this whole availability bullshit ass argument, you're telling me that we're forever doomed to constantly re-release the same games over and over and over again because eventually will come a point where they are not the most recent thing? Are you fucking kidding me?
Shout out
Shut the fuck
Skyrim, man.
Shut the fuck up with any of that. That's so fucking fake. Let me tell you something. Anybody, anybody who wants to really experience something will go experience it. Period. They don't care how they have to get it.
That's a
They want to
fact.
go fucking get it.
You can't
So
stop
if
me if I
anybody is
want it.
if anybody is talking about more availability, well, I'm not playing this because that game's stuck on the PS3. Like, what the fuck? I'm not like, so now they got the PS3. Like, nah, not PS5. No, fake. It's an excuse, and that brings me into the topic itself. All remasters and remakes are fucking money laundering schemes. They are not good things. They are just there to get your fucking money. Now, of course, everything in the capitalistic state is there to get your fucking money, right? But you get what the fuck I'm trying to say. This is not for the sake of more availability. It really isn't. Because a lot of the time, these remasters fucking suck. And then if it's a remake, the shit suck too. Now, of course, that's not to say there's a 100% suck ass rate. Obviously not. There's not a 100% rate for anything, right? There are a handful, well, not a handful, but there are plenty of good remasters and plenty of good remakes. That being said, a lot of the time, these remasters or remakes are very lazy, and it's just because of what I said. They fucking money laundering. Look at fucking Assassin's Creed 2 fucking remaster.
I think I got a
Oh,
better one, Simi. The amount of times Skyrim has been re-released is the perfect one.
and I'm gonna talk about that too because
Okay.
I'm gonna get to the actual topic of the original being obsolete. Right? Look at there's so many remasters that look and play worse than the vanilla release. Look at Mafia 2 remaster, look at BioShock 1 and 2 remaster, look at the Assassin's Creed remaster, the Ezio collection, whatever the fuck it was called, where they had the fucking eyes bugging how they had and shit, and they fucking they textures reverse, you see they teeth and all type
Yeah.
of other shit, like the
Classic meme.
Catherine teeth, yeah, and all that other bullshit. Freaking Shenmue 1 and 2 remaster, bro. All of the QTEs in the game are completely fucked because they fuck with the frame rate. I don't know if the Dreamcast version was locked on 30 or if it was 60 FPS or what, but if you play the remaster for Shenmue 1 and 2, every single QTE, you have to press the button before it shows up on screen because the timing is now fucked with because they fucked with the fucking frame rate of the game.
Yep.
And that ties into the actual question. Does the vanilla game become obsolete now that a remaster exists? No, it doesn't. Because the remaster might change certain things. It might change tone, atmosphere via the changes, the graphical changes. If not full blown art changes, but colorization and different computer graphic effects. The Skyrim re-releases are a perfect example of this. The original Skyrim is a 32-bit executable, if I am not mistaken. And what that means in layman terms is that the game can only access a max of 4 gigabytes of RAM. And in layman's terms, that means is it's very limited in how much resources it could use. So the
What's wrong?
remasters remove that, right? That's good. However, the remasters also have a completely different art style than the vanilla game. So you might actually prefer the art style of vanilla Skyrim versus how the remaster or the remaster or the remaster fucking looks,
With
right?
advanced water effects.
and all of that other fucking bullshit. So the vanilla version is almost never ever obsolete. The only time I could even argue if it is if a game has a remaster where it's 1-to-1 and all it did was make the controls better. The only example I could give for this is Turok 1. I will never in my life play Turok 1 again on the N64. This shit is. But the Night Dive remaster, that shit nice, boy. That's how the game was meant to be played. None of that single joystick bullshit. None of that fucking choppy ass 15 frames per second bullshit. None of that. The graphics the same. You can enhance the graphics, and now you can actually fucking aim and look around and no fucking mouse acceleration. Would you look at that? That's one of the only times where the vanilla version becomes obsolete. If the vanilla version is so bad mechanically, where it's literally not fun to play, and the remaster does not change the story, does not change art style, um, art direction, atmosphere, tone, and it just makes the gameplay better, more suitable, we can actually play the fucking game, then yes. Turok is my example of that. That's the only thing I can really think of off the top of my head.
I think that's
Maybe
fair.
there are
I think
others,
that's fair.
but other than that, no. And then when it comes to the topic of remakes, oh Jesus Christ Almighty, help us all. Now we know there's a bunch of type of remakes. There are games that only remake the graphics, and then there are games that are reimaginings. Yes, words mean things, and there are a difference between the two. A reimagining changes the game entirely. It redoes the story, plot points, mechanics, adds new
Character
shit in,
arcs.
removes shit out, all of that, right? Versus the vanilla game. And once it does that, that pretty much solidifies the fucking vanilla game because now you're getting two completely different experiences. See people talking about, yo, son, you know, see that remake too? Nah, you don't need to play vanilla Resident Evil 2 no more. What the fuck are you talking about? No, 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 sir. Let me tell you something. Both games are phenomenal, and both games need to be played because they're at this point they're two completely different experiences that you should play. Both games are good. Both games still hold up to this day. So the whole notion of the vanilla game becoming obsolete is not only wrong, but it's even more egregious when developers do the fucking dastardly thing of delisting the vanilla game once they come out with a remaster or
Shout out
remake.
Sega.
Oh my god, help us all. That
There's
bullshit
fear that
right
they're
there
going to do
is
that for
actually one of the worst things
generations right now.
ever. I wouldn't be surprised. Because if Sonic Shadow Generations has essentially all of Generations 1 in there, I fully see them doing that. Just getting rid of vanilla generations.
Mhm.
Hmm.
So
You know what the crazy
that
part is? I
bullshit
wanted
right
that
there.
game so much, and then I saw Shadow with like bat wings. I'm like, what the fuck is that? And I lost
Bro,
interest.
he's
Yeah, they gave him
Venom,
curse mark.
man. It's time for Null, the symbiote. Come
I
on,
did, I did
bro.
not, I did not like that. I was like, I'm gonna just
And I saw chaos control mechanics mid
that's
level, and I was like, yeah.
that's Yuzu Ryujin X. I'm gonna still play it, but it's not getting copped. I'm not buying it. I don't know what it is. I saw those. I remember Jimmy did not send it to him like, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? I said, why you
Yup.
got wigs?
Somebody at Sega watched the Venom movie and was like, "Yo, Tom Hardy."
I was like wondering, is this a comic book thing that I don't know about from the games or whatever? But as Simi was saying, just real quick, wait, shit, fuck. What's the last thing you just said?
It's all in my mind.
About fucking the vanilla game getting delisted once the remaster.
Yes. I noticed that. I don't like that. Stop doing that shit. Where it's like, well, we made this game a quote unquote better with this ad. No, what if I hate Shadow with all my heart and soul and I just want to play Sonic? Don't do that. So yeah.
Or the other extension of, hey, you can only play our game if you have an internet connection. So once we pull the servers on you, then you'll never have it ever again.
Oh, trust me, we're getting into that conversation. That's not the thing we're gonna kind of end with. Because Simi showed me a video that kind of scared me secretly. I won't even lie to you. So, wait. So, anyways, did you have anything else to say about the topic? I didn't mean to cut you off. Okay,
No.
guess not. Okay. Before we get to the final topic, what do you say? Facts. Delisting is inexcusable, not to be distracting. But where did the Shadow and Latinas meme come from? I don't know, but I saw it on Jet's channel. Like, I was like, why do you want to go to Mexico so badly? I just love Latinas, Sonic. And he just fucking goes away. I'm the worst person to act. I don't know anything. I'm an old man.
Sonic memes just come out of nowhere nowadays.
I also like Sonic, but I don't
weird...
engage with the community. They're weird.
Exactly.
Yeah, I just like most things. I keep an arm's length. Not an arm. Shit. Gomu no nika sun god nigga length. All right, arms like that level of
Hito no pistol.
Yeah. All right. Now, this is just a small thing I want to talk about. If you're passionate about this, you could talk. You could, huh?
I have something to say real quick because I just read what fucking Rand said. He said, "Didn't the Steins Gate Studio, which is 5PP Games, by the way, basically do decent remakes with extra worked on content? It has a place, but you don't need to remake everything." And my answer to that is no. That re-release of Steins Gate, the visual novel,
with the anime visuals,
yes.
Ew.
And there it is. No. All of my no. That shit ass. First of all, the vanilla game is still available to buy everywhere. It's on fucking Steam. So that's number one. Number two, bro, the dude who created Black Rock Shooter is the dude who draws the art for the game. The game is gorgeous. That remaster with the fucking anime art style is hideous. Do not play that. Don't look at it. Don't play it. None of that. Play the vanilla game. This shit is ass.
Yeah.
It's called like the elite version or some shit like that, bro. This shit ass.
Yeah. I'm happy you were able to decode that. I wasn't able to. That's why I didn't really say anything. But did you know that Sonic is the 5th most searched video game character on Pornhub? Clamp's like, what's Rouge? Rouge gotta be top 3.
If Sonic is 5th, Rouge is like 2nd or 1st. Or 3rd, something.
I was arguing with Glam a few years ago that gaming is dead. The argument he brought was indie games are
no, Jacko, that's what we're talking about.
The state of AAA was my main things like M8.
That's literally what we've been.
Guy.
That's literally what we're talking about. Because what the industry should be doing is that, and this is what I think it's going to be. The old AAA will eventually wither and bankrupt itself. An indie game will supplant it and then become the next indie studios now will then supplant and become the next version of AAA. And that's just how capitalistic businesses work for the most part. They're either going to continue to innovate and stay relevant, or they're just going to plummet into irrelevancy and stop making anything. You've already kind of seen that happen with early 2000 studios, like such as THQ. Oh my God, there was another one that was all over the place with the amount of movie games they made. Simi would probably know it off the top of his head better than me.
Where is it? Neversoft, but no.
Maybe. What's the? Oh my God, there was one that made like the Michael Bay Transformers movie game that I swear to God was in like everything.
Treyarch? Wait, hold on.
No, was it Treyarch?
Pew, pew, hey.
Movie game.
Pew, pew, hey, 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 hey. Pew, pew, hey. Shoot my
Traveler's Tales, Simi.
Oh yes, Traveler's Tales. Yes. Them. Oh yeah. Damn. To see them all over the place. Damn, blast from the past.
Damn, Rouge are up there. Sonic fans are freaks.
Rouge is 32 or not among the first 32. That's crazy to me.
Oh, he didn't say Sonic characters. He said video game characters or fictional characters. I guess.
Yeah.
I think I might have misread that. Now I'm thinking about it. Not gonna lie, I can't wait to build a PC, emulate everything, and buy indie games. Facts. That's the way to go. I'm building there slowly, but all right. Yeah. I was to say like I don't know. Even with the AAA games, I think people always focus on the wrong ones. There's a lot of games that are technically AAA that are good that some people still don't really pay attention to. But again, we spoke about that for a long time already. I don't want to go back there. So I started off by kind of speaking about like we spoke about the games that we were playing and excited for based off not E3, as Simi would say. And the thing that I wanted to speak about, this is just something I thought about recently. Fighting games, right? Fighting games with an extensive history and a cast that is ever expanding and growing, and apparently, or at least attempts to have a narrative. Tekken, Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, insert whatever other game you care about. I'm tired of them pussyfooting around making a new generation. I'm tired of it. Now, it's just a personal thing. Again, if you don't feel strongly about this, it's fine, but Mortal Kombat I felt like it was ready to do it in some aspects, and then they decided to go like the DC Marvel route, reboots and then retcons and timelines and multiverses and this and that and the third. And it's like I actually liked Jackie. I liked Cassandra Cage. I always forget it was Takeda. It's a nigga who's Kenshi's son, but he was raised by Scorpion. He's nasty. He's nice. Like I was rocking with them. Reboot. I'm like, oh my God, I don't want to play as a fucking Liu Kang, and actually Liu Kang's fine. I don't
Not
mind
even
it.
just a reboot with the multiverse.
Yeah, and like I remember when Street Fighter was doing it. I never forget if I'm right. Was it supposed to be like wasn't the grappler like Axel or Alex, whatever? Was it supposed to be him? I can't remember, but like I always find that these video games like shoot themselves in the foot because they won't move on or stop like. Or just make a game without a story, just make it a fighting game or something. Like I think that if I made a fighting game, let's say it was 6 games over the span of 2 decades, I'm replacing the old generation. You're gonna see Ryu, young and spry, and then by game 4, he's gonna be old and decrepit. He might be playable as old man Ryu, and I might just put regular Ryu on the roster with no story involvement, but you can still play as the old version. But I'm going to bring a new generation in. And I think that Mortal Kombat and some other games have some good ideas. Like I like that Cassie fights a lot like, with Sonya and Johnny's like green energy thing. But because she was raised by Johnny, she has his fucking lip. He doesn't take it. She takes very little seriously, but she still has somewhat like the fact that this dude has Kenshi's like telekinesis, but was trained by the Shirai Ryu is raw. Like I want that. Like do that. Move on. Like I'm not attached. I don't need to see fucking Sub-Zero and Scorpion the same niggas all the time. I don't care about that. And again, it's an easy fix. You just put them on the roster and they're not in the story or not an integral part of the story. You can do that. You know how many games would have like the current version of Naruto and whatever part of the anime it is, but you could still pick the fucking annoying raspy ass 12-year-old version in the bright orange jumpsuit? You can do that. I think you should make like 1 to 6 games, and the last game you make is like a legacy game where you have everyone on the roster and you've done it. Or stop being pussy what's her name? Elena, the girl with the long legs that likes Akuma or whatever. Bring her in. Bring in Juri. Bring in Sakura. Bring in whoever you need to bring in. Bring in Ryu's kid, Ken's kid, whatever the fuck, and then start a new generation. I'm so tired of the Mishima Zaibatsu. Oh my god, Devil Gene. That shit is so fucking boring at this point. I cannot believe people are pretend to be interested in Tekken's story. It's just ass because you won't move on. Now, Simi did recently tell me what happened with Heihachi. I didn't know that. So, maybe they're finally going to go in that direction. But it's just like, stop being a coward. Stop making a video game franchise forever and then rebooting when things don't go right because you refuse to move on. Again, I think this is a personal thing that I feel strongly about. I don't think anyone else really feels that way, but something I've been thinking about for a long time. Like, I still think it'd be raw to use, like, old lady Chun-Li with a cane or something. I don't know. Or like, I don't know, like what if like Chun-Li's like nephew was training with Gael in the army, so he's got like Chun-Li to him, but he's got Sonic Boom, like mix and match. Like you could make something interesting, and people could still have like their legacy characters from a gameplay standpoint still represented through the combat. But I'll just leave it there. That's just my opinion. You said Fallen.
Yeah.
Fallen
Oh,
Aces.
no, I'm gonna get on his ass, bro. Shut the
better.
fuck up, dog. You're late. You are late. I have Fallen Aces tweets from 2020 fucking 2, dog. It's 2024. You just now discovering this shit. Shut up. We been on that pack. Damn. I can't stand y'all.
Patrick, that's speaking of Chun-Li, she was first. I respect it.
Chun-Li being first is totally off.
Yeah, that's fine. I get that. I'm not mad at that.
Screaming about shit, man, bro. I've been here. We been on U Blood Interactive. Come on, dog. Get with the times. Anyways. Yeah. The whole notion of, this character is dead, or, this character is, not in the main story, therefore they're not on the roster, is the silliest thing ever to me. Because why? Why would you ever go out your way to make your roster smaller? That's what I never understood about fighting games. Why, we legitimately went from Mortal Kombat trilogy roster of like a gajillion people to Mortal Kombat 4 having a pretty good roster, but it's still smaller than trilogy, to Deadly Alliance to its damn near Mortal Kombat 1 size roster? Why? Hello? What is the point of that? This is so confusing to me. I don't understand why fighting games love to do that. But fighting games used to be so raw. Things are so legacy. Things are so goddamn legacy that they're afraid to do anything with them. Like, bro, Bloody Roar was one of my favorite fighting games growing up. The shit was so gas. Capcom used to come out with so many cool fighting games. Rival Schools is probably one of the most influential games of my childhood. Probably one of the biggest reasons why I like Yankee shit, delinquent shit so much. We used to come out with new IPs, come out with new ideas, but now we just banking on shit. Banking on legacy. And because it's so legacy, we're not really doing anything with them. And the story is progressing in such a small, incremental way that we go in 2, 3, 4 games and nothing is fucking changing. There's barely any fucking changes. So what fucking story are y'all pretending to follow? This shit convoluted and it's not doing nothing.
I was about to say, like, why are fighting games of that nature even prioritizing story at all?
Well, BRB real quick.
Oh, okay.
Glad you gotta take it over for me.
Yeah, it's like, to a certain extent, like, Mortal Kombat's narrative should just be background fluff. Like, I think a perfect example I can use to where now I get pissed off about it is what League of Legends used to be. Where they would have I know your friend stopped being your friend because of the game. Just let me cook right here. Just let me go first.
No, that's not what it is. I said I lost my friends to League of Legends. They wouldn't hang out with me. They just play League. I hated that era of my life.
Yeah. Anyways, they would have the roster. And they would have like a little blurb that's like, hey, this is what this person's whole fucking deal is, and that's it. And then they started making it interconnected So at least for the people that cared about the lore, it would make some sort of modicum of sense. Okay, that's fine. But then you start promising things like, let's progress the narrative. But also while we don't. Let's try and teeny tiny baby step our way forward. But then when any big leaps happens, oh wait, we need to pull this back a little bit. We went too far. We're not ready to do this because we're not making story games. We're just making new characters for this game. So we just have to keep adding new people instead of fleshing everything out.
Mm.
So then what do? Well, if you want to get the lore, now you got to watch a TV show that changes a lot of things that you had already known in the past. And then you start bringing people that don't know anything about what they're talking about, and they only know the show's lore. Then you start having people complaining that the lore is inaccurate between different things, which it is in some cases and isn't in others. So then you start getting into problems where now you have people bitching about a story that shouldn't have even really been that important in the first place because your gameplay loop had zero story in at all. It was just background shit you would read on a page, basically, with nothing else. That's what fighting game lore should be. Why the fuck are we worrying about Scorpion and Sub-Zero having an interclan rivalry that spans across time travel in Mortal Kombat? Why is it that every single narrative in Street Fighter has to be M. Bison did the thing that was wrong, therefore we must fight M. Bison again? And Akuma's just there to be like, I killed Ryu Master.
No,
but we never have any reasonable conclusion.
You do like this, Ryu, Hatsune.
Then he beats his ass, and then he walks away.
That's all he does.
Nah,
that's all he does is come. Give me the darkness. Give me the darkness. Give me the darkness. Give me the darkness.
I need the dark Hado. Give me the dark Hado. Satsuno Hado, Reggie Demon.
Hatsuno Hado.
Well, like, I'm back now. Hi, everybody.
And
Hi,
then
I'm
Ken.
back.
Then the other plot line that'll never go away is Ken being a dead baller for the rest of his life. Has to be there every time.
Oh man.
So, to give a little bit of pushback to Glam, right? I understand why fighting games have story. That's for the casual fans. That's for the fans who not here for more frame data, my hurt box, my hit box, my tier list, right? Those stories
My tier list.
actually really incite the casual fighting game player. Like seriously, having a story mode actually really entices the casual player. They like to follow the stories of these characters and stuff like that. And quite frankly, I think that you could do cool stuff with fighting games.
I think my point
games
is more so
story,
to me that
but-
like if you're gonna have a story, at least make an attempt to tell it well and not do the same thing
Oh no,
over
absolutely.
and over again.
Absolutely. I 101% agree with you. And that's where I was going before I got up and BRB, right? A lot of these fighting game stories, especially the Japanese ones, Jesus Christ, have the most convoluted piece of shit. What are we doing here? Ass story that's told in the most brain dead.
Let me take you on a walk down the path of BlazBlue and Guilty Gear.
Guilty Gear legitimately got the worst fucking story I've ever seen in my entire life. That has a whole novel's worth of prerequisite before we get to the first game. Get the fuck out of my face with that shit. But anyways, Soul Bad Guy not raw. Kai Kisuke, he's a bigger burger. That fucking goober, I hate it. But anyways.
Shout out to Ino though.
Oh yeah, she's fired, dog. Stop fucking.
Yeah, BlazBlue guys, you want to see Ragna Blood Edge it up?
I like playing BlazBlue, but I've
my-
never understood what the fuck was going on in that game. I never tried.
There's a whole anime for that shit, if I recall.
I'm not watching. I don't watch video game anime.
But point being, the story in fighting games help entice the casual and non-hardcore FGC players, which I'm not have a problem with. The problem is if these games become popular enough, then they fall into the mobile game hole where now they have to create a story that will literally never end because they got to keep selling sequels. And then they tell it in such incremental ways that the story is hardly progressing at all from game to game. You know, there's a gajillion things fucking happening, and that's fucking stupid. But the point being is we got to stop hanging on to this legacy shit. You know, once upon a time, we used to have a bunch of new fighting games coming out. Did you know that Rival Schools, Street Fighter Alpha, Bloody Roar, Battle Arena Toshinden or Toshiden, Bushido Blade, what's the other game called? That fucking Hayato is from. Damn. Star Gladiator, and all of those games came out. Bloody Roar. All of those games came out within the same generation. Wow. Yes, all of those games I just listed are PlayStation 1 games. Now, the only fighting games that we getting, get your Tekken, get your Street Fighter, get your Mortal Kombat. That's it. You got 3. Just like as we said early in the episode. You have 2 flavors of video games. You have roguelike lights, or you have base building and fucking survival, or you got over the shoulder fucking walk and talk action game.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with the fighting game space. Get your Tekken, get your Street Fighter, get your Mortal Kombat. That's it. You're not even getting a plethora, or not even a plethora, just different type of games, period. We used to have freaking crossover games, original IPs. Oh, I forgot to mention Darkstalkers as well. It's another game that debuted on the PlayStation 1.
Soulfist!
Entertainment system. Yup.
Soulfist! That's
Oh
my,
that's-
that's the first thing I used to annoy my friends with that move. I would not fight you. Soulfist!
Oh yeah, Chief. Nah, Noelle is one of the baddest biddies I've ever seen in my life. But she got some fucking Metal Gear shit going on. She a clone of a clone of a clone, and she like actually did to like start the apocalypse or something. I don't care.
I did
All
not
know
stop
that
trying to
she's
understand it after the
bad.
first game because I did play everyone's campaign. I said I don't know this contradicts that. I'm tired, and I just didn't bother. It's like I like the game though. I really just it's like 2013. I did not engage. I didn't try. Maybe I might watch a video and see if I like it, but I did not try, bro.
All I know is that fucking Noelle bad. I'm trying to breed. But anyways, enough of that. Point being is we gotta allow like shit. We had our Killing Instincts. We had our fucking Mortal Kombat. We had our.
Bro, I forgot Killer Instinct even existed. Holy shit.
Digitized graphics era. You know, got the Time Killers. You got your fucking
I like Fantasy Strike personally. I like that game.
Ultra Gamba. Oh.
Bio Freaks. You know, we had all different types of fighting games, and now we don't get that at all.
By the way, the fatalities suck in the new game.
Of course they do.
They get worse. I think
because
they get worse and worse. I actually like brutalities more than fatalities. I don't really care for fatalities. Just completely
Yeah,
side.
because
Complete
they was
side
like, oh well, you know, Ed Boon, he forcing his devs to watch real gore so that they could animate the gore properly. But he abusing them. So I said, wow, we really taking the violence out of Mortal Kombat. You wrap it up, it's dead.
He's forcing.
But anyways,
to watch. Yo, these niggas are so funny and soft. I just want to throw them in a volcano where they in a wilderness with no water and food and see if they'd survive. Keep going. Sorry.
Like, yes, point being that fighting game, just like everything else, have become stagnant. And that's not even to say that Tekken 8 and Mortal Kombat 1.
We're not calling them bad games, by the way. Yeah.
Street Fighter 6 are bad games.
I haven't played Street Fighter 6 yet, have I? No, I haven't. That's the one I haven't played. I played Tekken before. I played Tekken before I played. No, I didn't play Tekken 8. I played 7. Sorry, keep going. Sorry.
Yeah, so it's stagnant. The diversity that we had once upon a time is gone, and that's the problem.
So hold on, am I stupid? No, Reina is an 8. The mom is in Kuma's in 7. Okay,
yeah.
no, okay, all right, sorry, okay, yeah, all right. The other kid or sibling.
So the diversity is gone. You see, you have Ed Boon stuck with freaking doing this weirdo ass shit. He could make a bunch of games, but he's stuck just making freaking Mortal Kombat now, turning Mortal Kombat into some fucking MCU type shit. Like
Mortal Kombat with capes.
No caps.
No capes.
Astral Gear sucked into a jet turbine. Shout out my goat Edna Mode, man.
Yeah. Nah, yeah. I want some of them like Harada to know that you can. I don't actually know what I don't know Harada's library like that. Maybe, but like you guys don't have to keep making the same fighting game for the rest of your life. You can make something else. You can make another fighting game series shit, even if you want. Like
new idea, Naya. That's impossible. We can't possibly do that.
You know what? That reminded me of. You know the meme where like everyone in the office is saying something stupid, and the smart guy says something smart, and they throw him out the window. That's what it felt like. Like I'm in the conference room, and it's like, what if we copy what everyone else did, and like, what if we didn't? Just throw me out the window. The fuck is wrong with that guy? I don't know. Oh man.
Like, y'all not tired of Bison dying and reviving every other game?
But Simi,
You're
it's
not
different
tired of
this time. He's got a hood and he's on a horse. Okay, it's different.
Yeah, now he think he Raul from Hokuto no Ken. Little bitch. Like, y'all not tired of that? Oh well, you know, he could transfer bodies and shit. So we can just seal him or something? Like, y'all not tired of fighting the same motherfucker for fucking like 12 games? You're not tired of that?
Shadaloo.
I'm the only one who's tired of that?
Shadaloo.
My psycho.
Become strong,
You not
son.
tired of that?
Survive the volcano. I don't like you. I beat you ass. You go in the now. You go in the. This is so fucking.
I'm gonna kick you in this volcano next, bitch. It's like Soul Calibur. It's like, how many times are we gonna fight Soul Edge? Jesus Christ.
Oh, the soul fragments are in my body.
Somebody else needs to get Soul Calibur so we can fight Soul Edge at the very end again.
like guys, we not tired of doing that?
I am. This is why I'd be.
Guys, Outworld is invading Earthrealm again. What?
I can't believe he will do this. I have to. My favorite line, the most useless line. I must consult with the Elder Gods. You and them are fucking useless. And he comes back with no information. Raiden, what should we do? Wait here. Liu Kang, you're in charge for the time being. I must consult with the Elder Gods. Just a fucking pose. That's all he does. Oh God.
Guys, Quan Chi betrayed us in Netherrealm.
I can't believe Shang Tsung betrayed us again.
Betrayed us again.
Oh no! How could we have seen that coming? How could that possibly happen? Like I can't with him sometimes, but I'll be having fun though. I watched a Tekken Thailand video and that shit was mad confusing. Apparently, Jin caused World War III and he's he's a good guy still. I don't even remember half this shit at this point. I can't keep up.
Yeah, but Jin did a fake heel turn to drag out the devil. Like,
when are we gonna get the game about Kuma that's just like by himself? When's that gonna happen?
what happened?
Where's just the bear game?
No.
Catch fish.
Whatever happened to fighting for money? This man Jin did a fake heel turn to bring out Azure, which is like the root of the devil gene, to try to kill the devil gene. So he did a Russo swerve. It was a turn within a turn. He pretended to be evil to bring out Azure so he could kill the devil gene, but some shit like that. And then he learned karate in Australia for whatever fucking reason. And Heihachi is now dead. So, you know, that's the thing. And now he got like a waifu granddaughter or some shit. I don't know. It's dumb as fuck. Yeah. What is wrong with the Japanese?
Cut Nippon steel, cut like katana.
Raid cut shop like katana. Filthy gaijin go home.
Stop. We can't be saying that.
It's in the GIF.
But yeah, point being, like, man, I need where my bloody roars at, man. Like, I'm just trying to fucking transform into an animal mid-fight, do crazy combos, transform back to human. That's wrong.
I enjoy Samurai Showdown. No one cared though. I'm like, I wish some people cared enough so I could get that. I like the remake, the newest one that I played.
Another game
some of the old ones.
Another game that was an interesting concept in the space is something like Lethal League. Nobody really cares that much though.
Lethal League is awesome. Lethal League is awesome, but I wouldn't be surprised if they made another Lethal League game at some point. But did that not do well? That's an esports scene. I know that. Lethal League Blaze is one of the best multiplayer games I've ever played. I don't give a fuck if no one tells me. This shit is so fun.
Like, bro, I don't find hard to find out that Darkstalkers, aka Vampire, was a commercial failure in Japan. Like, bro, we have a blind black dude who got it like a telekinesis sword and he hunts aberrations. That's not raw to y'all? What is wrong with you?
No, we want the
Bro,
Japanese man with no shoes and in the same gi that does Hadouken. That's all we require.
like, I don't care what nobody say. Darkstalkers is one of the rawest fighting games Capcom has ever come up with. Every character so unique, cool design, fucking fire animation. And you pretty much just found that this demon hunts and he tried to get him out. That's cool. That's not cool to y'all. Fucking little BB Hood is one of the most iconic characters to me ever. Because that was one of the first instances when my expectation was completely just destroyed. See this little bitty that's supposed to be Little Red Riding Hood, and you think everything is fine on the surface, and she got fucking SMGs and grenades in her fucking picnic basket? Are you kidding me? That's not cool, y'all. Oh my, stop you. Whatever, dog. Whatever.
This is how I.
That
This is
fighting
how I
game died
felt
too.
about.
Okay.
Yeah. Honestly, what are we cool letting die? Me and Glam are cool with letting capes, tights, and cows go away for a decade. Just delete it all. Just go away. Just stop.
Please.
I don't want to leave it.
Please.
Fighting games go.
God,
AAA go. Just go. Until you go. You're on timeout until you figure out what you need to do. But yeah, I'll leave it at there. I still care about some fighting games, but I end up playing more platform fighters these days, and there's so very few that are good, that are like original. I'm very worried about Rivals 2.
We're gonna be looking at Rivals of Ether. We're gonna be looking at Rivals of Ether like that scene from The Godfather in a few months.
Yeah.
God, they massacred my boy.
Yeah. Simi, just real quick. So basically, I watched a video and I watched some people. I was looking at some commentary on Rivals 2, and basically they're saying it's a great, like, it's a what was the title of that game?
Good game, bad sequel.
Yes, so good game because it's basically it homogenized all the platform party things that are in all the games and took away the uniqueness that made Rivals of Aether what it is. But it's not a bad game, but it's a bad sequel if you really liked how Rivals worked. Because I've always been a proponent of these three things by itself, and there's a lot of things that Rivals does differently, completely change how you play it. Drift DI, which gives you so much more control on defense when you're getting hit to get out of combos. You cannot ledge grab. You have to land on the stage. You cannot grab the ledge, and there's no block or grab button. There's no Clarion has a dedicated grab button, but that's part of her move kit. There's no grab or no blocks. You have to dodge or evade. That completely changes how you play the game. This game has normal recoveries. You can grab the wall. You have shields now, and like at least with Rushdown Revolt, you can mix up shields because you can only block in one direction. So I can still hit you in a mix-up, but they just have the circle shield that's in every fucking Smash-like game. So I'm a little worried about it. I don't know, but yeah. So
I'm not gonna lie, man. I think I've said this to you before, but the minute I saw that the art style was 3D, I automatically was starting to have problems.
I did too, personally, but I just knew the only thing that I was happy about is that he can scale some of the characters the way that he wanted to. I know he wanted to make Craig a lot bigger and more brawlic and stuff like that. Like, that was pretty cool, but I'm with you. I don't think 3D is necessarily better. I'll keep my sprites. I guess the upside is that if the games are that radically different, it gives me an incentive to not necessarily gravitate to two. One will still have its place, but again, we'll just have to see. But yeah. And now Simi does have to stream. I was hoping to be done by now, so he can get some time to rest. But we got one more.
It's fine.
Okay.
I'll just have a shorter stream. It's fine. So let's keep going.
No,
Plus, if you want to go right into when he starts, now I can just fucking immediately raid the man.
He doesn't want my citizens. He doesn't like them.
All right.
Oh yeah, I hate Ape Nation. They fucking suck.
I want you to. I have to take over real quick, but can you kind of start us off with the whole DRM like conversation? Remember the video you showed me with the guy who literally owns physical copies of these games that he cannot play without having to go around about? Because that was kind of scary. I thought that was.
This is also very relevant now because of the shit with Black Ops 6 as well.
And so that's why I said it. That's why I said we'd get to it. But yeah, start us off though. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, so just as Glam brought up earlier,
before you start, I want to actually ask you this question. Did you see that interview that Ubisoft gave for like a year ago or so, where they said we have to start getting comfortable with not owning our games?
Yeah, that's all.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So
that ties into this too.
Yeah, the most capitalistic response of all time. Like, if you look up capitalism in the dictionary, that fucking quip would be right there. Fucking bitch ass. I'll slap the shit out of his. But anyways. So, just as Glam said earlier, with Call of Duty 6 needing to be online, even for single player, needing to have an internet connection to be single player, our final topic of the day talks about the decay and ultimate death of video games. Not just physical media, not just of certain genres, of video games in its entirety. And what do I mean by that? The way that people, or I should say, the way that companies have been um introducing things into the production and final product of a game is ultimately killing it. So there's a thing called DRM, which stands for Digital Rights Movement, some shit like that. And essentially, in layman terms, what that means is it's supposed to be a way to protect more copyright holders. It's supposed to protect the intellectual property of the of whatever you bought so that you can't steal it, pirate it, so on and so forth. Now, of course, on its face, that's not a bad thing, but the way that DRM has evolved, quote unquote, in the modern era is now causing video games to completely decay in its entirety. So, for example, this is not exclusive to PC games, and it's very heavily now bleeding into console games. But originally, PC games have been the main focus of this. So, you buy a video game and you need to input a code of some kind to play it, to unlock it, to get rid of whatever, to decrypt it or whatever to play
Quick,
a game, right?
quick interjection. Me and Simi
Yes.
actually had this conversation about a game that I have played and that he wanted to because of this exact issue.
Yup.
If anybody's played High Moon Studios Transformers games, the two Cybertron games, Simi never had the chance to play these. I did because I had them on Xbox 360 when they first came out. Since then, since I don't have a 360 anymore and the servers are down, the way you had to get this game was through codes on Amazon and with play keys taken from like Reddit or a forum because they are not on Steam and delisted for whatever fucking reason that they're not there. This
Copyright.
is now,
I mean, not copyright. Licensing.
yeah, and then this is the other thing. You can only play campaign for these things because those are not online only. But the multiplayer side, gone. They had fans have to try and like resurrect the server data through code and shit to try and make the multiplayer aspects of these games playable. And it's already a hassle getting the codes because when me and Simi last talked with, he's like, I don't even know where the fuck to get this shit. Like I've had a hell of a time trying to grab them. Big, didn't you? Because it's like all of this is symptomatic of each other. It's like a small part of a bigger whole for the most part.
Yeah, it's the digital decay of video games. So let's say that let's say you buy freaking Unga Bunga the third, right? And Unga Bunga the third, you need to input a. You need to.
I wasn't. I wasn't gonna. I laughed because you laughed. I was trying to keep a straight face. That's his fault. It wasn't my fault, teacher. It wasn't my fault.
No, fourth of his name, fifth of his line.
Unga Bunga of the Inga Dinga clan. Sorry.
Of House Dinga.
Oh my
Yo,
god.
chill.
No.
So let's say you buy
I'm such a
Unga
child.
Bunga the third,
I'm
right?
such a child.
No, we all are. We all are.
Oh
So
my god.
you buy Unga Bunga the third, right? You buy a physical copy of this game, so it has a disc and everything, right? So you install the game and all that other bullshit, and you need to put in a code to like fully unlock the game, right? So you put in the code, and guess what? Nothing happens. You can't play the game that you just bought by any legal means. This is the problem. Now, let me explain it a little bit further. So, the way that DRM used to be was that it was hard coded on the disk itself. So maybe the disk might have had like unique patterns on the bottom of it so you couldn't create an ISO of it, or maybe the game required you to have the disk in it for you to play. right?
Naya, what
But
the fuck?
Did you guys see my dive?
Did you see what he just did on the camera?
what do you do? What do you do? He was
He
twerking.
just
What he did?
full blown jumped onto the couch. Face. What the
Sorry.
Oh, you saw Hamtaro running? What happened?
bro? He straight up just like dolphin dived onto the couch while you were talking.
Damn, bro, that tired?
No, I went upstairs for something and I just ran and I jumped on the. I don't know. I just dived. I don't know. It's action movie dive, bro. Sorry, as you keep going, I'm not serious.
I would not have been around, but that caught me way the fuck off guard. I was not expecting that.
I'm a clip. I don't know how to clip, but I'll clip it if I knew how to.
I know. I mean, it's easy, but I'll do
I'm
it.
gonna do that shit right now. Fuck it.
It'd be
Yeah,
around
well, I'm
three
fucking-
around 3 hours and 43 minutes, somewhere around there.
So yeah, so the way DRM used to work was that they used to be maybe the bottom of the disc might have had a unique pattern, or the game required you to physically have the disc in the CD drive for you to play. But at the end of the day, you could still install the game and play it just fine. Nowadays, they give you codes with an authentication server, with a third-party authentication server. Now the problem is, what happens when the authentication server goes offline? When they finally shut down those authentication servers? I'll tell you what happens. You now have paperweights. You now have video games that you literally cannot play. Of course, this is not talking about breaking terms of service. So this is not talking about getting cracked versions and pirated versions that have the DRM removed. If you go physically spend money to buy Unga Bunga the Third, you cannot play Unga Bunga the Third because the third-party authentication server is now offline. So the physical disc that you have in your possession, you can't do anything with it. You can't play it. It's just there because the fucking servers are now gone. And this goes into everything, single player games and multiplayer games. I don't need to explain to y'all about multiplayer only games. Of course, a multiplayer only game, the second the server goes offline, that's it, you're done. So if you buy the game after fucking the servers are gone, you just wasted your fucking money, right? You can't play with nobody. There's no offline mode. You can't play with bots. You can't locally play. No LAN party, none of that. No split screen, none of that. But it's really worse with single player games. Single player game that should not require internet access. A single player game where the entire game should be on the disc cannot be accessed anymore because of this silly ass fucking DRM. It's horrendous, and it is way more likely than you think. Now you might think this is only a PC gaming problem. No, no, sir. It has fully bled into console games. We have constantly seen console games be delisted. Sometimes with notice, most of the times without notice. Um, the Transformers game that was made by Platinum. Anybody? Same thing with the fucking Legend of Korra game, if y'all remember. Same thing with the fucking with the Deadpool game, if anybody remembers.
Oh God.
Just
Oh man.
recently, one of the greatest third-person shooters of all time with Spec Ops: The Line got delisted by 2K. Yeah, games get delisted for various of reasons, and you no longer can play them. And good luck finding the disc because they become discontinued eventually. And now you have a whole plethora of games that's continuing to grow that are completely inaccessible. It's absolutely horrifying. A good example is the latest Gran Turismo game. Gran Turismo 7, I believe it is a game that's online only. It's a racing game that has no offline mode. Even the single player components, you need an internet connection. Of course, since it's a brand new game, it's all fine and dandy. But what happens when PS10 comes out and they close down the Gran Turismo 7 servers? You know what happens? If you have Gran Turismo 7, the physical disc, or the digital version before that probably eventually gets delisted too, you can't play the game anymore. Because even though you physically own it, it's fucking online only. And without those servers there to authenticate, you can't play the content. You can't access the content anymore. This is a big problem. This all came into the full front with the delisting of a game called The Crew. by Ubisoft. Ubisoft actually went the extra mile. Usually, when a game gets delisted, if you're a physical owner of, I should say, if you already own the game digitally, you can still play it. You can still download it and play it if you own it before it gets delisted. However, Ubisoft started literally taking away people's license that own the game.
Damn.
They delisted the crew. They started taking away people's license. They started restricting access. Even if you had the game downloaded, you can't access the game anymore. Bro, this is horrifying fucking stuff. This is shit. This is shit you even have to worry about with Elden Ring. I mean, Demon Souls is actually was in this camp before that fucking remaster came out on the PS5. Elden Ring was one of y'all favorite games, right? Y'all know that's a fucking online game shit, right? So what happens when those servers close? We gotta stop doing this. We gotta stop allowing companies to do this shit. This always online shit is not good. The way that they're implementing DRM is not good. Games as a service is a fucking scam. All of these multiplayer only games are not fucking good because y'all are just playing and buying games that will eventually become vaporware after a certain amount of years. You gotta start wising up, man. You gotta start putting the fire under these devs because they're not gonna care. As long as they make their fucking money, they're gonna keep this practice up. What y'all
Shout out
think about
Escape
that?
from Tarkov.
Doof.
Yeah, so you've probably heard about that whole fiasco. Oh my goodness.
Lupe?
Battle
Yeah,
State Games. Yo.
But Patagonia,
that's
that's
all them
also why I
stalker and
support
stalker
piracy too. But
adjacent.
I
I'm
support
good.
piracy for all the wrong reasons as well. I don't care. Steal from them. Fuck them. To some degree. Don't steal from people who are working hard. But those greedy corporations, fuck them. That's why. Yeah, because he could when he
Yeah,
would show me that video and he was like, "Bro, I literally own the original copy of this. I have Windows, this and that, the other. I cannot play this." And what game was it that he said that he had to get another code for? That ended up working. Like that's a little terrifying to even think that if you had it physically, they could still something could still happen where you cannot play it. Like that's crazy to me because I always thought having stuff physically was always going to be the ultimate counter. Like no matter what they do, I can pop in Thousand Year Door on my GameCube or my Wii and play it. I could pop in Snowboard Kids on my 64 and play it. Like you were saying, like the idea that I couldn't, the literal N64 cartridge that I have of Snowboard Kids 2, I put it in my 64 and it doesn't work. I will fly to Japan.
yep.
I will fly to Japan.
It's a perfect
No,
example
no,
that
no, no,
I'll
no.
reiterate
I
for
will
the
walk
crowd.
there. I will swim there. I will earn my way in there, just so you know how much hatred I have, because I worked to get there. I didn't even hop on a plane. I traveled on foot. So you know when I'm there, I'm
Yeah,
angry,
so the game you was referring to is BioShock 2. The original BioShock 2
which is
had
crazy. That's not even
yeah,
that
the
old.
third party authentic. Nope.
That's not old.
The
In
third
my
party
opinion, it's not old, but
authentication,
it's old to some people. That's not an old game to me necessarily. What did
right?
Bioshock
So
come out?
on the back of the box, I know it came out near the launch of that generation. Well, let's Google real quick.
Hey yo,
BioShock 2 initially came out 2010.
okay. See, I was thinking like, is it earlier than that? Let's see. That's not old to me. That's not an old game. And the fact
It's
that
not that's not
and the
old
fact
at
that
all.
that's already happened is insane. But keep going.
So yeah, so BioShock 2 on the back of the box, they said that if the service to authenticate will go offline, that they will give a 30-day notice, and um that your code will always be good, right? Well, they shut down the servers and they didn't give a 30-day notice, which is physically printed on the back of the physical box.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, all the original authentication server for BioShock 2, the PC version, went offline. Now, fortunately, 2K was kind enough to migrate that to Steam. So if you put that code in on Steam, um, it will work. And in the specific video that Naya's talking about, why I called you by your real name for once? That's crazy. Um, his didn't work, but he was able to contact 2K and they was able to give him a new code that worked. But point being is that just as Yeti said, we are now entering, not even entering, we're already in an era where physical media is no longer the de facto 100% guaranteed way of archiving data. Greed has gotten so crazy that more copyright is used as a shield to completely take away ownership of things that you buy. You're paying for something with your hard-earned money and you don't fucking own it. You're telling me that somebody just able to revoke your license and you did not break the terms of service at all. You paid for this game and you're allowed to do what you want with it within the terms of service, and you do that, yet still somehow your license, your access is completely taken away. The perfect example is this. See, Naya's favorite, one of his favorite games of all time, Snowboard Kids. That's like it while the N64 was still in production. Snowboard Kids works just fine. But when the GameCube comes out, and within like halfway through the GameCube's life, all the N64 games just stop working. So even if you have a physical N64 and you physically put your Snowboard Kids cart in the N64, you turn it on, it does not work. Nothing happens. You cannot play the game. That is the equivalent of this. Of course, you can still play the game through emulation, but that's not the point. The point is, if you buy something, you should be able to access it and play it, because that's the point of it. But nah, we're entering a new age where people are just allowed to revoke access, not give you what you paid for, so on and so forth. And it's dang right horrifying. It's fucking horrifying. Cause there's little that we could do about it. And this whole argument of copyright and intellectual property is all bullshit. And they're gonna keep getting away with it as long as y'all keep giving money to these games that use that practice, which is just another reason why AAA gaming needs to die.
Cause you see me, I'll steal. That's it. That's all I'd say.
I'm waiting on that.
I'm gonna just steal. So
Yeah.
don't.
Fuck Corpo. That's all I can say.
Nah, man. That again. And like this unfortunately, this is something that's that's bleeding into all media. Like they even retroactively change things in narratives and movies and patch things out. Then Steven Spielberg or someone who made E.T. They took the guns out and put it radios. Like they're doing weird stuff like that. Where like having the absolute original, it always makes you feel like okay, you're good. But I guess in some cases it's not safe. So I don't know what the answer is or solution is. I'm not nearly smart enough to know that or technologically savvy, but just know I will put the straw hat on. I will.
I'm gonna link the video in your chat so you could pin it for anybody who's interested in watching it.
Yeah, I'll retweet it too.
I just gotta go fucking find it.
Yeah, I'll retweet it too.
But yeah, no, it's crazy. It's really crazy because what the only thing that we really can do is not buy these games.
Mm-hmm.
Stop pre-ordering. Stop, please, I beg. Stop pre-ordering shit. Stop doing it. Stop pre-ordering. Stop allowing these companies to make profit off of games that use these.
Or that's not
And
even
when
out
it
yet.
does happen,
Yeah.
when it does happen, hold them accountability. Band together. Come out with fucking what's the fucking shit called where everybody signed the shit?
Petition.
Petition.
Yeah, come out
Jinx.
with petitions, rallies, groups, all of that. Of course, so unfortunately, not everybody can just we gonna sue. We don't got the money to do that. But you bring enough attention to it, you put them under the fire enough, and I promise it's gonna make a change. Bullying works. It always has. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Bullying works. We've seen it time and time again. It works. Bully these assholes. They ain't shit.
Yep. They
Take
fold.
the money out their fucking pocket, strangle their little pencil neck, and I promise you they gonna straighten out.
I've never pre-ordered anything in my life. I respect that. I can't even say that I've done that. But I very, very rarely pay for all of it.
I think I've done it a single hand's worth amount of times.
I would say I put like $5, like the minimum amount. And then by the time it comes out, I might not want it. It's happened. I'm like, yeah, take that $5 and put it on this game. or add it to this, or give you back the credit.
I've never kickstarted anything. I'll say that.
I haven't done that yet either. I haven't been a backer for
I have.
anything yet. I have watched Kickstarters for like 10 years and never gave us $1. Because sometimes they get me with like, oh, if you pre-order day one, you get this, and it's like, man, you know how many times I've bought games months after the fact and still get that? I'm not even gonna
You
bother
know what's
no more.
the even worse trend now is like it's not even just you pre-order the game. Pre-order the game to get 3 days early access.
Oh yeah.
Which it isn't
Come
even
on, though.
actually 3 days early access. It's you're actually pre-ordering the game to get it on the day's release in actuality, and the rest of the player base is getting forced to wait 3 days to play it if they just don't spend the extra cash. Because if you can play it 3 days early, that means it's available for everybody, even if they didn't buy it that day.
Because you're right. Because ideally, if everybody did that, or most people did that, everyone would be playing. That's a good
It'd
point.
be the day of release.
Yeah, that's a good point. I never even thought about it like that. I've seen that for some things,
Man,
but
look
again,
at
I don't
him,
play
big
online.
brain. Look at him, big brain glam. Looking, oh shit, brother, where they got that Florida water, man? Let me get some.
I feel like this would never work for Game Freak because Pokemon fans are just not compliant. Pokemon mainline games going from pixel to 3D almost feels like a mistake sometimes. We can't save Pocket Monsters.
That wasn't the problem. The problem was when you had to make one every 2 years.
Or when the game is
That was
bad
the
and you
problem.
guys still buy it.
Yeah.
I'll say this. I might not respect you for playing Pokemon, but do what you will. But if you bought Violet and Scarlet, having seen all those trailers and thought, oh, the real game will be better, you're an idiot. I don't respect you. You're dumb. I don't care if you played it or stole it. If you bought Violet or Scarlet, you're an idiot. I've told this to some of my best friends to their face. You're an idiot for buying this game. Oh, I like it except for the fact that these 1,200 things don't work. So it's not a good game. What the fuck are you talking about? The list of things that are wrong is a never-ending, never unraveling scroll. It just keeps going like a cartoon. You talk about it's a good game. Like, I just want y'all to be free from Pokemon, bro. This shit is so trash. It's been so trash for so long. When you niggas keep praying that Nintendo will do something, Game Freak or Pokemon will do something. No, move on. If I can do this shit with Paper Mario, you could do this with Pokemon. I promise you, Paper Mario had me in a chokehold. Every single video.
I can't get my plushie.
Every single video that was cooking sticker star color splash, I used to watch every single one. It was cathartic. It was cathartic for me. Then like I always say, I'm like, wait a minute, stupid. You've been doing this shit for so many other genres you cared about. You've been waiting for Metroid. Nah, again, Dread was good though. I'll give them credit. Dread was good. What did you do? What did you do? Play Hollow Knight. You find other shit to play. Now you're gonna play a Purple Girl Come game. Facts, like fire, like, like there's so many alternatives. Pocket Monsters has been trash. Why don't they play other Creature Collection or Monster Tamer games? Now I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna stop putting Temtem in that category because Temtem has its own set of issues, and I couldn't even finish it. But you got Power World, you got Kindred Fates coming out, you got Monster Sanctuary, Monster Crown, you got goddamn Nexomon Extinction, Koromon. Cassette Beast is legitimately super fucking dope. Like, just leave Pokemon alone. It's not worth your time and your money. Just leave it alone. Like, I just want y'all to be free. Like, I'm trying to free the niggas, bro. Like, y'all still slaves. Like, I can only do so much, man. So I'm not trying to free them, man. Then when they talk about something, oh, I want to use my Lugia, I want to use my Pikachu, you stupid bitch. Just use the fucking Thunder Rat in this game. Who gives a fuck?
My Lugia.
Oh my god!
I fucking stand them. They so annoying because you can't win. It's not even moving the goalpost. The goalpost just goes in any and all. They're moving in, out, up, down, diagonal, dimension 6, fucking out of orbit. Like, what do you do with niggas with this brain dead? This fucking mind controlled. What the fuck do you do?
Niggas never die.
I just can't with
Yo,
them.
mercy.
I can't with them. I don't like them, bro. They looked me in my face and told me, me looking at the frame rate from the trailer was me being an elitist or some bullshit. And then that game came out, and I'm like, it's worse. It's worse than I thought. And they spent $80 and bought the expansion. I don't believe it. What's up,
Okay,
Omar?
but they got some bitty. She take pictures and she got the jeans on. She got denim on. So, you know, like
God, denim on.
Oh, Game Freak really
See,
does what we want.
it's-
Ooh, they're making him sick now. I'm like, that was so
See,
fucking
they got
stupid.
Wrangler denim instead of J.C. Penney denim.
Yeah, I just. That's another thing that needs to die. Just give me the fucking Infinity Gauntlets. Pocket monsters will cease to exist.
Cool Cash. Listen, all
He has the same
empires
name as you.
fall. Oh, that's cool. Send me two. Send me B. I'm A. Don't play with me. But all jokes aside, though, all empires fall. Never forget that.
True.
There will be a time when Pokemon dies. Listen, there was a time where people who grew up in the 80s thought Acclaim wasn't going nowhere, LJN wasn't going nowhere, Ocean wasn't going nowhere. They're all gone. All right? There's a time where I thought THQ wasn't going nowhere, Traveler's Tales wasn't going nowhere, all type of other Neversoft was going nowhere, all type of shit. They're all gone, right? All empires fall. Pokemon will eventually die. Just like you see,
And I'll kill it.
shit, shit. Listen, there are a bunch of Nintendo IPs that aren't used, right? Just think of it like that. Those IPs are dead. No Ice Climbers is gonna get no game. Kid Icarus, bro, he's dead and buried.
I need Star Fox 64 again.
Bro, the majority of Nintendo IPs are gone. Just because Nintendo brings their name up or might have them as a cameo in other games, do not mean
Zero.
You can
that
use,
they're alive.
you
They're
can use
dead.
you can use this me outfit in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Nigga, that franchise is
Okay, but
super
Guys,
dead.
F-Zero's coming. Trust. Captain Falcon will make his return.
Okay, but you see, when you if in
Nintendo, on the
Pokemon
meanwhile,
Scarlet,
fuck you. It's Link's time again, bitch.
in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, if you go in your room, you look at the TV, you can see that Excite Bite is playing on your TV. Bro, Excite Bite is dead. You will never get a new Excite Bite game. I promise you, dog. You're not getting that. So just think of it like that. They have a bunch of dead IPs. Pokemon will eventually become one of them. It's that fucking simple. All empires fucking fall.
You think it'll
But
happen in our
that being
lifetime
said,
though?
in
No.
our lifetime,
I don't think so.
probably not.
I don't think in our lifetime it'll happen though. They got a formula that's tried and true that works for the time being.
Yeah, we probably need like two more lifetimes, and then Pikachu will finally fucking rot and piss.
Mhm.
But that being said, the real problem though is DRM, guys. Promise you, stop playing these fucking multiplayer only games. The second a game is like it requires internet access and it's single player, don't buy it.
But
Stop
Simi,
doing that
how
weird
can I
shit.
get the Jabba the Hutt skin in Fortnite if I can't play the multiplayer game?
Thank you for bringing that up, Glam. Fortnite is a good example. Fortnite does not have an offline mode. Let me give y'all a further example. Quake 3 and Unreal Tournament are multiplayer only games. But you know what the difference is between Quake 3 and a Fortnite? Quake 3 has an offline mode. Yes, Quake 3 does not have a story mode. It does not have a campaign mode. But every single game mode, deathmatch, team deathmatch, capture the flag, all of that, you can play offline. You can play with bots. You can create an entire lobby, build it yourself, and just bots. You can play locally, right? You can still play the game offline, even though it's just a multiplayer game. That's the difference. That's how a game like that survives. These new multiplayer only games, they don't have an offline mode. So eventually, when Epic can't squeeze out any more money out of Fortnite like 35 fucking years from now, guess what? The servers are gonna go offline and you can no longer play that game. And now it is officially fucking vaporware. You can't play it, you can't buy it, it's gone from fucking existence. That's not okay at all. It's dystopian ass shit. We gotta stop allowing companies to do this, man. And as I said, it's not only for multiplayer games. They're incorporating bullshit like this in single player games. You see a single player game that says it's requiring internet access, don't play it, dog.
Oh my god, the new guys, are you excited for the Assassin's Creed Shadows Battle Pass and Seasons? Man, what the what are we doing?
You know, I genuinely look at that shit and I go and I ask like, am I just not into this, or like, am I just like not dumb? Like, even if I like this game, this wouldn't entice me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes I wonder. It's like, oh my god, Naruto's coming for 3 days, and
like Sibby, like that, like blows my mind that Ubisoft thinks like, dude, a battle pass for Assassin's Creed, bro. Like, what are we doing? It's bad enough that Blizzard did it for Diablo twice, but God, man.
my secret favorite game, Genshin Impact. I'm not even that offended by that, but still, shut the fuck up.
Naya's got some saves on Honkai Star Rail for sure.
Yeah, yo, son, that boy Naya, you know, he's a Chinese man. He got to play his Honkai Star Rail on his Aces ROG Ally. You know,
Whatever.
Windows on it.
What's better, Genshin or Honkai? Choose one.
Shit. That's a good question.
I'm gonna pull an Ace Vein. Hey, you pick two. You pick 2 out of those 4 insults. I am not all 4 of them. Oh shoot!
On all seriousness, though, yeah, like Fable 2 and 3, the PC version, you literally cannot play the game. Period. The only way to play Fable
Also
2
doesn't
and
help
3,
that the studio doesn't exist anymore either.
shit.
God,
You're trying to
But you
tell
don't
me that the
play-
Forza creators are gonna make a good Fable game. Yeah,
Get the fuck out of here. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
Forza
But
my
Fable
veins,
2
nigga.
and 3. Fable 2 and 3. The only way to play vanilla Fable 2 and 3 is to literally buy a 360 and buy those 2 games. Because the Xenia emulator is still ain't shit. Can barely do anything. And I don't know if it'll ever be able to do anything. But at the PC version, just as I said, it has that type of DRM on it, even though it is entirely a single player game. It has fucking Games for Windows Live on it. Games for Windows Live does not exist anymore. Games for Windows Live is hard coded in the game's fucking directory, in the game's coding itself. So you cannot play the game without this service. The service does not exist anymore. You need the service to authenticate the key. The service does not exist anymore. So now what happens? Even if you somehow, some way install the game, you can't fucking play it because the service that's hard coded in it does not exist anymore. You now have a paperweight. You can't do anything with it. You have a physical disc that you cannot play, access, nothing. It's just there, doing nothing, worth nothing. It's dystopian land, man. I put the video in the chat. Yet he didn't fucking pin it, but it's all right.
Oh shoot! You can pinch it.
But yeah, it's crazy.
There's literally a pin this message. That's incredible.
guys, listen. Naya's a full-time content creator. He's on Twitch all the time. You know what I'm saying?
And I thought I was bad.
Hey man, what did they always say?
Nah, it's over. He said, "Hey man, you just gotta take the L at that point."
I'm not taking the L. I just say what do my people always say? Naya versus technology. Name
is true.
Name a more iconic battle.
That is true.
I always lose. if we were playing Scarlet and Violet, I'd be from the fucking caveman era.
Oh my god.
I wouldn't be in the whatever one is the technological version. I'd be the one that's Flintstones.
Keep going, Sibby.
Yeah, yeah. Streaming is also a thing, but it's crazy. I don't own a single streaming service, not one. I don't even have Spotify, bro.
Yeah. I mean, freaking they over here delisted and adding DLC and patch notes to music and shit. Why the fuck would you do that?
It's like the
It's
other
like-
problem, like
Because I seen
Game
Bao.
Pass being a thing.
Go ahead.
I go there.
Real quick. Bao,
mine's
I see
mine's
Bao.
quicker.
Okay.
Game Pass being a thing is something that's bleeding money from Microsoft. This is why Xbox is not going to be a console in like 5 years, or like maybe for sure 10. They are going to be we're going to be an online game service. Microsoft's going to be fucking boxing with Steam
in a few years. That's what they're attempting to do.
My
Just like
understanding that they always
hardware
were
and
like that,
physical
though.
shit isn't happening.
Like
Hmm?
Microsoft never needed Xbox to thrive the way that Sony needs
Well, I should say,
PlayStation. I don't know if that's true though. That's
well,
cool.
yeah. Well, no, that's 100% true. But I'm saying in terms of like when people want like console war shit, I know it's irrelevant, but like when you're talking about like the big three companies of PlayStation, Microsoft, or PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo, the physical hardware not doing the numbers.
Mhm.
So what do? They revert to I need Game Pass sub numbers to go up because people are like, oh, I'm going to get more bang for my buck with a $15 monthly thing
Yeah,
for
best
however
believe
many
I am.
games.
We don't buy games 2020.
Exactly. So like the consumer has no reason to fucking buy the game. So then they're just gonna be like, okay, we're not gonna have the hardware to make you run the game. We'll just put it on every platform. But yeah.
Yeah, essentially, we're in that transitional era when Nintendo beat Sega and they didn't really have
Yeah.
no competition. We're pretty much in that because Microsoft has pretty much dropped out, and Sony, even
They see the
though
writing on the
Sony,
wall.
yeah, even though Sony still has good numbers, they're seeing the writing on the wall because their numbers are already not as good as the PS4.
Why do you think
And
they
all
didn't want that Activision Blizzard merger to happen?
oh boy, that's the real fucking reason why they was really fucking acting like little bitches over that, cause they needed that fucking bread. They needed that good Call of Duty bread. That being said, though, all of their most anticipated sequels all fucking stunk, and they not selling money like they was with the PS4.
Or the budgets are so high that they can't make back the profit, even if it
And
does
it's
well.
like, if y'all sold so well when you had competition, and now you have a complete free lane, and y'all not selling well, what does that mean about y'all,
Self,
right?
you're
But
defeating
people not.
yourself.
What were you gonna say, Naya, about Bao?
What?
What were you gonna say about you saw something from Bao's Twitter? You were saying.
Oh, I was just saying he was complaining about 616 in LA not being on Spotify. Like, nigga, who cares? Just fucking download the song. Get the song. Like, who cares on Spotify? Like, this is the shit I'm talking about. Like, bro, you need Spotify to listen to music? That's very weird to me. But again, I'm a nigga who still downloads music and puts it on iTunes. So I don't know. Guess I'm a dinosaur.
No. Capitalism is doing its job. It's successfully brainwashing people into believing that the only way for them to look at things is via streaming. You know how many times I'll say, yo, you should go watch this anime. But it's not on Crunchyroll though. How am I watch it? What the fuck you mean? How you gonna watch it? What is wrong with you?
You know, I have never
Like-
sorry, just real quick. This has never failed me. Shit, I'll use the same example. Inga Dinga season 2. If I just Google it, I find it online. Like, I don't even have to try. Now, I'm not saying every site's great and it's great quality, but like if you literally Google the anime, watch online, you will find it. Are you kidding me? Anyways, because my legal, I'm like, you're not an upstanding citizen, okay? You're still going to hell. You're a bad person. God does not love you. Just fucking watch, fucking pirate some anime. Shut up. Sorry, continue.
You know, I'm crying. I typed in Inga Dinga season 2, and Inga Lindstrom came up as an actual show.
I want my fucking royalties. Anyway,
You said, "Run me my copyright. Run me my bread, bro."
run
Yeah.
me my check.
Since
But,
since since LimeWire, I've been on this wave, bro. It's been a long time for me.
Yo.
since I get the wrong song, I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
With that woman. Where's Pirate
That's-
Bay? Where you at?
That's how far back I've been doing this. So
Oh shit. But yeah, capitalism is doing its job by brainwashing a lot of people to thinking that the only way for them to look at something is through streaming. Yo, you see that Blue Archive? Blue Archive just got a new anime. Just got an anime. Yo, but that shit not on Crunchyroll though. How am I supposed to watch it? It's not streaming nowhere. Are you serious? Are you that much of a little bitch? That's crazy.
you think
Point
the
being,
second you click play FBI open up, like yo relax, like you'll be alright, bro.
Point being,
Shut the
DRM
Torrentio.
is a bad thing.
Yeah.
If you on PC, try to buy your things via GOG or buy things directly from the developer. If they have the game sold on itch.io, buy it there. If there's a GOG version, buy it there. Try to stay away from DRM. Stop pre-ordering shit. For the love of God, stop pre-ordering shit. Don't do it. Stop pre-ordering shit.
Don't
Try to
reward
step
them
back
for a
from-
product you have not yet played. It makes no sense. Don't pay them for something you haven't played yet.
Oh boy. Try to step away from games that you see in that says internet access required for single player. Don't be so like hype beast to buy a game the second it comes out. Wait on it. Sit on it. I'm telling you, these things are going to make a difference. But as the market is right now, they're going to keep injecting low-key viruses into our games and turn them into fucking vaporware. They're going to eventually just completely be erased from existence. And the only way to play them is through nefarious means. Now, of course, I have no problem with nefarious means whatsoever. If freaking me buying something is not owning it, then piracy isn't stealing it. Point blank, period.
And there you go.
Put that on a t-shirt.
I guess it's the saying that competition drives improvement. Absolutely. That's why Pokemon's getting worse by the end of competition. I mean, they have fake competition, but that's part of the problem. I don't like monopolies. I never liked them. I cannot fathom the people who are Crunchyroll zombies. I'm the Goldie Roger of Kogo Anime, Kiss Anime. Criminal Archive. I remember when Kiss Anime shut down and some weirds were championing streaming like they were in other sites. I don't know. I'll never understand those people. And you know what? To quote Kobe Bryant, I don't want to understand you. I don't respect you and I don't like you and God doesn't love you. It's my new insult. God doesn't love you. So, all right, we've been going for 4 hours 20 minutes, and Simi's got to fire up a stream. I think it's pre-stream doo doo, but
Yeah, as boy howdy is coming out. I'm clenching my cheeks.
We got any final words? I thought we had a great conversation. We got to unleash a lot of things we've been holding up for a few months. That was good. I had a good time.
Oh yeah, no, I absolutely had a fantastic time. You know me, video games is and always will be my top one hobby. I love it to death. I legitimately think it's the best medium ever. There are just so many cool things that you can do that other mediums cannot do, and it's fucking raw. My closing comments are this: video games are not dying. If you're on the internet a lot and you see dweebs talking about tell them to shut the fuck up.
Nah,
Alright?
tag me. I'll cook them. Tag me in it. I'll cook them. I need some more internet clout, so I'll go crazy and be unhinged and quote tweet a bunch of dumb shit. It actually works. I won't lie to you. I went from like 700 to 900 doing that shit. I swear to God, it works. But it's unhinged.
Real haterade. Real haterade. But video games are not dying. Stop looking at influencers. Stop just looking at mainstream shit. Listen, if your only way of learning new games is by watching a fucking state of play in a Nintendo Direct, here's something for you. Cut it out. Broaden your horizons.
Yeah. Also,
Google helps.
to quote, it's so funny how I ended up liking this line. I used to like this line when I was younger. I'm over just giving out recommendations and telling people stuff, but you have us here. I beg of you, use my knowledge. If you need help, just ask. We're here. I'm not gonna get mad if you're like, hey, I haven't really been feeling these games. Like, do you think is there an indie, something from the independent game? Like, just ask. I don't mind. So
yes, word of thumb is fantastic. Listen to me. If your only exposure to new games is state of play, the fucking VGAs, and fucking Nintendo Direct, you're doing it wrong. Broaden your horizons. Google exists. Watch YouTube videos. Top 15 upcoming amazing graphic games. Top 15 beautiful pixel art Metroidvania. Bro, I'm serious. I'm 101% serious.
I do that shit too.
That helps.
That's how I found Fantasy Strike, the fighting game. I was looking for like a different type of fighting game.
See?
That's how I found it.
See? Word of mouth helps. Ask your peers. Listen, I know
Ask your
someone
mama.
who specifically says,
Unless she games.
Play some gas. She might play some gas. I don't know. Ask her. But I know I specifically said I don't give out recommendations. I don't. But if you specifically come to me and ask me for something, I will help you. But I will only help you if you ask for it. You gotta ask for it.
Also,
take that lead.
I'm gonna add something. have an idea of what it is you're looking for. Don't just come to me, yo, I need good manga. I hate people asking shit like that. Or like, what games are good? What games are good? Are you kidding me? What the fuck are you looking for? Give me a genre. Give me a like what give me a price. Give me something to work with. I hate when I want to be like, give me a good game. Nigga, I'm just gonna give you Bug Fables every time because that's my favorite game. Like I don't know, you might not like that. Talk about everybody. I'm just gonna give you Bug Fables. Don't ask me that. Have an idea of what you're looking for because I'm good at doing that. If I'm asking somebody like, shit, Lizard, like, hey, I'm looking for something that's a bit of rap but mixed with some funk. That's what I want, like with funk type beats. All right, listen to this album by this person. Like, have an idea. Don't just be like, give me good show. That doesn't help me narrow it down at all. So, yeah.
Yes, exactly. Word of mouth helps. Do some exploration. I don't care what you're on. Xbox, PSN, or if you're a PC gamer. Go on your favorite internet shopping site of choice and just browse the genres. See what looks interesting. Don't just play the most hyped up mainstream AAA game. Explore. Gaming is not dead. Just because you see old white man with his whip to the side hair talking about gaming is dead, and you look at his channel and all he got is Valorant clips, fuck him. Alright? He got his bag, that don't mean shit. Gaming is not dead. It's perfectly fine. Explore, explore, explore. Not only explore new game that's coming out, challenge yourself. Play genres that you haven't played before. Try to pick up a game that you dropped. Not because you played halfway through it and the level design became ass. No, pick up a game that you dropped within 5 minutes of playing. Pick up a game that you know you did not give a fair shake. Try to give it a fair shake. Try to actually put like an hour or three into it and see if you like it. Explore genres that you haven't played before. Maybe you don't like FPS games, but you saw a game that looked cool and you was like, well, if this was something else, I would try it anyways. Just
Shit.
try it.
If
I don't care if you have to game fly that bitch.
I
Just
could
try it.
If I could do it, y'all could do it. Cause I'm not a shooter, man. I've played a lot of first-person shooter games or third-person shooter games that I've enjoyed, from Tomb Raider to the BioShock, all three. Actually, Infinite and one. I don't even know. I'll go back with Infinite in the first one. So Songbird used to scare the shit out of me. I don't lie to you. I played a lot of Borderlands 2 with my friend.
Love that game.
There's another one I'm forgetting that was pretty big. I've played Overwatch with some of my friends. I picked Zarya and fucking moved the payload. Like these are not my cups of tea, but like, you know, just try some shit, bro.
Yeah, just seriously, like you literally have nothing to lose. Just try, especially if it has a demo. If it has a demo, you really have nothing to lose. But
Yep.
just try shit, man. Just if you have a physical console, GameFly is your best friend. I promise you, GameFly is your best friend. You could rent game. I know they're not as popular as they used to be, but I promise you that will save you a lot of money. You get to try a lot of new shit. But explore genres. And lastly, DRM is a devil, guys. Try to pay attention. There's a reason why devs are freaking dying left and right. Don't fall into the trap. Stop exclusively playing multiplayer only games that have no offline mode. If you see a game that has internet access mandatory in a single player, step back. Look at something else because it's slowly killing the industry. And we're going to see a very heavy effect on it in a few years. It's a long term. I know I sound like fucking the man on the street talking about rapture is coming and shit. And if you don't pray, you going straight to hell. But I promise you, what I'm saying
You will.
will come to fruition. The
Sorry.
video game industry has crashed before.
What he said. Sorry.
It will crash again.
I was hacked. Any final words, Glam?
Crash before, it can crash again. So just do your due diligence. And most importantly, have fucking fun, man. If you
Shout
want
out
to play
Unga
video
Bunga the
games,
third. That's my
yeah,
last word.
that shit raw. Play that.
All right, y'all. Go watch Simi in like 10, 15, I'm going to say. And this has been professional net battler Nye Hemmings.
Faber Kaniku, what game will you be playing on Twitch today?
Uncle Bunga the third.
All right.
Damn, you ruined my outro. Now I don't want to do it no more.
I'm
Goodbye.
sorry, bro.